Hey, it's Julie B. Welcome to FROMACADEMY Friday. And I can't believe we actually have our special guest 2 weeks in a row. We have Doug Hughes from the man in yellow himself from MGM's From. It's always so awkward saying from. Why did they name it From? It's like I always go to say from, and then I'm like, no, that sounds terrible.
Just sounds like you're stuttering.
It does. It messes me up every time. Anyway, it's a. I like that they named it that. It's ambiguous. It's just it makes it difficult for content creators and people trying to find content on the show. I know it was a lot of people had trouble finding it when they were doing searches, and so yeah. In some countries, apparently, it's called Origins.
Yes.
Which is a lot easier. It's a lot easier to find content if your show is called Origins, I'm sure. But,
well, with your literary background, I'm not surprised that it messes you up because, we're treating a preposition as a noun.
Right? Yeah. It's awkward. And then there are all these other ambiguous show names and movies that seem to be popular lately. There's one called SEE, and God, there's so many. I can't even remember them all. But thank you so much for being here, Doug. I really appreciate your
happy to be here.
Again. Thank you so much. Yeah, I finished reading Doug's play. We're going to talk about that. Deadline, which I think a lot of From fans would love. We'll get into more From talk, of course. Wouldn't be FROMACADEMY Friday Live without some From. And later, Doc is going to join us, and Scarlet is going to join us a bit later too. Doc probably won't make it till quite a bit later, but he'll be on. Last time we were here, Doug, we stayed till maybe 4 a.m. No, was it 3:30? I think it was like 3:30 a.m. We were here a few hours after you left. Anyway, let's say hi to some people. Hey, TJ, nice to see you. This is Scarlet here. So Scarlet will be on in a little bit. And yeah, you can ask. This is a good point that Scarlet said. You don't have to just ask From related questions. If you have any questions for Doug, I'll highlight them, and we can talk about all kinds of things. Hey, Jay Sleek, nice to see you. Hey, Zapton Kaboom, and Amy. Doug played the saxophone for Amy's birthday last Friday. Everyone
Badly.
No, it sounded great to me. People haven't stopped talking about it either. That was a lovely thing that you did. That was really sweet. We appreciate it. And Just Me, welcome, Just Me. And hey, Dieter, Dieter is in Belgium, so it is 4:04, or no, well, now it would be 4:09 a.m. for him. He's 6 hours ahead of us.
God bless you, Dieter.
Right. Just Me says, Doug, you're becoming a regular.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but
No. Yeah, but people absolutely loved your appearance last time, so they were happy to hear that you'll be back. Mr. Frogman is here. Wolf Spear is here. And Michael, hey, I bet Michael might have some interesting questions. If you have any, drop them in the chat. Michael's got great theories on From. Everybody has great theories, but Michael dives pretty deep. Just Me said, I would love a show dedicated to the play / short story. Just need a little more time to receive a copy. Yeah, I was just saying that to Doug earlier that is there several people besides me are planning on reading Deadline and haven't gotten their copy in the mail yet. But yeah, it would be fun. Like once more people have read it, to do another live and all of us who have read it can discuss it and just really focus on that. That would be fun.
I'd show up for that. That would be just to hear the feedback. It would be worthwhile,
Yeah. is Doc, who's one of the co-hosts, a guest co-host on Friday nights. He's got his copy coming in the mail, and I think Amy got her copy. She's got it, but she just got it. So yeah, no, that would be fun to do. That would be a lot of fun, and there's so much to talk about. I truly think that From fans would love it because there is a lot of overlap in terms of the type of story that it is, with two characters getting trapped in this mysterious place. They're trying to find their way home. They're trying to solve a mystery, and there's a lot of humor to it. So I mean, all of those, you could say that about From or Deadline.
And people are getting killed with great regularity.
And people are getting killed regularly. Yeah, lots of parallels. My friend here, Dieter, dropped the link to your play. It's also, by the way, in the description of this video. We're going to talk a lot more about it, but yeah, you can find the link to Doug's play. Doug and his writing partner, Marcia, Kash, wrote this play. You can buy it. You can buy a copy of it. It's absolutely well worth the read. And the link to buy his other plays is also in the description of the video. He's written 7, but one of them is not published yet. The 7th, right?
That's right. Just finished the second draft of that one, actually, and we're going to be having a reading of it here in Toronto a week Monday.
Oh, nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. That so you finally finished your edits officially now? It's all ready to go.
We're going to live with this until the reading, because this is something that Marcia and I always do with our plays. When we get a draft that's sufficiently advanced, we like to get it on its feet so we can just sit back and hear it, because it's one thing for the two of us to read it back and forth, either in front of the computer or via Zoom, but it's quite another thing to be able to just sit back and hear all the different voices, and it answers a lot of questions for us. And not just that, but also to get the feedback of the other people who are there. We generally have a Q&A afterwards to hear what questions people have, what things they liked, what they didn't like, etc. And we take copious notes, and and that's the fodder for our next draft.
Nice. Yeah. That must be a really long process. How long does it take you to in generally to from start to finish when you're writing a play?
It's really difficult to quantify because both Marcia and I have other things going on, so we could be working on a play around each other's respective schedules, and that can slow the process down. I would say on average, from the time we start a play until the time it's ready to hit the stage, it's approximately 2 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work. 2 years. That's crazy. Yeah, with all the edits and the drafts and the different stages. Yeah, I didn't realize once you're done, I didn't realize you actually do a reading of it. That's the process, and then you take feedback and go back and make more changes to it. That's interesting. That's
this is only our second draft, and we usually have a minimum of 3 drafts before a play goes into production. And then when a new play does go into production, it's not always possible for us to arrange this, but we try to be part of the rehearsal process, because that's really, when you get into rehearsal, that's where they start to discover, no, this bit of business isn't going to work. We literally don't have time until the next person enters the scene. We need some rewrites here or whatever. Those kind of changes are usually pretty minor, but they're the kind of things that we do on the fly, because of course people are in rehearsal and you can't keep changing things constantly because they've got to learn the thing, Right. Once it gets on its feet in front of an audience, there's another learning curve there, because how the audience responds to the play is a big deal as well. But generally, by the time our plays go in front of an audience, they're pretty much done. We do really, really minor rewrites after it gets up on its feet on stage, before submitting it for publication.
Wow. Yeah, that's an enormous amount of work. And then from there, it's a hard road, I know, to get productions of it done. Once it's published, then you've got to.
Oh, it's just a nightmare. It really is. I'm taking a little vacation in April. I'm going to Spain for a little while.
Oh, nice.
And when I do these trips to Europe, I always try to arrange to meet some people in theaters. For example, I'll be trying to get some meetings with some theaters in Madrid while I'm there. But I'm also going to take a little side trip back to Poland, hopefully to go to Warsaw for a couple of days because I've got a lot of friends there. And we have 2 theater companies based out of Warsaw that are producing our work right now, so I can touch base with them. And there's another theater company in town that has produced us in the past. I would like to go and chat with them. But I'm also going to take a little side trip, I think, down to Krakow and try and touch base with some of the theater companies there too. So,
Yeah. So, yeah, you got to kind of mix business and pleasure. That's smart. You know, if you're taking a trip, then why not shop your plays around where you can? So that's got to be so difficult to do. Like, and it still baffles me the way that it works. I was just talking to Scarlet about this earlier. No matter how many plays you've published, this is your 7th one, and you've been doing this for 34 years. You would think, with a body of work that's that extensive and it's been produced so many times, that you wouldn't have to continue to pound the pavement to the extent that you are, in a sense, like, and really fight to get every production, or to get more productions.
well, and as you've read Deadline and you know what goes on in the opening scene, that's basically autobiographical. I mean, that's the kind of frustration that we deal with on a regular basis. And there are a variety of reasons for that. I mean, Marcia and I have had this conversation, I don't know how many times, you know, like, what's the problem? Because there are so many other playwrights, contemporaries of ours, who, you know, they develop a certain level of buzz. And every time they get a new play ready, you know, somebody's producing it almost immediately, and it starts making the rounds. And that's what happened to us with our first few plays, you know, like Who's Underwear, our first play, had a very successful first run, and then it got published. And it had, in the next couple of years after that, it had quite a few productions, which, you know, because there was, word got around about it, you know, but that hasn't really happened with any of our other plays. And I can't really tell you why, because, you know, the plays have all been very well received when they've been produced, you know, great reviews, all that kind of stuff. But we as playwrights have never managed to brand ourselves, I think, as effectively as some of our colleagues have. And that's really what it comes down to. We're terrible at marketing. You know, we hate doing it. We're not good schmoozers. We're not good networkers. We just, you know, we want to write the plays. We don't want to spend our lives marketing them. I mean, one of the reasons my 2 novels haven't been published is, you know, I submitted it to lots of publishers, and if one of them had picked it up, that would have been fine. But the idea of self-publishing, I'd rather put a bullet in my brain, you know, like, I just can't envision spending my day all day long on social media flogging my book to get it sold. It just, like, kill me now, you know. And that's kind of how we feel about our plays. I mean, marketing is a necessary evil, and we do it, but it is remarkable how much of that is a waste of time. I mean, when we finished Deadline and we sent it out, we emailed literally hundreds of theaters in countries all around the world. And the production that happened in Dayton, they were the only ones, I think, who asked for a script, and they got the script and read it. And that's the thing. It's getting them to read it. You know, you can send it to them, but there's no guarantee they're going to download it and actually have a look at it. And they were one of the few companies that we know of that actually took the trouble to read it, and boom, it got produced, you know. And then we sent it to Broadway licensing, and they're like, oh yeah, we'll publish this, no problem. And now crickets, you know. So it's been really frustrating, but I have faith that in the long run, this one's going to do well. And I have a feeling that the same is going to happen with the new one, which is called Sucker, by the way, Succour. Yeah, it's, I think this one's got legs too. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
I like that name. I'm guessing it's intentionally a play on words.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
And that one is, you said it's a psychological thriller, right? What's the general premise of that?
It's well, I don't want to say too much about it because I don't want to give the game away, and it's very hard to talk about this one without tipping our hand. But it's yeah, it's about this couple who have retired early-ish, you know, and they've moved to the island of Crete. and they're kind of setting up. They've just moved in and they're still settling in and stuff like that and figuring out what they're going to do now. She was a professor at Harvard, and he ran a whiskey making operation in Massachusetts. And he basically sold the business and left. And she's retired from Harvard, and she's now writing a book. She's writing a book on the dangers of internet technology, AI, all that kind of stuff, just social media, a real blanket statement on just the dangers of the online environment. And yeah, the issue of identity theft comes up and looms very large in the story. And it's essentially a three-hander, which I think, and it's a very simple set as well. So I think that's something that will stand us in good stead in terms of getting it produced, because the fewer actors you have in it, the cheaper it is to do. And the same with, and now it's a set that you could make quite elaborate if you wanted to, but it's very easy to do this play with a minimum of set stuff. So I think that will help in terms of just the ease of production angle as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So that means, you only need 3 people. That's obviously going to keep the budget lower and the set simplicity. Yeah.
Well, we actually need a 4th person, but part of this show, that a great deal of this show takes place on a big screen. Anytime they're on their computers or their phones, the audience sees whatever's on the screen, on this big screen at this sort of upstage center. So there's some stuff that we have to pre-record. So there will actually be a 4th actor, but only in a recorded sense, just for a recording session to get that stuff done. But there will be 3 actors working live in the show every time it gets done, he said.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I like that. Yeah, I really like that that concept too. Just including that. I'm noticing more movies are doing things like that too, with having part of the story taking place on a computer screen, because it's such a huge part of modern life now. So you're seeing that bleed into entertainment and AI. I mean, what a timely thing to put into your play. I mean, AI is now it's such a huge part of society that I mean, out of nowhere, just the last few years, it's exploded. Now it's everywhere with all of its dangers. So it's a timely topic.
Yes.
I mean, it's handy. It's a handy tool, but it's also dangerous.
Extremely. And the basic message of the play is, when you literally can't trust what you see and hear anymore, how can you trust anything or anyone? What happens to trust? What happens to human relationships when we literally don't know if what we're hearing and seeing is real? That's kind of a central theme of the play.
It is so incredibly timely, and I've all of us who are actually paying attention are worried about the ramifications of what this is going to do, because you can't trust what you see and hear. We're going to see a lot more problems with this as this becomes more and more sophisticated. Deep fakes. Yeah. So I mean, it can work both ways too. Something that like in certain cases, people could argue something that actually happened didn't really happen. It was just AI. So politicians can use that and lie, say, oh no, that didn't happen. That was just AI. But even worse though, the things that are fabricated by AI that people can create now that look so real. It's scary. You can reproduce real people doing anything that you want and reproduce their voices. So,
and that's something that actually comes up in my second novel. Deep fakes is an issue that arises in my second novel, and that I wrote years ago. I mean, when did I start writing that? About 2017, I think. So, I mean, the whole idea of deep fakes has been around for a while, and it's much better now than it was back then when I first wrote the thing. And of course, now that AI is developing the ability to lie to us, it's getting very scary,
Yeah, it's like something out of a sci-fi movie coming
Yeah.
true in front of our eyes. It's
Yeah,
and
well, the Terminator. I mean, that's what's at the root of the Terminator story.
that's the funny thing about it. Hollywood predicted this long before it actually started to become a real serious threat, and we didn't learn anything from the sci-fi movies. We just
Well,
we
and
felt right.
and that's the beauty of sci-fi. Sci-fi has been predicting stuff like that for generations. I mean, I remember reading this series of books. They actually get mentioned in the novel you're reading right now, in The Poor Player. These books by Harry Harrison, the Stainless Steel Rat series, and having a World Wide Web was something that he used in his books all the time. And this is back in the 1970s, for God's sake. He wrote these things.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you could even look back as far as the Twilight Zone, Rod Serling was predicting things that were going to happen with technology. He predicted that automation was going to take people's jobs away. He predicted it long before it was actually possible. There's a whole episode dedicated to that, and it's presented as something horrifying. Like the machines are taking away everyone's jobs, and they're replaced. And yeah, it's not one of the more exciting, thrilling episodes, but it correctly predicted what was going to happen.
Yeah.
I guess society falls into these traps anyway. But yeah, and The Poor Player is Doug's first novel. For people who haven't checked out the website, you can read about all of Doug's work on his website. He's written 2 novels and 7 plays, and I've been reading The Poor Player and really enjoying that. I like how it's essentially an autobiography, but disguised as something else. It's an autobiography with a twist.
It's a fictionalized autobiography. Let me put it that way, because I mean, most of the things you're reading in terms of this young actor's life, I've drawn from my own experience, but they've all been run through the spaghetti machine.
That's the word I was reaching for. Fictionalized autobiography. Yeah. Because you aren't literally a spy, but the concept of a theater actor who becomes a spy, it's so funny and clever. I like that.
Well, did we talk about that during our first interview? I think I may have told you the origin story of where that idea came from. Do you remember if we did or not?
Yeah, I believe you did mention it in the interview. But for people who hadn't heard that, refresh our memories. If you would.
Excuse me. Yeah, sure. Well, I was doing the dishes one night, listening to the evening news on the radio, and some news item came on about some celebrity who is behaving badly, like Lindsay Lohan or somebody like that. And I found myself reflecting on something that I'd thought about many, many times over the course of my career, and that is that the central irony of what I do is that I've been doing it for the better part of 46 years now, working in this very public environment in complete and absolute obscurity, like totally anonymous my entire career. And as opposed to, your average celebrity's life, it's like mine has been completely the other end of the spectrum. And as I say, that's something I thought about many, many, many times. But this particular night, as I stood there doing the dishes, I had a new thought. I thought, when you think about it, we would make the perfect spy. I mean, a theater actor, because number one, we're comfortable with taking on roles. We're comfortable with improvising. We can take on different personas as necessary. We occasionally get access to areas and to people that the public at large doesn't normally have access to. And let's face it, who would ever suspect a theater actor of being a spy? I mean, of all people. And the whole idea for the book just kind of spun out of that,
That's great. Yeah. That's the last thing that you would expect. And come to think of it, wasn't there a real actor, a Hollywood actor who was a spy?
Oh, there were several.
Yeah.
There were several Hollywood actors who worked as spies. I mean, what's his name, who played Robin Hood in all those movies. Errol Flynn was suspected of being a Nazi spy. He was a Nazi sympathizer, apparently, and there was a lot of suspicion that he was passing stuff on to the Nazis. I mean, he wasn't the only one doing that in the 1930s, God knows, and 40s. Lots of people in the U.S. government were doing the same. It was a mess. But yeah, there were a number of other ones too who have their names always escape me when this topic comes up. But if I think of any others, I'll throw them at you. But that's TV and film actors, which is a little different because they have both an advantage and a disadvantage. The advantage being that they've got a much greater profile, which makes it easier for them to do the kind of things that Harry, the hero of The Poor Player, does. But that same notoriety can get in their way because they don't have Harry's anonymity, you know? So if any of them get outed, that's it. It's like game over, you know?
Yeah. It's completely different being a theater actor because they don't have that level of anonymity to hide behind. So I'm really enjoying that, and it has your sense of humor throughout. It's got a lot of wit to it, and so it's just a really enjoyable read. Like since I did my research for our interview, and I know a lot of these background details, I can pick out. Oh yeah, okay. He goes on a tour of kids' schools performing. I knew you did that, so
many times.
I could pick out things that applied to you. Even let's see, what was the other thing I was thinking of? Even that he has to go to basically like a kind of a boot camp situation for spies, and he has to take a class with a French woman, I think, and I remembered on our last live you were talking about how that it was a great incentive to learn French in school. So I thought, I know where you got that from.
Yep. She's physically quite different from my old French teacher, but yeah, my old French teacher was certainly the genesis of that for sure.
Yeah. It must be fun to take details of your own life and intersperse them into use them to kind of create these fictional worlds, but like kind of imagine if you were in that situation and put yourself into all kinds of fun scenarios, but like the personality is so much you, so much of you in it. So and I like how you were planning on like you used plays on words with Shakespeare for the names of the two novels, and The Poor Player is a quote, a Shakespearean quote, of course, and then the second one was The Shaming of the Shrew, which is a play on the Taming of the Shrew. I loved reading Shakespeare in school, so I appreciated the Shakespearean references.
And that title, The Shaming of the Shrew, ties directly into the deep fakes issue we were talking about earlier. So you'll get to that when you get a chance to read it, I guess. Oh,
that's perfect. Yeah, that's perfect then. That completely fits. Yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh. There's a guy in the chat who's his name is KP, and he's quite the character. He sometimes pops on in the middle of the night, and if he joins my panel, you never know what's going to happen. He's got some wild personality traits, but he's a lot of fun. I just noticed he's in the chat. Hello, KP. Angela Rocks is here. Nice to see you, Angela. And Mr. Grant Gregory AI is in the chat.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hey, Grant. So I have a question for Grant. Grant, I'm going to put you on the spot, man. When is the interview dropping?
Grant did an interview with Doug recently. Yeah. Let's see. Hopefully he's still here. That was a few minutes ago, but yeah. Yeah, that was like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, Grant, let us know. We want to, because I've been telling people too. We want to watch this when it drops.
I was going to send him a message today and say, "Hey, did you up and die on me? What's going on?" Anyway, but yeah, to get back to the books, it you know, you hear about writers creating composite characters, you know, taking elements of different people and putting them together into one character, and you wonder, why do those sorts of things happen? And writing that first book, I totally understand where that comes from now. For example, we talked about Harry doing the school tour. The company that he's working for is actually based on a real company, although it wasn't in Calgary, it was in another city. And the artistic director is an artistic director that I worked with in Toronto. He had a different name. He was a crazy Hungarian with a different name. And so, you know, the dictates of the story sometimes require a character who wasn't part of that scene, but you know somebody who's actually perfect, so you put them into that situation. And the same thing can happen with a multitude of characters, you know, elements of which have to go together into one character to make the person that the story requires, you know.
That's great. Yeah. So
I wanted to ask you, how far along are you in what's going on in the Poor Player where you are right now?
I am still right after right after the first day of boot camp. That's where I'm at still.
Oh, so the first day. Oh, okay.
The first day. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I've been so bogged down with trying to cover Severance. I haven't.
Oh, I know you got a ton of stuff going on.
Yeah, but I wanted to, and I wanted to get through Deadline before I got back to it. So I decided I'm going to finish Deadline. So I had a little bit of time, so I did that. And Deadline is a quick read, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like reading through and just, you know, seeing how much of yourself you put into the character. I could hear your voice coming through it, your sense of humor, and there was something else about it I was going to say, and I can't remember. But yeah, it's a shame. I know you're just happy that you wrote the books, and it doesn't matter that much getting published to you. But I just think they're so, I don't know, it's so entertaining, and it's so well written that it's crazy to think of how many great novels have been written that no one will ever get a chance to buy because it's so hard to get published. It's just such a difficult process.
Well, we talked about Confederacy of Dunces, didn't we, in our interview? And that story, the guy who wrote that, John Kennedy Toole, I think his last name was. He wrote it in 1969. When I first heard the story, I heard that everybody turned him down. That wasn't quite true. There was a publisher that was initially interested, kept giving him notes and making him change things, and then they eventually just washed their hands of it, and that was it. And he became so despondent that he committed suicide. And it was his mother who took up the staff and went off and started flogging it around, and she finally got it published, and it won the Pulitzer. Wow. You know, and the first thing you think is like, how did all those other guys miss this? And there are any number of reasons, you know. I mean, a lot of the desks that it landed on, it probably never got opened. Or they read the first, I mean, these people are constantly being inundated with manuscripts. So maybe they read the first 10 pages. It didn't grab them quickly enough. They put it down, never looked at it again. Happens all the time. But you just think, what a shame, you know, and it's a difficult business. I understand that. But yeah, I think there are probably lots and lots of brilliant books out there that would never see the light of day if it weren't for, you know, that one person that just believed in it. I mean, look at The Martian, you know, that was a self-published book. He couldn't get anybody to publish that one either, you know, and then it just became hugely successful and made into a movie and all of it, you know.
Right.
Couldn't find a publisher to do it.
Yeah, a lot of writers through history, some of the most celebrated writers today just lived in anonymity and struggled their whole lives and didn't get published. are just got next to no recognition for what we now celebrate as like the great works of literature. It's crazy to think of that.
And I think I may have mentioned this in our interview as well, that I have an anthology here that was edited by Harlan Ellison, who was a great science fiction writer himself. And it's an anthology of short science fiction stories by like the leading lights of science fiction at the time. I think he did Dangerous Visions came out in like around 1969. Then he did a sequel, again, Dangerous Visions, which I think came out in 1971. And he was working on the last Dangerous Visions for decades, and it never got published. It kept getting larger and larger and larger. He was going to publish it as like a whole series of volumes. It never came out. But at the beginning of each of these stories, he has a little blurb because he has personal connections with each and every one of these writers. You know, he knows it's a small community. They all know one another. And one of the most entertaining aspects of the book is actually reading his introductions. But one thing I didn't realize when I first read, again, Dangerous Visions, because I was about 13 at the time, was almost every single one of these writers, and these were, like I say, the big names in science fiction writing at the time in the United States, they all had other jobs. Everybody had a day job pretty much. And that penny didn't drop for me until decades later when I picked the book up again. I started reading and I went, oh my God, these guys are just like me. You know, everybody's got another source of income because they can't survive off what they're making as a writer.
It's crazy to me how society undervalues writing and makes it so difficult to succeed, to be able to live off of this. It's not a skill that just everybody has. It should be valued a lot more than it is. It shouldn't be so difficult to stay afloat as a writer or an artist of any kind. I remember what I was going to say on The Poor Player. That there's a little bit of a meta element right in the beginning of it, where the main character is going to be writing a book about his experiences, and it's like, and the character is very much like you, and he's writing a book and you're writing a book about him. So it's like,
well, and that came directly from the idea, like my initial idea in terms of writing a novel of any kind, well, it wouldn't have been a novel. I thought, well, maybe someday I'll publish my memoirs. And the only reason I wanted to do it was because there's a lot of crazy shit that happens in live theater, like great backstage stories and that kind of thing that I thought would be kind of fun. But the more I thought about it, I thought, no, I think ultimately it would just be really boring and self-indulgent. Don't do that. But then I thought, when I came up with the spy idea, I thought, well, now I've got a frame in which I can put some of those stories where it'll be a lot more interesting. It'll make a much more interesting read. So that's where the whole idea of him publishing his own memoirs came from. So yes, very meta. Absolutely.
Right. And he called it A Man of No Importance because it was a musical that he had been in. I'm guessing that you were in a musical like that. Were you in that musical?
I was in that musical, and yes, I was nominated for a Dora. That's all true.
I figured. It's fun to read it and pick out things that were definitely or likely part of your life. Like, okay, this is where the autobiographical element comes in, and it was clever how you did that.
There are all kinds of stories in there that are, the context may be different, but the story itself is absolutely true. There's lots of that stuff. There's an actress that I worked with at the Shaw Festival. I just loved her to bits. Her name was Katie Slater. And Katie had this gorgeous soprano voice. She was just, and she was lovely, really great to work with, and one of the funniest people I've ever met in my life. And she was rooming. We were doing a musical together. We were doing The Mystery of Edwin Drood together when we first met. And her roommate was one of the gals that was in the chorus, a singer and a dancer who was built like this, and constantly fussing about everything she ate. She every time she had something to eat, she'd look down at her stomach and go, "Oh, I've got a food baby." And you're just like, "Oh, shut up." And one day she and Katie went out to dinner. They went to this Mexican restaurant, and it was all you can eat night. And so they pigged out. And as they got up to leave, this gal, her name was Leslie Ann. Leslie Ann looks at Katie and looks down at her stomach and says, "Oh, Katie, you've got a food baby." And without missing a beat, Katie looks at her and says, "Yeah, it's a fajitas." And I thought, that is genius. A fajitas. I just said, "Please just marry me." I would need 3 weeks to come up with that line. And she's just like, boom, right there. So I tried to work it into the book. Because she was one of the people who was sort of reading it whenever I had a draft ready, and I said, "Katie, I'm going to get it in there if it kills me," but it finally was killing me too much. It was like, no, this is one of those things that it's just so obviously being shoehorned in. It doesn't really belong in the story, so I had to cut it finally. But I will never forget that story. She's just that kind of razor sharp and lightning quick wit. I have tremendous respect for people who can do that.
That's amazing. Yeah. He's just coming out with a line like that. Yeah. I admire that, because I would have to work hard to come up with something like that myself. But yeah. You don't want to shoehorn things in that you can tell when you're any kind of whether it's a TV show or a film or a book or a play, you can tell when there's a plot element that's just kind of clumsily shoehorned in, just as a convenient plot device, or just something that just feels out of place. So,
well, and the problem with this particular incident was it was never advancing the story. That's why it had to go, because it was always just kind of sat there, It was like, no, can't have that. So it's gone. I mean, the damn thing's long enough as it is, And the first draft was almost 100 pages longer than the one you've got. So that was really scary.
This one, I think it's over 400 pages.
It is,
if I remember correctly. Yeah.
And the reason for that is because, this was supposed to be a whole series of books. And the first one is where we meet Harry, and he had to get trained and all that stuff. And I thought, I have to have that. That has to be an element of the story, because we have to understand why he's able to do the things that he does later in the book. And if we don't see him learning those things, it just seems all very convenient that he has these skills. Because the other thing that I hope comes across about Harry is that even when he is successful at what he does, he doesn't have a lot of faith in his own ability,
Yeah.
He kind of needs to be reminded that he has these skills that he has. He doesn't see himself that way at all, So,
right.
Anyway.
Well, I'm enjoying, I enjoyed so far day one of the spy boot camp. I mean, you describe it as something that's kind of a necessity to put in there, but it's that you don't think it's the most interesting part of the book, but you write it in such an entertaining, witty way. I thought it was great. So
hey, wait till you get to the sex scenes.
Oh, then things are gonna get juicy. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, if this is just the warm up, then I'm sure I'm going to love it as I get further into it even more. But wait, I see Grant Gregory said something. Wait, did he answer what you were asking?
Oh, when will you do an audiobook for the novels? I can see that. Grant, I actually started recording it, and I realized, I realized a couple of things. I realized, number one, oh my God, I never realized how many voices there are in this damn thing. And that's a real challenge, doing a lot of different characters with different voices for an audiobook. But the other thing I realized is this is going to take me the rest of my life to do. I think I actually recorded the first 3 chapters of the book, and I went, I'm gonna die of old age doing this. So I finally gave up on it.
Yeah, that's a lot harder than it seems. I've heard that it's actually much more difficult. It's not. You'd think, oh, it's no big deal, just getting an audiobook done or reading for an audiobook. Haven't you done voice
Yes,
work?
I have done narration for, I think it's 5 or 6 audiobooks now. And several of those I've done the whole thing. Like sometimes I'm just doing parts of them, but the majority of them I've read the whole thing, and it is exhausting doing that job. It's really interesting work. It's really interesting, challenging work, but oh my God, it takes a lot of prep. And usually when they schedule you for recording sessions, they don't do longer than 4 hours, because you would just die otherwise. There's sometimes 2 hours, usually 4. But boy, at the end of one of those days, I'm just fried. So yeah, the idea of doing audiobooks of them seemed like a good idea at the time, but I don't know. It's a bit like climbing Everest. And the other thing is, once I've got them ready, then I have to market the damn things. So we're right back to the whole sort of self-publishing thing, right? And I just said, no, it's not worth my time.
Marketing for me is like the most annoying part of like I don't do much marketing for my channel. Like I should be sharing my links all over the place, and I hate doing that. It's absolutely just exasperating. I don't feel like going around self-promoting. So I understand why you don't like doing that. It's the least enjoyable part of any kind of creative work is trying to, go promote yourself everywhere and try to market yourself. And, it's not enjoyable at all.
And it's because it's a completely different activity. It's yes, the thing that you're marketing is your creation, but there's very little creativity involved in marketing. Well, a lot of marketers would probably disagree with that, but there's very little creativity in the day-to-day drudgery of marketing your stuff. I mean, yeah, there's creativity. Marcia and I have created a few videos that we've put on YouTube to flog our plays. There's one for Deadline, which I think you've seen. Have you not? Did you see that one?
The pitch, the YouTube
Yes.
pitch Deadline. Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
We've done a couple of those. We did one here in my building, actually. We did one in an elevator. And at the end, her husband came in at the end. He's a theater director. He came in to play a small role at the end, saying, what are you two doing? And we said, we're just putting this promo together for our new play. And he's like, well, why are you doing it in here? And we said, it's an elevator pitch. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's great. It's a perfect elevator pitch. I liked and you showed another hidden talent on there too. You're juggling in the background.
Well, that doesn't take a lot of juggling. 3 balls does not take a lot of talent. Juggling 4 or 5 or more, that takes talent. Juggling clubs, juggling knives. I used to juggle beer bottles in the kitchen just to freak my mother out, but I haven't done that for a while.
Yeah. I mean, I used to try and see if I could juggle 3, and I didn't have the patience to continue trying. So
I could teach you to do it in an afternoon. Trust me.
Really?
Seriously. Yeah, it's not that hard. It really isn't.
Wow.
Here's the trick. You start with 2, because juggling is all about the skill of learning to prepare your hand to catch the other ball the instant you've thrown the first one. And juggling 2, when you can juggle 2, you can easily juggle 3, because juggling 3 is actually easier. You've got more time when you're juggling 3 and you're using both hands than you do when you're using 2 balls and you only have 1 hand. You've got to be much quicker. If you can do this with 1 hand, you can certainly juggle 3 balls with 2. So yeah, I could teach you that very quickly.
I would like to learn. Yeah, I'd come over and take advantage of that. If we weren't, I think you're in Toronto, so that's like 6 hours away from me.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hike.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's more than 6. You're in Rhode Island, right?
Yeah.
I think it's probably, it's like from here to New York City is about a 10-hour drive. So.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Because you got, I mean, if you could zip across Lake Ontario, you could cut about 2 hours out of that. But you got to go all the way around the end of Lake Ontario, sort of towards Buffalo and then double back. That's why, because as the crow flies, it would be much shorter than that. But even if you go the other way around the top of the lake going east, it's still about, I think, about a 10-hour drive to get to New York City from here.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, then it would definitely be more. From here to New York City, it's 3.5 hours if you go straight there. But let me see. Actually, I found a pair of glasses, so I'm not completely blind tonight. So I can read the chat better. Faith and Repentance here says, Mr. Man in Yellow, I'm digging a hole in my basement. Better come handle me.
Well, that's the best offer I've had in a long time.
There you go. Yeah. You shouldn't be digging that hole, Faith. Yeah. That's great. Oh my God. Yeah. Juggling 3 balls, easy. Juggling 3 wives, impossible. Yeah. Or 3 husbands in the case of Tabitha. She found out she had 3 husbands all in one place, and that would make for a great sitcom premise. Tabitha and her 3 husbands, except now 1 is eliminated, so now we're down to 2.
I just noticed a question of Dieter's. What advice would you give to young writers and actors who are just starting out in their careers? Yes. I guess I'd give the same advice to both. I never trained formally as a writer. I sort of learned the hard way just by doing it. And I would say if you want to be a writer, by all means do that. Start writing. But for both of those disciplines, I would say if you can find a good school where you could study, start with that, particularly as an actor. I think there's still a kind of belief out there that if you're into TV and film acting, anybody can do that. You don't really need to train for it. I'm here to tell you that is not the case. Like any art form, it takes discipline and study and work. And yeah. As far as writing goes, when I was working at the Shaw Festival, they had this outreach program where they would send various members of the company, whether they were actors, designers, stage managers, didn't matter what your job was, send them around to the local schools to talk about whatever their specific job was, just to introduce them to different aspects of the theater. And because I was also a writer, they would have me go to the schools and do writing workshops with like junior high and high school students. And the 2 most common questions we would get is, where do you get your ideas? And secondly, not so much a question, but people would say, well, I have this great idea, but I don't know what form it should take. I don't know if it should be a play or a book or a screenplay. And my answer to the first question is, getting ideas, that's the easiest part. And in fact, I would demonstrate it to them by putting them in groups of like 4 or 5. And I'd say, all right, you've got 15 minutes. I want you to come up with a story. I want to know who the main characters are. I want to know what the main story arc is from start to finish. Go. And without exception, every single group that I gave this task to would accomplish it. And some of these ideas were just amazing. And the whole point was just to demonstrate getting ideas in the first place, not a problem. That's really easy to do. The question of what form you want the thing to take, like a lot of would-be writers would say to me, I don't know how to start because I don't know what it's going to be. And I would say to them, just start writing the story. It will tell you itself what it wants to be, whether it's a poem or a full-length novel or a novella or a short story or a musical, like you'll find it eventually. You don't need to worry about that at the beginning. You want to write, writers write. So just start doing that and, we'll figure out the details later.
Right. Yeah. The worst thing you can do is overthink it and get like, I used to, writing was always my biggest strength in school, but I would be so, stuck on, intimidated by the blank page, just the getting started. Getting started was always the hardest part. Once I started and got ideas flowing, then it was great. But it's that initial process of coming up with the ideas and having that blank page staring you down. That was always the hardest part for me.
Shortly after Marcia and I wrote the first play, I think that's when I did this, I decided I was going to try and write a screenplay. Didn't know a thing about screenplay writing. I had never read any books on it, anything like that. I mean, I'd seen enough movies, and I didn't have an idea either. So I made a deal with myself that every day I had to sit in front of the computer for an hour. And it didn't matter if I wrote or not, but I had to stay there. I couldn't leave, And some days the hour would come and go and there would be nothing on the page. And other days there'd be something. And some days I'd get going, and suddenly I go, oh, geez, it's an hour and a half. I got to get out of here. And I had a draft in 3 weeks. And was it a great draft? No, I didn't know what I was doing, but I had a story. And in terms of like not having an idea, the way I solved that was I said to myself, okay, if I wrote a movie, what songs would have to be in the soundtrack? And I started listing a bunch of my favorite tunes. And when I got to the end of that list, I knew what the story was going to be for the movie. I don't know if those techniques would work for someone else. I think the exercise of sitting in front of the computer, whether you write or not for an hour, would be a good exercise for any wannabe writer. In terms of how to get the creative process going, anything like that trick of coming up with the soundtrack, it doesn't matter what it is, anything to, sort of break your mind out of the box that it's found itself in, I think is useful. Doesn't matter what it is. I mean, some of the best ideas that Marcia and I have come up with have been when we've just been taking long walks, and we quickly learned to incorporate that into our writing process. Like if we got stuck, we would just say, okay, let's take a break, go for a walk. She lives in a very scenic part of Southern Ontario. She lives on the outskirts of Hamilton, which is about an hour's drive west of Toronto. And it's on the Niagara Escarpment. So there are all these gorgeous walks along there, beautiful views. And, in the fall, it's just the leaves are stunning. So we would just go for walks around, and invariably stuff would come to us. Yeah, there you go. For whatever that's worth.
Yeah, just taking some time away when you get stuck. That's absolutely helpful. And one of the things I loved about Deadline as I was reading it was it felt like I was with you in real time as these two characters are working out the mystery. It's like it was, and they're very much like you and your writing partner. Even just the names, Don and Mara versus Doug and Marcia, and they get stuck in the play that they're writing, the murder mystery, and everything disappears around them. But throughout the entire thing from start to finish, they're basically writing the play, and it sounded like the dialogue. It was like hearing your stream of consciousness in dialogue between the two of you as you were working out. No, that's a little bit too cliche, or that's too pat, don't you think? Or wondering if something is a red herring or not. It was very much. I loved how it also functioned as an allegory to the writing process.
That for me was my favorite aspect. From the minute we started writing Deadline, that was my favorite aspect of it. That, on the surface, it's this comedy, thriller, mystery thing, but what it really is an allegory for the writing process. And the fact that we managed to make it work on both levels simultaneously was one of my favorite bits. But like you, I also thought what's really cool about this is these two are inside the play, and so they're working it out the exact same time that the audience is. And then when I finally got to see the series of from one episode to the next, I realized that it's doing exactly the same thing. That the characters are all figuring out what the rules of this place are in time with their audience. And it's such a compelling device to use because it just sucks people along, And I think it's one of the many reasons why people get so caught up in it. Not just the little Easter eggs that get dropped along the way, but the fact that they're finding their feet along with the characters. We're all in lockstep together,
Right. That's another parallel between the two, because the characters are figuring out as they go along, and it's the same in From. So you feel like you're on that journey with them, and you're also trying to figure everything out. They don't know what's going on. The reader doesn't know what's going on. So yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, and there were so many meta lines, just breaking the fourth wall. I love when any piece of art does that, whether it's a movie or a TV show or piece of theater, pointing out plot devices like, I remember the line, you're holding a smoking gun. Isn't that a bit too cliche? You know, that was great. And there's a character, I won't spoil a lot of plot points for people who haven't gotten theirs yet, because several people, just me in the chat, says she ordered a copy and hasn't gotten it yet. Amy just got hers. Doc hasn't gotten his yet. But there's a character in it who talks about her entrance. You know, she was spoiling my entrance, or yeah, like, oh yeah, this person was too annoying, like pointing out that this character was annoying, and she was holding up her entrance. And what was the other line she said?
There was something about spoiling the denouement.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took a lot of work to reach this climax. Don't spoil the denouement. Yeah.
I see that someone, I think it was Grant, was asking me to do the Christopher Newton voice, which reminds me of a story. I have to give a lot of explanation to this story. Christopher Newton, for those of you who don't know, which is probably all of you, was the artistic director of the Shaw Festival, which is a repertory theater company in Niagara-on-the-Lake, Ontario, not very far from Niagara Falls. It is the second largest repertory theater company in North America, in fact, the largest being the Stratford Festival, which is also in Southern Ontario. And yes, it was Grant that was asking this. And Chris ran the place for 23 years, and he was there for roughly half of the time that I was there. And he did have a very distinctive voice. And just about everybody in the company had their pocket Christopher Newton impression. And one of the theaters there, they have 3 theaters. Well, actually, I guess they still have 3 theaters. One of the theaters they used to have is closed, but they opened another one. One of the theaters is an old turn-of-the-century opera house called the Royal George. And there's a bar in the bottom of the Royal George. And on Saturday nights, we would occasionally have an after-show cabaret down there called Saturday Nights at the George, or Snags for short. And people would just get up and, sing or do skits or whatever. And I used to write skits for that, or occasionally sing songs. And I came up with this thing called the GBS News, where it was like a pseudo newscast. And I used to do an impression of a famous Canadian newscaster giving the news. And one time that I was doing this, the story was about this disease that was going around Niagara-on-the-Lake. And it was called Newtonosa farcicalis, or his nibs for short, because we used to refer to Christopher Newton as his nibs because he was the boss. And this disease, it began with an irrepressible desire to do a Christopher Newton impression. And in the later stages, it would get to the point where the sufferer actually started to believe that they were Christopher Newton. And then there was one bit in the news item that said, one such unfortunate was recently apprehended by Niagara Regional Police as he was walking down Main Street with Mr. Newton's bicycle. And I was going to there was one guy in the company who did a really good impression of Chris, and I wanted him to be the guy getting arrested by the cops for stealing Chris's bike. And I asked him if he would do it, and he turned me down. And I asked a number of people in the company, and everybody was afraid to do it. I think they were afraid they were going to offend Christopher. So finally, I asked Christopher if he would do it himself, because I thought it would be a much funnier joke if it's the real guy. And he said, "Do I have to rehearse?" I said, no, here's the script. You got like one line. He said, all right, I'll do it. And so I do the thing. One such unfortunate was recently apprehended by Niagara Regional Police as he was walking down the street with Mr. Newton's bicycle. And then this big burly stagehand then frog marched Christopher through the bar, going, "Come on, buddy." He's going, no, I'm really him. I am. And say, yeah, whatever. Tell it to the judge. Off he went. And it was the biggest laugh in the skit, which was great because it was like totally not what I intended at all. But yeah, that was Chris. He had lots of phrases that he used to say that he was famous for too. He would say things like, you would make a choice in rehearsal. You would do something. He'd look at you and he'd say, "Very interesting. Don't do it again." Or, "Yes, interesting, but wrong." He was a lovely guy to work with. I loved him to bits. He passed away a couple of years ago, unfortunately, but just a marvelous guy.
Yeah. Yeah, you're a whiz at impressions like that. All the different voices and accents you can do.
I don't. Well, I mean, I do a passable Christopher Newton. Believe me, there are people that do a much better one. This one actor, the one that I wanted to do the thing, does a brilliant take on Chris. The only sort of celebrity I can do, I do a pretty good Obi-Wan Kenobi, I think. That's about it.
Nice.
And a not bad Anthony Hopkins too, but I would need some dialogue to do him. Obi-Wan I can do because I can remember enough of Star Wars. God knows I saw it enough time when I was younger. So that one's easy, but yeah, that's it for impressions. I used to be able to do a couple of impressions of my theater school teachers, but of course nobody knows who they are, so they're kind of meaningless.
Right.
Yeah. We had this one, she was a Brit, Susan Cox, chain smoker. Yeah. And she used to say stuff like, "You're not doing it. You think you're doing it, but you're not. You're just mucking about." She was lovely.
That's great.
I remember one of the gals in my class came in one day. She was all dressed up because she had an audition after class that day. And she walked in and Susan looked at her and said, "What are you all tarted up for?"
Nice.
It's those people that have, really distinctive voices or distinctive accents or whatever that are great fun to do because, anyway.
Accents. Anytime I've tried to imitate an accent, I can't do it. I just can't do it. Was it at Shaw Festival where you learned how to do a lot of different accents?
Well, I had done a number before that, but yeah, at Shaw, I had to do a ton of accents. And I mean, their mandate at the time was to do plays written by George Bernard Shaw or his contemporaries. So basically anybody between 1856 and 1950, because he lived until he was 94. Anyone who wrote in that time was part of the mandate. And then after a while, they expanded the mandate. This was right around the time Chris left or shortly after. They expanded it to include plays written about that period. But even in that period alone, I mean, you've got writers, you've got Ibsen and you've got Chekhov and you've got, like writers from all around the world. And so I would be called upon to do most often some kind of British dialect. But I had to do Hungarian, various American regional dialects. I played a guy in a British play who was from Georgia, had one of those very genteel Southern gentleman type accents. So yeah, it was kind of all over the map. And I probably got to do more of that at Shaw than anywhere else, partly because I was there for 13 years. So, there were lots of opportunities.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I starred something I was going to read you. Let's see. I don't know what this is about, but movie Q. I don't know how to say that. Namu. What do you think of the man in the yellow hat allegations?
Well, I'm very curious about that, George.
Yeah.
I've seen a few images and yes, they made me laugh.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get you to cover for me for a sec, Julie. I'm all out of water and it's amazing how dry my mouth gets. Probably because of the fact that I don't stop talking when I'm doing this with you, but I'll be right back. Give me a sec.
No problem. No problem. Hey, Doc. Thank you. Thank you for popping in. Doc is here with the sound muted because I hate spoilers, but wanted to add to the viewer count. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes. Let's see. And Doc is here. Doc said his copy of Deadline should be here next week. Cool. He's here in the chat. So he's got that on the way. Just me. Hers is on the way. Amy's got her copy. She just got it. And so yeah, I'm happy to see people ordering it. I mean, whatever I can do to spread the word, I want to do, because it's just it deserves attention. And it shouldn't be so difficult to get more productions. Like if I could buy tickets to go see it in Providence right now, I would. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a great read, and I do think fans of From are going to enjoy it very much. And I was wondering, like, where you got the idea for, like how did you get inspiration for the different types of characters in it? Like there's such an interesting mix of people from different backgrounds, and
that's a really interesting question, because it was one of the biggest challenges, actually, of putting the story together, because we had to have all these people connected in some way on a familial level, and yet none of them really know each other. Some of them aren't even aware of the fact that they're related to one another. So it's like, how do we do that? And what's the age range? And how do we, intersperse them around so that they don't know each other, and all that kind of stuff? And then figuring out what are their backstories with their mother, who is kind of the head of the family. How do we work all that out? And the different ages, like, okay, there's quite a spread in age between all of these offspring of hers, and that was just a necessary part of the story. Working out those details was a challenge for sure.
I bet. Well, you did a great job with it, because like a good backstory for how she was estranged. The mother, the matriarch of the family, was estranged from each of these children for different reasons, and in one case there's a twist in terms of what her actual relationship is with this character, and that's a great part of it. I also loved like there was an eerie element to it, like the way you have the two main characters start getting involved in the action. One of them slips completely into character and doesn't come out of it. So it's kind of spooky because he's like, okay, you can knock it off with the method acting now, because Mara starts talking as one of the characters exclusively and doesn't stop with a British accent and everything. And he's like, okay, you can cut it out. We're alone now. The other characters in the scene, at first they're just playing along with the other characters in the scene, and they're playing their parts, and then they're alone, and Mara, who's one of the playwrights, keeps talking as this British character, and he's like, okay, you could stop it now with the method acting, which is a meta reference, and it's creepy. It's like,
and that was another tricky thing to develop, because there's a very specific reason. Like if you read the play, if you go through all those scenes again where she's in character all the time, and you look at when she's free to offer information and when she isn't, that was a very difficult thing for us to organize, because we didn't want to tip our hands in terms of why this was happening. In fact, it's very difficult for me to talk about now without spoiling the whole thing. But when you get to the end and you go back, you go, oh, that's why it was happening there, but it wasn't happening there. And like engineering all that stuff and making it believable was another tricky aspect to the writing. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. But yeah, I loved how it played out. So since people are going to read it, let's not spoil the major plot points, but yeah, I liked too that, like, there was a demonstration early on, like I mentioned this last time, but there's a demonstration early on that they can really get hurt for real. You can literally cut yourself and bleed. Like this is not fantasy. They could actually die. So there are real stakes, just like in From, and in From, I was relieved to hear John Griffin and Jeff Pinkner debunk two theories, which are the two that to me would be the worst endings possible for the show, which would be it's purgatory or it's a dream, and they debunked both of them. Yeah. So the stakes are real. They could die, just like the characters in your play could have actually died or could die.
One of my favorite meta aspects of that moment, where we discover that you can get injured, is that of course the injury is fake because it's a play. Nobody's actually getting injured here, but in the context of the play, yes, they are.
Right.
Yeah.
in the context of it, they don't know. They have no idea about that. They think, okay, we could be next. People are dropping like flies. We could be next. Murder mysteries are one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite genres of entertainment in any medium. Whether it's a book or a play or a movie. I'm a huge Agatha Christie fan. I love And Then There Were None. And so, I mean, that appeals to me right off the bat. And throw some comedy into it. And I've heard this compared to Knives Out. That's one of my favorite movies. I can completely see the parallels to Knives Out.
Yeah.
A bunch of rich, obnoxious people thrown together, and they start dropping like flies, and there's a murder mystery going on. And so
yeah. I loved Knives Out myself. I thought it was great. And the sequel. Yeah, and it's interesting. The only production that we've had, we got to go down and see it, of course. We weren't, to be honest, we weren't crazy about the production itself. One reason being that like in the marketing of it, they kept comparing it to Clue and Knives Out. I think Knives Out is a much more apt comparison than Clue. But unfortunately, in terms of what the director chose to do with the play, it was a lot more like Clue. And the worst thing, I mean, it actually prompted us to put something in. I don't know if you read the preface at the top of the script, but we put in a bit about, if you're going to produce this thing, don't send it up because you'll kill it dead. This is all about, the stakes have to be real. And if you start commenting on it, you're dead in the water. Yes, there's humor in the play. Let the humor take care of itself. Don't beat it over the head. Well, these guys kind of went right down the humor rabbit hole, and the production, as far as we're concerned, suffered as a result. And yet, despite that, the audience ate it up. And so it was really interesting seeing it for the two of us, because this was our first time seeing it on its feet. And we were able to go, okay, despite the parts that we weren't happy about, we know the play works, because if it can survive this, we're golden,
Yeah.
I would love to see like a really good production somewhere, because I think this thing, when it gets done properly and with the right production elements, it'll really take off,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I like, I can see how it would get kind of corny if it's too much like Clue. I mean, Clue it's been turned into such a cliche, that the whole concept of Clue. And so I would compare it to Knives Out more than Clue, because Knives Out is extremely witty and clever. Just the whole movie is just ingenious. And so I think it's much more in the vein of Knives Out, and the sequel, what was it? The Glass Onion, I think it was called.
Yeah.
That one was fantastic too.
Well, because it's all played for real, but Clue is camp as hell. I mean, it's like going to Rocky Horror almost.
It's campy, yeah. So I think this note that you put in the play, hopefully future productions will take note of. While there are comedic elements in the play, at its heart, it's a murder mystery. As with most mysteries, the stakes for the characters within it are literally life and death. Any attempts to comment on the play or send it up will only serve to lessen the stakes. And the last line was perfect. The comedy will take care of itself. Honest. And
that was my line.
I can hear you saying it. I knew that had to be you. I can just hear you saying it. So hopefully future productions will take note of that and do it justice. Because I could feel the stakes as I was reading it. I could feel like, okay, yeah, they could actually, right up to the very end, I felt that sense. I won't give away the ending, but I got that sense of the danger for sure. Wait, Rocky Horror is camp? Yeah, it's
I thought it was a documentary.
I'm shocked. Yeah. Wow.
Oh dear.
Imagine Rocky Horror Camp. My Lord. Oh. Incidentally, Mr. Greg Gregory also said the interview is still being edited. Sorry, I am slow at the moment. Life getting in the way, and he's very meticulous about the way he does things. I don't know how to edit that well yet, so I imagine his will be edited much better than mine.
It's quite all right, Grant. There's no hurry whatsoever. It's just I hadn't heard from you for a while, and I thought maybe you got hit by a milk truck or something.
Yeah, he says that. This week, Doug, promise, just want to make it good. I'm sure it's going to be good, and we'll definitely promote it on here too. Remind people on this stream that people are going to. That Grant is going to release it. I should say, Faith and Repentance had a comment here. Can't wait to find out if Man in Yellow is his own entity or one of our characters gone bad in the future. Such a great mystery. That's going to be fascinating for me too. I mean, he could be one of our characters in the future. I've heard some fascinating theories, and some of them I think have more merit than others. Or he could just be his own entity. I'll be interested to see, like. I heard one interesting theory that maybe the Man in Yellow is I forget. I wish I could remember who said this so I could give them credit. I think it might have been Fletch, Cromanacle Fletch, maybe. I think it was Cromanacle Fletch who said, maybe the Man in Yellow is the future Boy in White, and the Boy in White has failed on his quest, because John Griffin did say that his inspiration for the character came from seeing a man on the street in a yellow suit, and at first he was joyful and seemed magical, and then years later he came back and he saw him all dirty and dejected and looking like a magical figure who'd gone on a quest and been defeated. So who knows? I personally think Man in Yellow and Boy in White are two separate entities in my theory, but you never know. It could be someone who went on a magical quest and was defeated. The Boy in White seems to be getting frustrated with not being able to change things. Like, he sounded downright mean when he told Victor, don't cut down that tree, and just walked away. Mm-hmm. We saw a flashback to 1978 where he was trying to help in some way, I think, telling Christopher, you got to go save the children. And now he's changed tactics, and he says, I think it's best if you learn for yourselves. So if he continues to fail to help these people and break the cycle, then maybe he could turn into something else. He's already getting older. We've got Teen in White now, essentially. And who knows? I don't know. I still think they're going to be separate entities, personally. I mean, do you think it's going to be his own entity, if you had to guess? Like, somebody new?
Let's put it this way. If I had my druthers, that's what I would prefer. But that's entirely up to John, and I've actually... I'm hoping to have that conversation with John at some point, just to get some indication of where he sees this guy coming from. It was really interesting hearing his story about the real Man in Yellow, the one in LA that he saw on the street, because I thought, the fact that he told that story, and it was clearly, the genesis of the character, I think that leads me to think, no, he's probably not anybody else. He's just who he is, but I can't say that with any authority. I don't know. I have no idea, really. But that's kind of my gut instinct, that he's just his own being. I mean, I think it's interesting that all of these sort of reincarnation ideas have come up, because he just happens to appear in the same episode where that issue gets brought up. I don't think the two things necessarily have to be connected. They might be. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see.
There's a theory that I have to admit, when I first heard it, I thought it was ridiculous, and it's the Ethan turning into Man in Yellow thing. And now I'll tell you, I thought it was ridiculous, I gotta say, but I have to admit that I think there are some potential clues that could point in that direction. Now, when I first heard it, I thought, no way, that's nonsense. And in fact, I interviewed Simon Webster, who plays Ethan, and I told him in that interview, I don't believe that theory is real. And he raised his eyebrows when I told it to him. He was like, what? I said he'd never unalive his own dad. But I gotta say, there are certain, as we're doing this rewatch, I don't have a confirmation bias. I actually would rather him not be the man in yellow, but we're watching it back again and we're looking at details. And there's some things that are a little questionable. It's not just the fact that he wears yellow a lot either.
Lots of characters wear yellow a lot. I mean, there's confirmation bias for you right there. I mean, look around for God's sake. Look at Boyd. Boyd wears yellow all the freaking time. So
Right.
does Fatima.
Fatima.
Yeah.
So you can't just base it on that. But so I was watching this again with Scarlet, episode by episode, and we're looking at it, and she happened to point out there's an episode where Ethan is wearing a zip-up yellow sweatshirt, and he even has the edges of it kind of folded over. It makes it look a lot like lapels on a suit jacket. And in that episode, Jim throws Victor out of the diner violently, and Ethan says Ethan's mad at him, and he says, "You shouldn't have done that." And then at the end of the episode, he's sitting at the table with his family, and Sarah looks up and sees this message on her arm, "Kill the boy." She looks up and Ethan is sitting there in yellow. And it made me think, it has always bothered me. Why did she get that message, "Kill the boy"? Why? Could it be because he turns into the man in yellow one day and some force was trying to help, actually putting that on her arm saying "kill the boy" so he doesn't turn into that? We've seen time travel type stories that are like that, where you're trying to go back and unalive someone before they could become a villain. I got to admit, it's got more merit than other theories I've heard.
I don't know, because my just watching the series myself, the overriding sense I get of any of that kind of stuff, like the message on her arm is, and what happens to Elgin is like, no, whatever these voices are telling you, whatever that shit is that you're hearing in your head, it's not good news. It's not good advice. Don't do it. I mean, that was when I saw that "kill the boy," my initial reaction was, no, don't kill the boy. That's not going to go well. Don't do that, please. I really think, this is a case of Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is probably the right one. But who knows? I could be completely wrong. Who knows?
It probably is. Yeah. Well, we hope that we're wrong. Scarlet is here too now. I'll add Scarlet. We also noticed stuff about like Ethan helping to dig the hole in the basement, and now he's getting dirt all on himself wearing yellow. It's like, it does make you wonder little things like that. And it's just certain details as we're doing the rewatch. It makes us wonder, but it's one of those things where we hope we're wrong. We don't approach things through confirmation bias. So if we have a hunch or a clue, then, it's whether we want it or not. Some people just base theories on what they want to see in the show. It's like, no, you got to let the clues in the show lead you, not try to fit things to your preconceived narrative of what you want. And that's where you go down rabbit holes that make no sense at all. But welcome, Scarlet.
Hey.
Hi, Scarlet.
Hey, Doug. Yeah, like Jim digging his own grave, and the rope that Ethan's putting that looks like it's around Jim's neck.
Yeah, we just rewatched the episode. Where they're digging the hole in the basement, and we were just joking about how Jim might as well have been digging his own grave, because that digging the hole is what started all this. That's what set everything in motion that culminated in his demise. So it was just a wild image. He's standing there in front of the hole. A big pile of dirt is there, and it might as well be his own grave. Like, he might as well hop right in and just cover him up with dirt, because that's what ends up happening. And Ethan is standing there wearing his yellow shirt, and there's like this rope that they're using to pull the bucket of dirt up, and the rope is right in front of Jim's neck.
I noticed you got a secondary eye roll from Doug.
Yeah.
This is again putting me in mind of why people believe weird things, and our discussion about that. Yeah,
we're just having fun with it, but I would rather it not be the case. And most people hate that theory too. Personally, I don't like it myself, because I'd rather him not go full patricide and unalive his own dad. So hopefully it's not true.
It's very Star Wars.
Makes a whole lot more sense than Randall, though.
Oh, don't get me started. By the way, I just saw something. I didn't catch the message in the chat. Someone saying, "Can Doug elaborate on the archetypes of?" And that's as far as I got, and I didn't see what it was. Yeah, the Randall thing. You see, you have to understand that for me, yeah, I had no exposure to any of this stuff, about From, because until my episode aired, I was not even aware of all the groups that were going on and all that stuff. It was the explosive reaction to the finale of season 3 that, suddenly all this stuff started showing up on YouTube and on Instagram. And I was like, holy crap. I had no idea that all this kind of stuff was going on. All these deep dives and lives and episode watching stuff, just no clue that this stuff existed. In fact, last summer, after having shot this episode, this is a few months after we shot it, Comic-Con came to Toronto. They come every year. It's a very short walk from where I live to the convention center where it happens. And so this actress that I did another little horror thing with, and I went to it because I was curious to see what it was all about. And I wanted to see if From had a presence at that one. And they didn't, unfortunately. But I had never been exposed to that world before. And I was just blown away. I mean, it wasn't just the TV shows. It was everything. It was the gaming community and the anime stuff and the card collecting and it was just like all these little microcosms and these worlds that I had no idea existed, that people were devoting their lives to. And it was like, holy crap, and that's what, suddenly I'm confronted with every day online after the final episode came out. And I was just overwhelmed by it. And some of it just struck me as downright silly. I mean, I saw all these things popping up on YouTube about Randall is the man in yellow because the two of them look so similar. And it's like, oh, no, we don't. If you put the two of us side by side, we look nothing alike at all, and it's like, that's what you're basing your theory on? Please get a new prescription. Cause wow. Yeah. Just nutty stuff like that,
Yeah, no, the way people were analyzing the painting of the man in yellow, like, oh, is that a shadow on his face or is that Randall's scar? You can see on the man in yellow himself, they didn't put a fake scar on your face.
Yeah.
So where'd the scar go if that's Randall?
No, it's just that's just one of the artist's touches, I mean, again, the simplest answer is usually the correct one, I don't know. I didn't, I was amazed. Like when I saw that, of course I had no idea that it was appearing in an episode 8 episodes before mine,
Yeah.
I had no clue. Jack showed me that image on the day after we shot the scene on his phone. And I thought that he had just created it, for this episode. And then when I finally got home and was able to watch the whole series and then watch season 3 as it was released, and I saw that painting, it's like, oh my God, this thing's been around for quite a while. I had no idea, So clearly that was created before they even knew who was going to be playing the part. So, that was interesting because it was, when he first showed it to me, I just thought, oh yeah, that's a caricature of me, clearly, but obviously it wasn't. So,
Yeah, that was remarkable, actually. It just
like a certain amount of kismet involved in that.
Pretty much, yeah.
The comment that you had noticed, I found it, Doug. David Agile 81. He said, "Can Doug elaborate more on the patterns and archetypes that drive us, like desire and the philosophy of time travel, to know the pattern / archetype you resonate with, so you can change paths on?"
I'm not sure how to answer that. I have an idea. This is an idea that's been cooking in my head now for a long time. I don't know if I'll ever get around to writing it. And it would probably be a novel. and it's set in a world in the near future where, because of climate change and overpopulation, it becomes very clear that, you know, we're pretty much done. But someone has developed a form of time travel where you can go back into the past. And so what they're doing to solve both problems really is they're allowing people to travel back in time to some point in the past, so they can live out their lives, because if they stay here, they're not going to live out the rest of their lives because the planet is becoming too hot to live on, basically. And I thought, okay, for the purposes of this story, how would the time travel element work? And the only way for my story I could have it work is this theory. That is, if you go back in time, by virtue of appearing in a time that you didn't originally exist in, if this is all connected with string theory and the idea that there are an infinite number of universes or whatever. The minute you go back to some point in the past, you are in effect in a new universe now. You're in a different dimension than the one you came from. Like, you have just created another timeline that didn't exist before you got there. It's the only way I can make this story work. And the two central characters are going to be people who have the ability to come back to the time they originally came from. And there's also a bit where they're sending the people who can travel in time. Some of them are being sent into the future to see when the planet gets to the point where it's basically habitable again. And several of the people come back, and the story is always the same. No, it's just getting worse. And then they get to the point where if they send them too far in the future, none of them are coming back anymore. I haven't quite worked out all the details yet on how this is going to go, but that's sort of what I've got so far. But yeah, it seems to me that if someone did go back in time, it solves the grandfather paradox very neatly this way. Because if you go back and kill your grandfather, in my version of time travel, well, you're in a different timeline now where that guy isn't going to have his grandson, but you didn't come from that timeline, so it doesn't affect you, you know?
Right.
I don't know how I don't know enough about the closed loop paradox to know how that would work. But again, I think because of the fact that, you've gone back in time, it's a different timeline, it probably resolves that one as well.
Time travel is extremely difficult to write about effectively. It's been tried so many times in film and TV, and it's extremely difficult. It's easy to botch. The best example I've ever seen of it is the German series Dark, which I highly recommend. If you haven't seen, I think you would enjoy it. It's fascinating. It's just like, it's like the perfect mystery box. It just keeps expanding and expanding in ways that you never would have expected. And they handle, that's where I learned about the bootstrap paradox. And it was a master class in the bootstrap closed loop paradox. So I used that to help me try to explain what happened with Julie throwing the rope to Void on From, and how it's an endless closed loop. Like, it was always meant to happen that way. She wasn't changing anything about her present circumstances. She had to do this to complete the action that was already set in motion. She was just completing an action. If she hadn't done that, well, then her whole present reality would have changed, because Boyd saved her after she saved him with the rope. He went on to save her from the dungeon. And so it's on in an endless cycle. There's no clear start or end point. It happened that way because it was always meant to happen that way. The end. So I hope they see that model in From.
It was a great explanation when you did all of that, because intuitively, I think that I'd sort of pieced that together for myself, but I wouldn't have been able to articulate it until you did so well yourself.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'd love to see like how you'll develop this. The way that you handle time travel in your did you say it was going to be a play?
I'm not sure what it's going to be. It would either be a novel or possibly a screenplay, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm really very concerned about climate change. It's a huge preoccupation of mine, and it keeps finding its way into my work in a variety of forms. It actually, you'll see elements of it in The Poor Player, actually, as you keep going. And that's my primary impetus, I think, to write it. If I do it, it's just to make a comment on that. I don't know if I will. Sometimes these ideas come to you, and it's just a silly game you play in your head, the sort of stringing out this idea, but it never actually gets written. I don't know if this is going to be one of those or if it's actually going to turn into something. And, it's funny. A lot of writers talk about writer's block. I have never suffered from writer's block in the sense that I write when I'm motivated to write. And if I'm not motivated to write, I don't write, The closest I got to experiencing writer's block was when I did that little experiment of sitting in front of the computer for an hour every day. When I started, there were days where I didn't write anything because it's like, I got nothing, But it was a purely temporary situation that resolved itself very quickly. And that was 30 odd years ago, and I haven't worried about it since.
Hey, Doug, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Have you ever had a writer's inspiration in a weird place that you didn't have access to paper, pencil, or anything like that? And what did you do about it?
That's a good question, and it's jogging a dim memory somewhere, but I can't tell you where. I think I have had that experience, but I can't give you any details at the moment. I can't think of where that might have happened. It happens to Marcia and me all the time, actually, where we get a brilliant, we have a running joke now where please write this down because we're going to forget it. We were working on, let me see, this was 94. We were working on our murder mystery, our first murder mystery, A Party to Murder. I was out in Edmonton doing a show with her that her husband was directing, and he had basically hired me so I could be out there so we could finish the draft of our play. I don't think he was particularly interested in having me in the show, but it was a cheap way to get me there so I could write with Marcia. So they put me in the show. And we would spend the afternoon, writing, and then we would go off in the evening and do the show together. And one day, late in the afternoon, we were working on the end of the play. The play has I have to say, Party to Murder has the twist ending to end all twist endings. And we were trying to figure out, we had created such an incredibly complicated, difficult story. It was like, how do we get out of this? And we came up with this brilliant idea that just sort of fell from the sky. It was like, oh my God, that's it. But we had to go because we had a show, So it's like, okay, we'll take care of it when we get back. We went, we did the show, we came home. Neither one of us had any idea what the hell this idea was. It was like, how could we forget this? It was so perfect. And we finally did come up with a great solution. It was not the same solution, mind you. The one that's in the play is something different. But that episode taught us, okay, never again. When something like this happens, write it down like immediately, because like we can't go through that again.
Yeah. I used to carry a little spiral notebook around with me.
Very good idea.
Yeah, even when I was working, like I worked at a retail store, I still had it with me. Jot down things.
Yeah.
Well, I spent many years working in retail myself. That was kind of my go-to day job for a very long time.
I just want to teach, so that's a different thing.
Yeah. I just wanted to point this out here. Doc, he says, he said, I want to be the first of Julie B's subscribers to get a theater company to perform deadline. And he wants to come up with the funds either on his own or by pooling and buy that person a small crochet from doll by glove crochet by Alexis. That's so sweet of you, Doc. That's so sweet. He's the best. Wouldn't that be amazing? That would be terrific, but yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy to get that done. Sorry, what, Scarlet?
Did you already talk about that? Like maybe doing a table reading of it, or like what the semantics are of having a theater production done live on a YouTube channel?
Yeah, I asked Doug about that, and Doc had the idea that, like, is it possible to pay for the rights to do a reading on YouTube?
And this is really off the top of my head because I've never actually heard of this being done before.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you get into, other media, it gets really complicated. That's really a question for Broadway licensing, our publishers. I mean, you could call them, and their phone numbers on their website, and ask them if there's some way to engineer this. I'm sure that it won't be the first time they've been asked this, so they would probably have a ready answer for you. But I have no idea how that works.
Yeah. So we'll see. If it's possible to do it, then we'll do it. Because it's such a fun idea, and it would remind me kind of like an old radio show, like people reading different parts, and even if the cameras were off, it would be like listening to a radio show and try to do sound effects and stuff like
that. It would essentially be the podcast version, wouldn't it? If you did that.
Yeah.
No, that would be a fun way to do it. In fact, Marcia and I have talked about, instead of our next project being a play, do it in podcast form. Just put it out as audio,
Yeah.
Don't know if we're going to follow through on that now, but I think it's an interesting idea.
Yeah, I think it is an interesting idea to try it as a podcast. That's a popular thing now. Like, it's like bringing back the old time radio show situation. I would have thought we'd come back around to something similar to that, where we'd have podcasts now. I was surprised when I discovered that are just all audio, and you've voiced characters for podcasts like that, Doug.
Yeah, and in fact, until from all of my exposure to podcasts has been just audio podcasts. There's a brilliant one out there called Dead Eyes. I think we talked about that one, didn't we, during our interview?
That one, that doesn't ring a bell.
Maybe not. It might have been another interview. I mean, it's amazing how many times I keep repeating the same stories, but it's a fascinating podcast. It was put together by this actor/comedian. He's American, and over 20 years ago, he was hired to play this very small role in an episode of Band of Brothers, and it was the episode that Tom Hanks was directing. He was American, but he'd studied theater in London, and he was trying to make a go of it as an American actor in England. And he landed this part. He did a tape. They sent it off to Tom Hanks. He got hired, and it was shooting at an airfield about an hour's drive, I think, outside of London. And a day or two before they were supposed to shoot it, he got a call from his agent who said, "We have a problem." And he said, "What is it?" And he had been booked. He had the job at this point. It wasn't that he was up for it. He had the job. And then the agent says, "There's been a bit of a hiccup. The part was cast. I guess it must have been without Tom Hanks' knowledge that the part had actually been offered to you. But he went back and looked at your tape, and apparently he said the comment that came back to us was that he thought you had dead eyes." And as a result of this, because he had already been booked, they weren't just going to fire him and replace him. He was asked to go and actually read for Tom Hanks in person. And this was the day before he was supposed to be shooting. So he gets in a car with a couple of other actors who I guess he just thought were connected with the shoot as well. They drive up to this airfield. They wait around for the longest time. And finally he goes in and meets Tom Hanks, who's very friendly and, has him read the scenes, a very short scene. He says, "Oh, that's great. Thanks a lot." And then he goes out and he has to sit in the waiting room while these other guys go in they're auditioning for something as well. I guess he thought other parts in the thing. Anyway, he sits around for about 2 hours before finally somebody comes up to him and says, "Yeah, we're very sorry, but they've decided to go in another direction." And then he and these other two actors get back in the car and drive back to London. What he didn't realize at the time is these two actors were reading to be the replacement for him. So a really traumatic experience for a young actor to go through, But the thing that really stuck with him was this comment about having dead eyes. It's like, what does that mean? And it bothered him for years. And so his podcast is all about how he has spent the last 20 years trying to come to terms with this horrible traumatic experience. And in the course of it, he interviews all kinds of people in the TV and film industry, people he's worked with, people he just knows by reputation. He also does a lot of comic work, so he interviews fellow comedians and stuff like that. Eventually, this thing went on for at least 3 seasons, because eventually Tom Hanks's kids started watching it, and they finally said, "Dad, you got to," or listening to it. Pardon me, because there's nothing to watch. Said, "Dad, you got to listen to this thing. This is awesome." And out of the blue, one day he gets an email from Tom Hanks saying, "Can I be on your podcast?" And he's like, "Oh my God." So he had him on. And I think it was like the episodes varied in length totally. Sometimes they'd be half an hour. Sometimes they'd be over an hour. The one he did with Tom Hanks was like an hour and a half long. And it's just lovely when the two of them finally get to meet. And the fact that it's like not until well into the 3rd season. I mean, this thing gets strung out for so long, but by the time they meet, you're like, as a listener, you're just like, oh, thank God he finally gets to talk to him. But yeah. What's fascinating about listening to this podcast is I've said to friends of mine, it's like, if you want to know what life is like for a working actor, listen to this series. If you want to get a sense of what it's like on a day-to-day level, being a professional actor, listen to this series. You'll learn everything you need to know. It's a fascinating deep dive into just the life of an actor. You know, it's really, really cool. And the episode with Tom Hanks is awesome. So I recommend it highly. Dead Eyes. Check it out.
I'll definitely check it out, because I can understand it. I can imagine how soul crushing it must be to go on so many auditions and be rejected over and over again, and to still have to pick yourself up and keep going, and getting derogatory comments made about you based on your appearance or who knows what. I mean, I'm sure you've had plenty of like countless of these types of negative experiences of being rejected again and again, and you have to deal with that.
I think I told this story on Grant's interview, actually. So I hope this isn't going to be a spoiler. When I was very young, I was just starting out. I was in my early 20s. I called my agent one day and asked if there was anything going on. And this was a phone conversation. And she said to me, "No, they were looking for someone your age for this episodic at the CBC, but they wanted somebody good looking." And I'm on the phone, and I thought, oh, I'm going to make you pay for that. So I said, yeah. So did you suggest me? And she said, oh, no, I mean, like really good looking. And I said, yeah. So did you put me in? And she said, no, like stunning, like, like drop dead gorgeous, like male model material. And I just made her reach for every possible adjective and noun she could think of before I finally said, "It's all right, Madeline, I'm just jerking your chain." But don't do that again. And she said, "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize what I'm saying." But, those kind of comments, I cannot tell you how many times I've had to listen to stuff like that. Another time it happened to me when someone was trying to pay me a compliment. I'd been hired to do this commercial for Best Western Hotels, and they were also doing print ads. And we actually shot the print ads before we shot the commercial. So, and the commercial was very silly. It was this guy, talk about accents. It was this guy who's talking about how we have hotels from London, Ontario to London, England, from Sydney, Nova Scotia to Sydney, Australia. And while I'm saying all these different places, I'm putting different hats on and changing my accent. It was a real juggling act. I'll never forget that audition. And so we're doing the print ads, and the ad executive is there, and there's the photographer and his assistant and me, just the 4 of us. And the ad executive takes us out for lunch when we break. And he's trying to pay me a compliment at lunch. And he says, "Well, the original concept of this commercial was to get a really good-looking, square-jawed, Robert Redford-looking kind of guy, But then after we saw your audition, we thought," and he got about that far, and he realized, "Oh, there's no way to get out of this corner I just painted myself into." And he said, "I mean, I'm not saying," I said, "Hey, dude, relax. If I'm walking around thinking I look like Robert Redford, I got bigger problems." So yeah, you kind of have to develop a bit of a thick skin about that stuff, And something an agent said to me very early on in my career has stuck with me my whole career. She said, "Look, if you're booking 3 out of the 10 jobs that you're going out for, you're doing fantastically well. That means that 70% of the time you're failing, you know, if you want to look at it that way. No, you're not failing. You're just not being chosen. I mean, yeah, sometimes maybe you're failing. But yeah, that's just the way it is, you know?
Yeah.
And you know, an actor's assumption when they don't get a gig, even if they've had a really good audition, they've got a really good feeling about it, they don't get it, they usually think, okay, it's some shortcoming on their part that prevented them from getting the job. And yeah, sometimes that's exactly right. That sometimes somebody did a better audition. But most of the time, it's some factor that you have absolutely no control over, you know? And as a writer, as a playwright, I've been able to sit on the other side of the casting table and watch people come in and do auditions. And that was a real education because, boy, can you ever see what it like? You get to see the whole thing from a completely different perspective that way. I remember when we were casting our 5th play, Something Fishy, which Marcia was directing. The 2 of us are sitting there, and this one actress came in reading one of the characters, did a brilliant job, you know? And we thought, well, that's that part taken care of. Awesome. She walks out. About 15 minutes later, this other woman comes in, and she literally walked in the room, and we went, oh my God, she's perfect. And then she did a great audition, and that was it. She got the job. There was nothing else this other woman could have done. She did an excellent job. She would have been wonderful in the show. But this woman was like, yeah, that's her. That's who we're looking for. And we probably wouldn't have even been able to articulate exactly what it was about her. It was just some ineffable quality that like made her the right one. And that happens all the time, you know, and that's not something you can manufacture. You can't make that happen. So and it's really important, I think, for actors to remember that, because otherwise you're walking around thinking most of the time, wow, I must really suck, you know, which is not a healthy frame of mind for anyone to be in.
No, like if you take that to heart, I think you're not going to make it at all. Like that, you're not going to make it in that field. You have to develop a thicker skin, I would think. And we talked about last time how you auditioned for the Shaw Festival. I think you said 1978, and you finally got hired in 1995, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So you had to endure rejection after rejection and keep coming back again and again, and then you were there for 13 seasons after that. So
although as I told you when I told you that story, when I finally asked Christopher Newton why he kept bringing me in, you know, he answered it, and it was kind of timely that he did it when he did, because for 2 reasons. Number one, it meant that I asked for that last audition, which ultimately was the one that led to my getting hired there. But also it meant that when I did that last audition, I was able to walk into the room knowing why I was there for the first time, you know, understanding that I'm here because this man wants to see me, you know? Right. And I mean, some people would say, well, couldn't you have figured that out from the last 8 or 9 times he saw you before that? And I was like, well, no, because he never offered me a job, you know? Right. Maybe he's not the one who's making these decisions on whom he sees and whom he doesn't. But yeah, it made doing that last audition just that little bit easier, knowing that I was here because he really wanted to see what I had to show him, you know?
Yeah. And I think you mentioned that you told him, you know, like, this will probably be the last time you're going to see me at this point, you know, like, and amazingly, you know, I think you were like days away from that deadline you set for yourself.
8 days.
8 days. You set a deadline, like, I'm going to be done now. You were going to quit acting. What a terrible waste that would have been. So it's amazing. Yeah, it came through just in time. Just about to quit. But yeah, you have that spirit of persistence. And that's why you've been able to be so successful, because you didn't let all the rejections keep you from continuing to try and eventually get where you want to be.
Well, you know, I mean, it's part of the landscape. You know, as an actor, you just know that that's what you have to do, right? And so you accept it. I mean, it's a difficult balance to strike, because, for example, when I read for From as I've told you. I mean, I read this first scene they sent me and it was like, oh my God, this is so good. I would kill to be in this, you know, and then to get called back and then to be asked to read a second character. And I think called back again, you know, you can't help but start to get your hopes up, and then nothing came of it, you know, and I was so disappointed just because I had never had the opportunity to read for something that good, you know, and these were all roles that would have been, you know, like regular roles in the series. And I mean, to have an opportunity to even read for something like that in the first place was extremely rare, and something that was so well written and that I would just really, really wanted to do. It's even if you don't come away from that experience thinking, oh, I fucked up the audition, the fact that you didn't get it is, you know, the cogent point. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I had this one agent. He was like the best agent ever. Unfortunately, he died of liver cancer several years ago at a very young age, which is really a sad story. But he made such a difference. I had never had an agent in my life who had had such an effect on my career as he had. But we would often have these conversations where he would call me when I didn't get a job and say, but they loved you. They really want you to know how much they love you. And I would just say to him, Brad, I don't want to hear how much they loved me. Did I get the job or not? That's the only really important issue here. Like, am I getting a paycheck? I'm not. Okay, thank you. I'm glad they loved me. Bye. Yeah, it's nice to hear that. It's nice to be reminded, okay, you didn't lose the job because you blew the audition. And, you know, there's some value in that, I suppose. But ultimately, it just comes down to, did I get the job? I didn't. Or didn't I? I didn't. Okay, what's the next thing? You know, and on you go.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's sweet, you know, trying to give you that positive feedback, because, you know, when you endure so many rejections, it must have been nice to hear. I mean, that's a lovely thing he did.
And often you know that even in the room, you know, you get a very strong impression that, okay, this is not going to be about whether they liked me or not, you know. And I've had with other actors, I've had this conversation so many times where they've had an audition for something and they get called back, you know. I remember talking to an actress friend of mine who had got called back for a Stratford audition, and she was so excited, and she said to me, I don't know how much they like me. And it's like, you got a call back. You know they like you. This isn't about whether they like you or not anymore. You've passed that test already. Just go and do the audition, you know?
Right.
And it's really important to develop those techniques, I think, on how to maintain your self-esteem, because I think the mistake a lot of actors make is they try to get that reassurance from outside themselves, as opposed to from within. And if you do that, you're never going to be satisfied with the input, because you're always getting it from somewhere else. You've got to find a way to do it yourself, you know?
That's a wise mentality for life in general, just to know your worth inside of yourself and not rely on external sources to give you that, because then you're going to run into problems inevitably.
And it's nice to have that sense validated from time to time, of course, you know, but but ultimately, you know, you've got to work that one out for yourself, you know, particularly when you're in an industry where refusal is the name of the game, you know, 9 times out of 10, where you don't get the gig most of the time. I mean, you have to find a way to deal with that. Yeah.
And you know, with From, things just came together beautifully. It wasn't the right time. It didn't click. It was probably just a matter of, you know, not at all to do with your performance in the audition, but just certain people, like you were describing with casting, like you don't even, you know, how to describe why it just clicks. Certain actors fit the role in a certain way. Oh, Scarlet has internet issues, so sometimes she drops off. She'll be back. But yeah.
Well, as I think I've said before, you know, when I saw the roles that I had read for and who was playing them, it's like, yeah, I would have hired them too. You know, that's a no-brainer. I get it. Makes complete sense to me, you know.
Well, it turned out this part was waiting for you, and apparently they kept you in mind. So this part was just, I really think that they plan out a lot of things ahead of time. I'm sure they had the plan that there was going to be this villain. Maybe, I don't know if they had the idea that it was going to be a man in yellow, specifically in yellow or whatever, but they probably had that plan early on and they kept you in mind, and it winds up being ideal.
I would put it slightly differently. I think the way it works most of the time is, when you cast, like Marcia and I had with our play, you see these actors that you're interested in that you don't use for whatever reason. And yeah, you always keep those people in the back of your mind. And then you just wait until, something comes along and it's like, oh yeah, he'd be a good cast for that, but let's bring him in for that. It doesn't mean they were planning to hire me for this role specifically, because, they were auditioning other people at the same time. Even when I was put on hold for the part, they probably put 2 or 3 guys on hold, before they made their final decision. So it wasn't like, oh, we're eventually going to use Doug Hughes. That's not how it works,
Oh yeah.
If that were the case, they wouldn't have bothered going through the trouble of doing the auditions.
Absolutely. But yeah, I'm sure it probably helped. They had already seen you. Maybe they just had you kind of in the back of their minds. And then, like you came up, your agent got that call. I mean, you weren't even like putting out feelers, trying to get on the show. It just fell into place. So
yeah, and there's no real way to do that, because I mean, you basically, the way it works is when there are roles that become available, usually the casting agent will send out a breakdown to the agents that represent the various actors. They'll make their submissions on who they think would be good for it, and then the casting agent decides which of those people get seen. If the producers have somebody specific in mind, they pass that information on to the casting people, and they would specifically request those actors. I have no idea what the process was in my case. But I mean, it was. I mean, they got an availability check initially, which means that it probably went from the producers to the casting people. They gave them a short list of names. The casting people called the agents that represent those however many actors, and put us all on hold for however long until they did the auditions.
Right. By the way, I wanted to highlight this because it reminded me of something I wanted to bring up. Michael here said 99% sure Man in Yellow is its own entity, interested to know if he's the final big bad or just monster middle management. And Doug doesn't know this, but I will use this opportunity to point out, I know you've been trying to get a hold of John Griffin and talk to him and try to get a little background and like hopefully you can get some backstory. Obviously, once you get that backstory, you can't tell anyone, but it'll be helpful for you in preparing for the role.
And really, that's my angle. I mean, that question there, I'm totally on the fence. He could be either one. Either one would make sense, or it could be something else. But whatever it is, what I'm interested in learning from John is anything that informs how I approach playing the role. That's the information that's of use to me. I'm not approaching it from the same angle that, say, viewers are, because for them it's like just trying to solve the pieces of the puzzle. For me, it's like, no, I need to know who this guy is so that I know, so that the choices I make are in line with what the writers want. So it's a different kind of thing. So that information will be useful, but unfortunately, by the time I get it, I won't be able to share it with anybody. So sorry.
Yeah. But it will be helpful for you. I mean, because you obviously have to have some, like, you were only there for 45 seconds, but now you're going to probably have a bigger presence, we can only imagine. So you're going to need to have some knowledge to
exactly. Yeah, I mean, I had enough to go on for what I had to do for that one episode, but yes, down the road, any more information I can get to flesh the guy out would be exceedingly helpful. So we'll see. There was something else about this I was going to say. It's gone right out of my head. I don't know. Can't think. Doesn't matter.
Have you done in the past, like, like what kind of preparation have you done to prepare for certain roles? Like, is there anything you had to really, put a lot of effort in, like in one of your theater roles to prepare to get into the mentality of that character, like method acting or anything like that?
I just remember what I was going to say, by the way. I was talking about it was really interesting hearing John tell that story about the real man in yellow, because it coincided very much with my intuitive take on the character, in that I think I said to you, the thing that was going through my head on the day when we were shooting it is, all right, I don't know who this being is. I don't know what this being is exactly, but whoever and whatever he is, he didn't get to where he is now without suffering some really significant damage. And when John told that story, I thought, yeah, that's clearly what happened to the real man in yellow. Yeah. So that's,
yeah,
that was cool to have that at least confirmed for me, in terms of preparation. Yeah. This wasn't a sort of a psychological preparation, but I played a character. This was one of my all-time favorite shows that I've ever done. This was at Shaw. It was production of You Can't Take It With You, which is a comedy that was written by George S. Kaufman and Moss Hart, which is just, one of my favorite all-time shows ever. And I played this guy, Ed. And in the original script, I think he plays a xylophone. What they gave me was this beautiful marimba, this gorgeous instrument. I'd never seen a marimba before in my life. I had no idea how to play one. Now, and there were several points in the play where I had to play this music. And of course, it was all on tape, but I had to look like I was playing it for real. So as luck would have it, that year, the musical director who'd been brought in for the musical was a professional marimba player. I was like, thank God. And I pulled him into rehearsal one day, and I played him the very first thing I had to play, which was this very short but very complicated piece of music played on marimba. And I ran the tape for him, and he listened to it, and he said, yeah, okay, there's about 6 professional marimba players on the planet that could actually play that. I thought, oh, great. It's going very well. Excellent. And I practiced that fucking thing. I cannot tell you how much. I drove the cast crazy. Anytime there was a break, I was on the marimba. And I learned those pieces inside out and backwards. And what happened in performance is I had 2 sets of mallets, 2 in each hand, and they put foam covers on the mallets so that they didn't actually make any sound, but I could hit the keys like I was actually playing the thing. And every day, about 15 minutes before the half-hour call, stage management would play all the music cues for me, and I would play along with them. And then I would take the real mallets and I would play the music myself, And sometimes people would come onto the stage as I was playing myself, and they go, "Oh, are you practicing your sound cues?" And like, "No, this is me playing." And they're like, "You're playing that?" The best thing that happened, this was several months into the run. I went to the bar one night after the show, and one of the techies came up to me and he said, "You got to meet my sister. She's here. She's a professional marimba player. She sat in the 4th row tonight and watched you, and she was convinced you were playing the instrument." I was like, "Oh, thank you. You just made my year." So yeah, that I cannot tell you how many hours I spent working on that damn thing. But there's a reason I do that shit, because you want it to look as real as you can get it. I mean,
yep.
Whether it's what you're going through emotionally or something, as mechanical as that. I mean, you're always striving for the greatest measure of verisimilitude that you can create.
Right. No, I know a lot of actors also tap into personal experiences if they have to get emotional,
Of course.
Get into that mental space that you need to be in, whatever it takes. I think, like we're covering the show Severance right now, and Adam Scott had to do this scene where he was sobbing, just absolutely sobbing. So he had to think of some actual grief that he really experienced in his life, and then it helped. Yeah, 'cause I imagine it's so difficult to, to pull that off authentically.
Well, it depends on what it is, actually. There are scenes like that I've looked at, and it's like I could never pull that off convincingly. But I did this show at Shaw one year. It wasn't part of the season. It was actually a little in-house project. One of the actors in the company was trying to cut his teeth as a director, and he had this Terence Rattigan one-act play, which was part of the Shaw mandate at the time because it was written in like 1946, I think. It's called the Browning version. And if you're looking for an interesting read, I recommend it highly. It's a one-act play. It's a very short read, but it's a brilliant play and a brilliant part. And he chose the role, he chose the play because he wanted Chris Newton to play the role, because Chris was also an actor. He was primarily a director, but he'd acted in lots of shows. Even when he was running Shaw, he was in shows from time to time. And it was Chris's last year. He was retiring. And so this guy, his name was Blair, who was going to direct it. Blair wanted to do this show to give Chris an opportunity to, to do it as a farewell to the theater. And Chris was not interested in, again, it was like, do I have to rehearse? Oh, no. So he didn't want to do it. So then he offered it to another guy in the company who also turned it down. And then he came to me and he handed me this play and was like, you want me to play this part? Oh my God, I would kill to do this. And there is a scene where I don't think it actually says in the script that he breaks down, but it's clearly what the moment called for. And it's the only time I think I've ever done a play where I had to fall apart to that extent. And I was worried in rehearsal. It's like, am I going to be able to come up with the goods? Am I going to be able to do this consistently? And fortunately for me, this particular character, the issues that brought him to this point were so similar to things that, I deal with myself, that I so totally identified with the moment and the guy that it was no trouble at all, and that was a huge relief for me to discover that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I can imagine. Have you ever, I'm curious, since you, I wanted to ask this earlier, but when we were on the subject of your novels and how you were making the titles a play on Shakespeare, have you ever actually been in a production of Shakespeare, even if it was like high school or something? Or
yeah. I spent 3 seasons at the Stratford Festival.
Oh, no way. Good. That's awesome.
First year I was there, it was they used to have this thing called the Young Company. This was back in the late 1980s, and Robin Phillips, who had been the artistic director of the company from 1974 to 1980. He came back in 1987 and 88 to run the Young Company for 2 years. I was asked to audition for the 1987 company, and I couldn't make the audition. I was in New Brunswick doing a show at the time, so I wasn't available for the auditions, so I didn't get it. So when I found out that, I was being asked to audition, the following year, I wrote him a letter and said, well, I'll see you this year. Like, just tell me where and when. And I got to audition and I got hired. And we did Twelfth Night and King Lear that summer. We also did Oedipus and the Critic. So we did 4 plays. Oedipus and the Critic were one act. So we did 3 different productions. But so 2 Shakespeares, 1 Restoration comedy, and 1 Greek tragedy. And then when I went back in 2009, 2010. In 2009, the only Shakespeare I was involved in was the Scottish play. And I didn't actually have a speaking role in it. The only reason I was in it was because I was basically hired to be in the other show, which was Cyrano de Bergerac. And I was hired so late in the season, like just before the season started, which was unusual. They didn't have any other roles to give me. So they just stuck me in the Scottish play as a piece of stage parsley. But the fun part about that was they set the play in 1960s Rhodesia during the Civil War there. And so we're all dressed like in camo fatigues and camo makeup and stuff like that. And I had to rappel from the top of the Festival Theater ceiling down to the stage, which was a drop of about 45 feet.
Nice.
And that was so cool to get to do that every night, just come whipping down. And then I had to unhook myself and get out my gun and start spraying people. And it was great fun.
Oh my God, that sounds amazing.
And I did I understudied 2 roles in that. I understudied the the porter, which is a great scene, which I never got to do. And then I understudied another guy who actually had to miss a few shows because his mother-in-law passed away and he had to go to the funeral. So I did go on and do that role for a couple of shows, but that was it. So,
hey Doug, do you have a favorite? Do you have a favorite Shakespearean character, either you played or haven't played?
oh boy, it's hard to choose just one. Richard II is one of them. Really like Richard II. And the Duke of York in Henry VI Part 3 is another one, and for a very specific reason. In 1983, I went down and did the Shakespeare and Company workshop in Wellesley, Massachusetts with that company. They're based in Lenox, Massachusetts. And every year, I don't know if they're still doing it in the same place, but back then they would do this month-long intensive workshop when all the girls were off on Christmas break at Wellesley College. And we were all given scenes to do. We worked on them, for most of the 4 weeks that we were there. And then towards the end, they all had to be presented. And I was press ganged to basically be an extra in somebody else's scene. And it's the Molehill scene, as it's known in Henry VI Part 3. This is one of the War of the Roses plays. And the Duke of York has been captured by Queen Margaret, and they're about to lop his head off. And she does this speech where she just like rails at him and belittles him and all the rest, and then basically says, off with his head. And then she says, no, wait a minute. Let's hear what he has to say first. And he launches into this speech, which is quite a well-known speech. I had never heard this speech before. I'm standing there being one of the guards holding this guy. I'm just, an extra in this scene. And I watched this woman who was like a really gifted actress do this speech. And I'm like, what the hell's he going to say to that? And he starts into this speech, and I was just riveted by the speech itself. And so it's not so much the character. Well, I guess it's the character because he's the one saying it. But like, yeah, he just rips her to shreds with this speech. And then, of course, they chop his head off. But
yeah,
that's why I like the York. It's just this awesome, awesome speech.
Yeah, that's cool. I when you said the Scottish play, that's what theater directors refer to as Macbeth. I think, yeah.
Oh no.
No. And I just said the word that you're not supposed to say.
It's all right. We're not in the theater. You're not supposed to do it in the theater. I just do it out of habit. I don't have a problem with saying it. Yeah. And everybody thinks that the superstition has to do with, the supernatural, oh, it's all ghosts and witches and all that. No, that's not where it came from. Where it started, or at least this is a story that I've heard that I hope is right because it's more interesting. Back in the days of the commercial theaters of like the 18th century in London, if a theater was in financial trouble, the way they would get out of trouble is they would put on Macbeth because it always sold out. And so the superstition became that if you mentioned the name of the play in a theater, it was like inadvertently wishing financial ruin on the theater. Like you were going to put them in a position where they were forced to do the play to dig themselves out of this financial hole. So it was all about money. It didn't have anything to do with the supernatural. I hope that story's true anyway, because I think it's more fun. And people say, oh, well, so many people have died in so many productions of Macbeth or they've been injured. And it's like, you take any one of Shakespeare's tragedies and follow its production history. And trust me, you're going to find just as many injuries and deaths in theaters as anything that's ever happened in Macbeth. So, yeah. I'm not a superstitious person myself, so I don't really worry about that.
So you don't make a practice of not saying any of your plays' names in the theater?
Well, I inadvertently did it once when we were rehearsing. What was the play we were rehearsing? I guess we were in rehearsal for King Lear. And there was this one scene where everybody had these staves, and we had been working on the scene and we'd stopped to get notes from the director, and everybody was sort of kneeling down or sitting down, holding onto their staves. And I just saw these pieces of wood, sticking up out of the ground. And I just turned around and I said, hey, it's Burnham Wood. And the looks I got from the rest of the cast, I thought, I'm a dead man. Yeah. Anyway.
I didn't know that was a thing with with the names of other plays. I thought it was just Macbeth.
No, it is. Burnham Wood is it
Mhm.
happens in Macbeth. It's like Burnham,
Mhm.
like, Burnham Wood coming to
Oh,
yeah. So it was a reference to the play. It wasn't me saying Macbeth, but it was,
Mhm.
it was from Macbeth. So you're not supposed to quote the play in any
Mhm.
way. So
you're not even supposed to quote the play.
yeah.
Wow. Yeah, but yeah, Samuel in the chat had asked if you're superstitious, and yeah, so I guess we just answered that. But
I've noticed a number of questions going by that look kind of interesting, but I haven't been able to keep track of them. So I don't know if there's anything there that Dieter had one about, what was the most challenging role?
here it is. Dieter said, "What has been the most challenging project you've worked on, and how did it contribute to your growth as an artist?"
Oh, I really had to think about that. What was the most challenging? It depends on how you define your terms, but one of them was that very play I was talking about, the Browning version, because I mentioned how it was relatively easy to do the emotional breakdown scene because this character in so many respects was so close to me. But the fact that he was so close to me that I identified with the part to the extent that I did, made it a challenge to do. I mean, it was hard to go that deep into myself, I think is what I'm trying to say. And you hear actors talk about that. I remember when Heath Ledger was hired to play the Joker. He apparently had he called Jack Nicholson to ask him about it. And Jack Nicholson said something along the lines of, "Be really sure you want to do this part, because I guarantee you it's going to fuck you up," And I know what he was talking about, having played that part, because it sometimes, depending on what it is, you have to look, you really have to hold the mirror up close, and that can be a challenge in and of itself. There are lots of other things I've done that have been challenging for other reasons, they're just really complicated, or, involved a lot of different skills. So, it's like that. And that's why I mentioned I saw that question. That's what maybe put me in mind of learning the marimba, because that wasn't easy. Julie and I think we're talking in one of our interviews about the accent that I had to learn for the Invisible Man. That was us, wasn't it? When we talked about that?
Yes.
A really, really challenging British accent from West Somerset. Pardon me, West Sussex, Suffolk, West Sussex. Yeah, West Sussex. That's where it is. And this was at the Shaw Festival, and we had this genius dialects coach there. Her name is Etta Sharp. And Etta's working partner, her name is Jan, is actually from West Sussex and came over to see the show. Well, she came over to visit Etta, but, she came to see the show as well. And I was really nervous when I found out she was going to be there, because it's like, okay, not only is she a dialects expert, but she's actually from West Sussex. I've got to get this one right. And it was a really hard accent to learn. Etta and I worked our butts off on this thing. And it was hard for everybody. I mean, there were several people in the cast that had to do it. And there were varying degrees of success in terms of what was being done on stage. And so there's Jan sitting there on opening night beside Etta, sort of squirming through the first 15 minutes of the play. And then I finally came on, and I had to do this speech. I was the first person that had seen the Invisible Man. And so I'm describing to everybody what I had seen. And Jan apparently reached over and just put her hand on Etta's leg and went, "There it is." And Etta told me that afterwards. And it was kind of like the story about the marimba. You just, yes, good, got it. Thank you. Because yeah, that one was a toughie.
Yeah. I mean, you go the extra mile when it comes to preparing. I mean, like you said last time, how you were teaching yourself Hungarian so that you could and you did that all on your own. You weren't even required to do that, just so that you could slip into character a bit more when your character was getting upset, just yelling in Hungarian.
Well, to me, it made sense that in that situation, because this man didn't speak English very well, in a moment of stress, he would lapse into his native language. And I thought, that just makes sense to me. Like, that's the logical thing that would happen. So now I have to find a Hungarian. And fortunately, there was one in the sandwich shop just down the street, and she was very helpful, and it was great. But it was also like, I love stuff like that where only a handful of people in the audience are going to get it. And as I said to you when I told you that story, I could always tell when there were Hungarians in the audience, because we had to run through the audience, and you would see the Hungarians killing themselves and repeating the things that I was saying, and that just filled my heart with joy.
Yeah, that's amazing.
There was another moment like that in a production of Noises Off that I did in Calgary many years ago. There's a scene in Noises Off. The first act of Noises Off is the dress rehearsal of this farce that a theater company is about to put on. And at one point in the rehearsal, one of the actresses loses a contact lens. And so she says, "Hold it." And everybody has to freeze because she doesn't want them to step on her contact lens. And they all get down on their hands and knees and start crawling around looking for the contact lens. I was playing Tim, the stage manager, who actually isn't on stage for that scene. But when we were rehearsing it one day, the director said to me, okay, and at this point, everybody comes on to look for the contact lens. And in the script, it doesn't specify that Tim comes on stage. So I said to the director, I said, "Do you want me to come on for this too?" And she said, "Yeah, absolutely." Now, I decided to do two silly things. This woman was down on the main floor. That's where she apparently lost her contact lens. There was a balcony on the set. So I decided I would come in on the balcony and look up there with a flashlight. And the thing about Tim that you keep hearing in the first act is, as the stage manager for the show that's about to open tomorrow night, he hasn't slept for like 48 hours. So I thought, I'm going to come on with a flashlight, and I'm going to be up there on the balcony. And there's like a balustrade, with like pieces of wood. Like, I was not particularly visible up there. You couldn't really see me unless you looked for me. But I'd come out every night with a flashlight, and I'd crawl on stage and I'd start looking, and then I would just fall asleep. And there would be maybe a dozen people in the audience every night that got it. But the fact that somebody was getting it just made my day every single show. So
that's awesome.
You don't get opportunities to do stuff like that very often, but when they come along, I just grab them with both hands.
Yeah, and like the opportunity to rappel down, you don't get an opportunity like that often too, like you did in that other production. That sounds terrifying to me. I'm a little afraid of heights, but I'm sure it was fun though.
Well, I have to admit, the very first time when I was up there, and you're basically just hanging there in space, right? I looked down, I went, yeah, that's a bit of a drop. But it's amazing how quickly you just get used to it,
I mean, horrible things can go wrong with situations like that. I mean, there was a production of some kind of Spider-Man show that they did in New York on Broadway, and it was
in the dark.
Yeah, and it was known for being one of the most terrific failures of a production of all time, and so many people got injured, and I think someone died too. That's crazy. All kinds of things can go wrong if a production isn't done right, and your safety isn't prioritized well enough, and like all kinds of horrible things can happen. I mean, have you ever had any crazy mishaps happen when you were on stage? Like any terrible experiences?
I can't think of. There have been a couple of potentially scary ones. I was doing a show in Winnipeg many years ago, and I think it was our dress rehearsal. And it was a scene where I was, I had my back to the audience, and I was trying to find something between the cushions of a couch or something like that. And all of a sudden, the barn doors off one of the lights dropped from the ceiling and hit the stage about 2 feet to my right.
Oh,
like right beside me. I was just like, well, that was pretty close.
Oh no.
And the stage manager just went, "Everybody freeze!" I tore my rotator cuff doing Drowsy Chaperone in Calgary. That wasn't good. And it had been torn before. I've had a lot of shoulder surgeries, we're out doing this choreography one night, and I just felt it go pop, and I went, oh.
Yeah.
There's another 6 months. There's another operation and 6 months of physio.
Oh no.
But nothing catastrophic that I can think of. No. I had a spectacular wipeout on my bike going to work one day. I was going to do a show at the Shaw Festival, and I was coasting down there was a parking lot there. You had to go down a little hill, and it had rained, and I had kind of dismounted off my bike. I still had one foot on the pedals, but I was just sort of riding down side saddle like this. And the bike went right out from under me, and I went right down on my face and tore the shit out of my shoulder. I almost broke one of my fingers. My chest was all I wasn't wearing a shirt. This was like the middle of July. It was a really, really hot day. I just had a pair of bike shorts on. Scraped the hell out of my chest. So I walked backstage, and the very first person I saw was the stage manager, and she took one look at me. She was like, "Oh my God." I said, "It's a lot worse than it looks. I'll be okay." And I went in the dressing room and just took a bottle of Dettol and stood over the sink and just went to wash all the road rash off me, and then had to tape it all up. And this was a show. It was a huge production of this Noel Coward piece called Cavalcade, where there were like 50 of us in the show, and we all had like 10 costume changes. So you could always tell where I was in the show because you'd hear me going, "Ow, ow, ow, ow," as I was tearing off one costume and putting on another. But I think those are the worst injuries I've actually experienced while working.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you guys talked about this question earlier. It was from Dieter. It was about your writing partner. How did you meet your writing partner? Did we discuss this earlier?
No. Oh no,
Okay.
we didn't touch on it today. No.
No, I got two questions for you.
Marcia Kash. Yeah.
How did you meet your partner, and can you tell me about her history, which is what Dieter said?
Sure. She's her parents were Canadian, but and I think she was actually born in Canada, but she grew up in London, England. Her mother was a famous jazz singer. Libby Morris was her name. And she's still with, I shouldn't say was her name, is her name. She's still with us. She's getting on, but she's still around. So she grew up in London, and she went to the Drama Center in London. And I was telling Julie about this during the interview. I moved to London after I got out of theater school. I lived there briefly for about 6 months, worked at Harrods, believe it or not, sold men's knitwear and suede and leather, and went to see as much theater as I could. And I was interested in going to the Drama Center because one of my theater school instructors had studied there briefly, and he introduced me to the acting method that they use there. And the very first person I spoke to in London, my very first night there, I stopped to ask this guy for directions, turned out to be a student at the Drama Center. So he invited me to come and check the place out a couple of days later. So I go up, and I remember he showed me around the school, and then we ended up in the green room at one point, and there were a bunch of students in the room, and Marcia was a student there at the time. I don't remember if she was there in the green room. There were a bunch of people there. I didn't really get introduced to them all, but I suspect that was the first time we actually laid eyes on each other. About 4 years after that, we were both auditioning for this theater company, Huron Country Playhouse, it's called. It was called. It's now part of a big conglomerate of theaters. It's in Grand Bend, Ontario, which is in Lake Huron. Miles and miles and miles of unbelievable beach. It's a great place in the summer. Great place to work because it's kind of like a paid vacation. And I was auditioning for that company, and she was there as well. And they had a new artistic director whose name was Ron Ulrich. And unbeknownst to any of us, that's turned out to be Marcia's future husband, and she turned out to be my future writing partner. But we didn't actually get introduced at those auditions. I just remember seeing her there, and the next time I saw her was we both got cast in the show. It was a production of South Pacific that summer, and we met in Grand Bend and got introduced to each other and spent the summer working together. And they weren't together when we started rehearsals, but they very quickly fell in love, and that was in 1983, and they've been together ever since. They got married about 5 years after that and have been together ever since. And we worked together again 2 years later back in Grand Bend, this time in a production of Sound of Music, and started writing together about 5 years after that, 5 years and change. Yeah.
Nice.
So she was an actress when we started working together, but shortly after we started working, I think by the time we finished Whose Underwear and it was produced and everything, she was already thinking about moving out of acting, and she was getting into directing, which is what her husband does. And by about by the mid 90s, I would say she had pretty much moved out of acting entirely and was a full-time director.
Yeah. That's awesome how you two just came together. It's not easy writing collaboratively. I know, like you've talked about how it's a constant negotiation. And as I was reading, Deadline, I could just imagine the two of you kind of, because they bicker a little bit. Don and Mara, the two main characters, they bicker, and I could just imagine the two of you in the room, excuse me, in real time, bickering over,
everything.
Every detail.
Oh yeah, we're the Bickersons, totally.
But it's only natural. I mean, it's not easy. Like I've had to write in school, collaborate on something with another student. It's so difficult. It's much easier when you're the only one writing and you just have complete control. But when you're writing with a partner, it's got to be constant negotiation about the characterization, the plot. Is this too cliche? Is that like all of that stuff?
Yeah, but it's interesting. I mean, we just lucked out, I think, because we right from the very beginning, despite all the bickering. I mean, the bickering is not really important, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
We never had trouble working together in that sense. There were a lot of issues because it is a very intimate relationship. I mean, I told you the marriage story, right? It is in many respects a lot like a marriage. It really is. You find yourself dealing with a lot of core issues in terms of your relationship with the other person. But that's a larger issue than just the working relationship. It stems from the working relationship, of course. But it's a lot of stuff comes up. And those first few years when we were working together, I think probably the most difficult time for us was when we were working on the second play, A Party to Murder, because that's when most of that stuff started to come up. When we were writing Whose Underwear, we were just trying to find out if we could write a play. It was very simple. And because we were both actors, we approached it as actors and we collaborated like actors. And it wasn't really that different to what we were already used to. But then it became more about just being about the writing as time went on. And we have a lot in common, but we also think very differently. We have different skills, which I think dovetail quite nicely. She tends to be more of a conceptual thinker. She sees things from a director's point of view. I see them from an actor's point of view. She's in general more of a big picture person. I'm the moment to moment guy, and I mean, there's a certain amount of overlap in that Venn diagram, but that's generally how it works. And those two strengths, I think, fit together very nicely, and make us probably greater than the sum of our parts. But in terms of like the fact that we're still doing it after all this time, all I can say is we just lucked out in terms of having chosen the right person to write with, I guess.
Yeah, actually, when I watched your elevator pitch for Deadline on YouTube, I could see that your two personalities, even though obviously you came up with like what you were going to say in this ahead of time, I could see your two personalities and the way that you must work together. And, she's very much, like she might be more into the practical details and like very businesslike and you just both bring like you're the yin and yang that you come together and you both bring what you need to the table. You both bring your own unique approach to writing, and it came out in the video. I could totally see your personalities in it. It's entertaining. I posted it in my Discord for people to see. I just loved that.
I think it's also on our Facebook page. We have a Facebook page, Marcia and I.
Yeah.
Kash and Hughes Playwrights. And I think I'm pretty sure it's posted on there as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a question that's been posted several times. I don't know
What's
if it has anything to do with anything, but Doug, have you met Dan Aykroyd?
Yeah, I was
Have
gonna.
I met Dan Aykroyd? No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Amy.
never.
Yeah, I didn't know why, but Amy would bring that.
She asked
No,
about
we-
5 times. I thought I'd give her some space.
Yeah.
No, I've met a few celebrities along the way, but not him.
Yeah.
Oh, and I wanted to shout out Alexis in the chat. She was in the chat earlier. Who makes the lovely crocheted dolls? And
Is she gone?
Yeah, well, I don't know. She might still be listening.
I think
She's
I think she listens and crochets.
Hi,
yeah,
Alexis.
She's probably
He's
still
right
listening.
behind me. He's got a new friend. I don't know if you could see him.
Okay.
He's
Oh.
got his arm around a T-Rex.
I see. I can see up there.
I'm
Nice.
not like that.
I'll bring him down. There you go.
Yeah.
Did you see today's picture, by the way,
Oh,
Julie?
there's a new one?
Yeah, there's a new one. There you go.
There we
This
go.
is his buddy.
Nice.
You should make a calendar, a day by day, a day.
Doc will appreciate that. Doc and his
Yeah.
dinosaurs. Yeah. And I wanted to shout out my friend Ant here. He's such a nice, kind person and supporter of the channel, and so I just wanted to shout him out. He because he says he was dying to see more of you in the show. You were so awesome. Will we get more Man in Yellow? And the answer is hopefully, right? There are no guarantees.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. 'Cause I know people are just so like electrified by that character and like number one topic of conversation. So people can't wait to see if we're going to get more. And I think we will. I think he'll be a prominent figure in the next season. I
fielded another question,
yeah,
Julie.
Scarlet.
Doug, I don't know if you've been asked this before, but would you pick the town or Colony House?
Oh, yes. This came up last time I think we were here.
Oh.
Samuels.
That's a really good question. And I don't know how to answer it because I kind of like both of them for different reasons. I think my tendency is to go town, but if I did, I would visit Colony House a lot. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's it. I'd be happy at Colony House, but I think if pressed to make a choice, I would probably go town.
It just seems like the logical choice, right? All it takes is one idiot to screw up and open the window, and then you got to massacre Colony House. So I would pick town.
And I think that was kind of the deciding factor for me too, is exactly that. It's just for security issues, it's easier on your own.
I can imagine. Yeah, I know it's getting late and you must be exhausted. You've been working hard and you just finished your latest edits on your play. So I really hope that when is the first reading?
A week Monday.
Hope that goes well. And Cliff Saunders, is he reading one of them? I think you said.
Yes, he is.
One of the parts?
Yeah.
That's cool.
And I was actually going to have both Cliff and Liz, but Liz is tied up that night. She first said yes, and then Cliff had to remind her that she had something happening that night, so she can't do it. But he's going to be there, and a few other friends. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. It would have been nice if you guys got a chance to work together. Cliff Saunders seems like a great guy.
We did. We worked together at Stratford for a year.
At Stratford. Yeah. But not on From. You won't
No. And I was really, because he was on there, I was really looking forward to that until, we got to the swimming pool. I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, no.
So much for that idea.
But both Tilly and him.
Yeah. Tilly was the other one.
Yeah.
Because Deb and I have not worked together. We know each other, but we've never worked together. So I was looking forward to that too, because she's a sweetie.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too bad. The two people that you knew, both of them got knocked off in season 3 before you had a chance to make your entrance.
Well, I know a couple others by reputation, but we've never met,
Mhm.
Right. Right. Yeah, and I just want to remind people to please check out Doug's play Deadline. I have the link to it in the description of this video. It's a great read, highly recommend. I think fans of From would love this, and we want to. I mean, more of our community is going to be reading it too. So maybe we can come back and discuss it more in the future because yeah, multiple people have ordered it. You can get a copy from playscripts.com and you can find that in the description of this video. And yeah, murder, mystery, comedy. It's a great combination. Sorry, go ahead.
Something we should mention about it and I didn't know this until you told me this, Julie, that if you go on to the PlayScripts website, you can read the first, I think it's the first 32 pages of the script right there for free. So if you're not sure if you want to pick up a copy or not, check it out. And if you're still interested by the end of page 32, then go ahead and pick one up.
Right. Yeah, that's a good chunk right there. I mean, that's a good chunk to play. I'm surprised that they put that much in there.
Gives you a very clear idea of what you're in for. So, you know, that'll make the decision easy for you, I think.
I read it online first because I didn't have a chance to get it before the first time that you were. No, I think it might have been one of our interviews. I forget, but I had to read the first 32 pages online before I got it, and I was hooked. I couldn't wait to read more. I knew I was going to love it. It just from start to finish. It has a great twist at the end, which I won't spoil for people because they're going to read it. But it has a great twist, and if there's anything I love, it's a great twist and a murder mystery, a whodunit type of thing, but with comedy, with humor involved. It's so awesome. So yeah, please check that out. And also in the description of the video, you'll see a link to the website where you can find all of Doug's other plays, except for the most recent, which is not published yet. But the first 5. There's a link to where you can find those. There's a link to his website, which has descriptions of all of his plays and his other work. So please check it out. Yeah, highly recommend. And yeah, I would love to, as more people read Deadline, have you back and discuss it more. We can talk more about the characters and when your schedule permits.
I would love to, because I would love to hear people's feedback, you know, what questions come up for them, or, you know, anything, whatever their observations are. I'd really love, that would be grist for the mill for sure.
Yeah. The characters are so entertaining and so, yeah, just engaging. And, I mean, I think my favorite one is the surprise one that I can't talk about. There's one who's a surprise, but I won't spoil it for people who haven't read it. But she's the one who comes in with the most meta observations and really calling attention to the fact that this is a theatrical production and a play within a play. And so, yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that. And I didn't see it coming either. Which is great. So yeah, please check that out. Yeah, Dieter also put the link in the chat. And yeah, Samuel, yeah, I'm looking into these things too. The narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym, of Nantucket, Deadline, and The King in Yellow are all must reads before season 3. 100%. Yeah.
Well, I've read one of the King in Yellow books, but I don't think it's the one that if there's a connection to From, I think it's the Lovecraft version of the story that connects, because the other one, the Chambers one, that I really didn't see anything there that connects to it. But yeah, got Gordon Pym right here, so be reading that.
Yeah, it must have something to do with it. I mean, at the very least, it's some kind of an influence, because I mean they're passing it around all through season 1, Kenny and Christy. So I think at the very least there's something going on there.
But I think the one they're reading must be the Lovecraft one, because that's where you actually like it gets mentioned in the King in Yellow story that what is it, Chambers, whatever his name is.
Robert Chalmers. Yeah.
Chalmers. Yeah,
Or
it gets
Travis, yeah.
mentioned there, but I think he's referring to the world that Lovecraft created, because it doesn't
Mhm.
really have any direct connection with the story other than, it's a sign of the guy's insanity.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
Yeah.
interesting stories. I didn't really make much of a connection either.
Oh,
Yeah.
and the rest of the book really has, well, there's one other story that sort of tangentially connects to it. There's a few of the names from The King in Yellow get mentioned, but they're different people. Yeah, it was not, I don't think, any direct connection to From.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
But
again, who
I'm
knows? I mean,
yeah. You never know what could have an influence on the show. But yeah, I don't think you can draw a direct connection either. Still, I mean, it's an excuse to read some interesting literature, so why not?
well, and that's exactly how I'm approaching it. I mean,
Mhm.
I don't think Gordon Pym is going to have anything to do with From either. I think it's probably in there because it's a favorite of John's, and it's not, oh, they got to read something. No, let's put that in there. Like, you got to remember that, like, for a writer, those kind of reasons for including something like that, I think, have more to do with it than, oh, this is going to be like a clue kind of thing. I mean, I don't know. That's my take on it, but I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Yeah. Well, Amy here says I'm too excited to read it. Her copy of Deadline is on the way, so yeah, I'll be excited to talk more about it with folks when they get it. There's so many things I want to talk about, and then I'm thinking, no, that'll be too spoilery. Then I'll ruin it for them.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
No, but like, I'll just say this: there is a line in it that you don't expect it to have like any profound meaning at the time, but there's this one particular line that comes back at the end, and it winds up being the key to the whole mystery, and I think it's ingenious. And I won't say what it is because then that'll spoil it. But yeah, I loved how you did that, and it ends up having a double meaning and winds up being the key right in front of us the whole time. And it's elegant in its simplicity too. It's just a basic, simple line, but yeah, it was right there the whole time. That's the fun thing about mysteries, and you crafted that so well. All you have to do is plant a small detail, and as you're reading it at the time, you wouldn't even think it has any significance, but then you bring it back later, and it's like, oh my god, the light bulb comes on and you get it. So yeah, I thought you did that so well, and you told me that line wasn't even supposed to be in there to begin with too, which is so crazy.
Well, I was going to say, the funny thing is, when you read something like that, because you're reading it from start to finish, you think that these things probably happened in this order in terms of their creation. Well, no, it doesn't happen that way. That was very late in the process when we came up with that idea to put that in. And it came from Marcia going, this moment is not satisfying. It needs something more, and then we talked it out, and that's what we came up with.
Yeah.
And yeah, it turned out to be a godsend, and thank God she pointed that out, because I wouldn't have picked up on that myself. Harlan Ellison, the guy who edited that anthology I was talking about earlier, talked a lot in his career about the process of writing. He was also an essayist, so he wrote some nonfiction as well. But one of his day jobs when he was young was laying bricks. I think he had some family members of his, that was what they did. And so they sort of brought him into the business when he needed a job when he was young. And he likens the writing process to that of, building a brick wall. And it's this thing that when it's finished looks very simple in terms of how it all went together. But, there's an incredible amount of individual detail from brick to brick to brick in order for the wall to be true, in order for it to not fall over when it's done. And I think it's a great analogy.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, the way you laid this out meticulously, I thought it was the whole thing was just ingenious and just extremely clever. And so yeah, if you haven't checked that out yet, again, the link is in the description of this video, and you can read a 32-page sample online, so you'll get a feel for exactly what it's like, and looking forward to discussing it more with you guys when you get your copies of it. And Doug, you've been so generous with your time again. Oh my goodness.
I know. I said I was going to be out of here by midnight, but the only reason I said that was because I thought I was going to be flagging, and I'm fine, so that's okay. But I should probably get out of here because it's getting late.
Yeah.
You'll be an all-nighter soon enough, Doug. You'll join the all-night club.
No, I'm too old for that shit. Sorry.
Well, I'm impressed though. A lot of people aren't even like up to staying wait till midnight, even on New Year's Eve. So I'm impressed they your stamina.
Yeah, well, especially today. Well, I didn't have to do too much today, but as I think I told you, I'm putting a new floor in my sunroom, and so this place is a disaster area right now. And we finally today got to the point where we're actually putting down tiles, and we're going to finish that. It looks like on Monday or Tuesday, and then move on. It's tremendous upheaval here. The other thing that's going on in this building is they're replacing all of the windows in the entire condo, which is this months-long process, and they're coming to do mine the end of the month, I think, and that's going to be a scary day. I have to basically clear out of here.
And in the wintertime, it's great. In the wintertime.
Yeah, no kidding. The end of February. Yeah, sure. Come on in.
Yeah.
But I have to get out of here for the entire day. They start at like 8 o'clock in the morning and they finish very late in the afternoon. But the good news is when they're done, I come in and it's all finished. So,
Yeah.
But right now, this place looks like a friggin' bomb hit it. So I'm very much looking forward to all this work getting done so I can get back to normal.
Yeah, I can imagine that's got to be extremely inconvenient for you. So yeah, hopefully that gets done faster. Gets done, and you can be finished with it. Between that and finishing your play, you've been quite busy lately.
And it's cutting down on my opportunities on where I can film with him. So there's that too.
You can put him in the ruins.
Well, I have to wait until the thin set sets under the tiles before I can put him in the other room. But he's making his way around. I got another picture for tomorrow morning, so we're good. We're set.
Yeah, you're still at it. You got no shortage of ideas. I'm gonna go check out your latest one. Now follow Doug on Instagram, guys, for some entertainment with mini men in yellow's hijinks. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. There must be about a dozen of them now, I guess. I don't know. I haven't been keeping count, but anyway.
So that's a calendar's worth if you make a calendar.
There you go. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
You can make holiday specific ones.
I'll mention that to the folks at MGM. Maybe they can come up with it, some merchandise.
Yeah, they need to do merch. We come up with several ideas about merch.
Oh yeah.
Jade Chia Pet.
Yeah. Yeah. We watched Jade transform from season 1 Jade to season 3 Jade.
Now you can too.
Yes. Jade Chia Pet. Yeah, they're missing their marketing opportunities.
Yeah, they could produce a little vodka bottle, that you fill to water the chia with.
Yeah, they could. Yeah. Come on, MGM. Step up your game here.
Anyhow, well, I'm going to blow town. So it's been great fun, guys. And
thanks.
For those of you who had questions we didn't get to, my apologies. But maybe next time around we can do some of that, play some catch up.
Yeah, I tried to find as many as I could, but yeah,
it's a bit of a juggling act, isn't it?
It's a huge juggling act that I'm getting used to, but yeah, if you'd like to come on again sometime, that would be terrific. And more people are going to be reading Deadline, so we'll have even more to talk about too.
Yeah, we got to do a postmortem on Deadline for sure.
100%. I would love that. Thank you so much for your time, Doug. We had a blast again.
My pleasure. And thanks to all of you for joining in, and we'll see you again.
Awesome.
Okay.
Have a great night, Doug.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. I got to figure out how to get out of here now.
You could leave studio.
Where is that?
It's a little X.
Oh, there it is.
There he goes.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to highlight these, but Faith and Repentance, Yeah. Everyone was saying thank you in the chat. Yeah. I meant to do this sooner as people were saying stuff in the chat. Sorry about that. It's a juggling act going between talking to him and paying attention to what he's saying and then looking at the chat and and then I can't, he tells these amazing stories and then I can't, like, if I'm looking at the chat too much, I can't follow the story and then I don't know what's going on, so I pay attention. But
well, I came in late, so I didn't know which questions you had asked or which you hadn't, but there was a lot about Dan Aykroyd and I was like, is this significant to something? Guess not.
Yeah.
Never met him. I was going to ask him if he drank Dan Aykroyd's vodka at all, but I didn't get to it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure why Dan Aykroyd. I'm curious why that question came up.
Is it something like all Canadians just know each other? Is that the thing? Is that the vibe?
Oh, maybe that's what it was. Yeah.
You know, like when I moved from Michigan to California, when somebody would be like, so-and-so's from Detroit, you might know him. Like everybody in Michigan knows each other.
Yeah. That's probably what it is. Dan, yeah. I was like, well, that's why I didn't highlight it because I didn't understand the question. But
I took the dare.
Yeah, Javon, he is such a wholesome dude, indeed. Yes, and good night, Faith. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. And Michael, oh, there it is. Poof. Yeah, you found the button, and that was all it took. Yeah. Dieter said, see you next week, Doug. I don't think it's a weekly thing, but it will be nice to have him on again. I would enjoy that. Somebody play the violin back. That's fantastic.
I had some saxophone questions. I have saxophone questions on my list. I didn't get to them, so.
Oh, damn. I wrote in the private chat, jump in if you have more questions. But I know it's tough to find ways to do it.
Well, plus I had that poltergeist noise that's going on in my basement, and then also I had a coughing fit, so those are two things against that.
Yeah. Speaking of...
I was writing in the inner chat, do you hear that poltergeist noise? Because I don't, that weird high-pitched humming.
I couldn't hear anything at all. So
okay, good. Yeah, so my mic was more centralized than I realized. Yeah,
and I was losing my voice from not having anything to drink. I was trying to drink during the stream, but I don't know. I feel weird drinking during the stream talking to Doug. I mean, I'm just drinking water, but
well, you're still on camera now drinking water, so.
But with him there, I felt awkward doing it.
Like he drinks when he's on. I mean, you get a little mug. Get a cute little mug.
I'm so dehydrated. I need to guzzle like 20 sips down at once.
Okay. Because I mean, if we all got cute mugs, it could be like more like a tea party. It'd be funny. We could have a tea party and then we could have like Jasper on one of the rectangles.
Yeah. Oh, that would be great.
Just a static shot. And
that would be awesome.
I mean, every once in a while you can move the picture around so it looks like he's moving. Or do something to his eyes so his eyes look like they move, like in the shot. Oh,
that would be terrific. Yeah. I think a couple people who hate those creepy dolls would leave the chat quick. Susie Greenberg would not be there for that one.
Oh no, she gets creeped out.
She hates that. Yeah. Thank you, Dieter. Yeah, I saw the comment. I appreciate it. I just wasn't going to highlight it while he was there because it's more about me.
Oh, here's another great comment about me. Cool.
Yeah. I wouldn't highlight it, but I appreciate it. If you're free to make the comments and I see it and I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I saw the kind words. I just don't highlight it while he's there. That's all. But I see those things and I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Because it's nerve-wracking being on camera. I'm not used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't like wearing glasses on camera because, well, first of all, I've never liked glasses to begin with. But look, the ring light, you can see the reflection of the ring light in my glasses, which I don't like. So I didn't keep them on for the most part. Thank you, Doc. I appreciate it. I'm really bad at makeup. It takes me a long time to do it, and I struggle with it, and I'm like, swearing.
I'm saying like I also do, not that you have a bad time of makeup.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate like that whole process. It's very difficult for me, and I was struggling with it tonight because apparently no matter what kind of makeup I use, I have dry eye, which ironically means my tear ducts produce too many tears. And so what I thought were allergic reactions, I think it was just that. Anytime I put eye makeup on now, my eyes start to pour tears. So that happened again tonight, and I kept having to redo it because it was getting smudged.
Oh, geez.
Add that to the huh?
Oh, I was just thinking maybe you should try like Neutrogena or the ones that are, very for sensitive skin and eyes and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it's just my dry eye. Any makeup at all causes this problem. I use Clinique. My mom got me some fancy Clinique makeup for Christmas, and if that's a problem, I think all makeup would be a problem. But maybe I could find something else that might be better. But it's a nightmare trying to get it on tonight again with my eyes pouring tears. The tears stopped in time for the live though, so that was good timing. Add that to the fact though that my hand shakes as I'm putting eyeliner on. I've never been able to have like a steady hand at it, so I have to keep redoing it. It's terrible. But that was so nice of Doug. He stayed on again for 3 hours. That was wow. I didn't expect him to stay on that long, and then I felt like, was I keeping him? Because he was going to leave around midnight, but he said we'll play it by ear. He didn't give me like a set time when he wanted to leave. I asked him, "Do you want me to wrap it up after a certain amount of time?" And he said, "No, let's just play it by ear. I'll let you know when I'm ready to go." And midnight passed, and I thought, should I still keep talking? Should I take over? But he said he would let me know, so I didn't say anything. But then I had to bring it up again when I saw it was 1 a.m. So I brought up the time again. I felt like I don't know, like I was tripping over my words more tonight and having trouble articulating myself. I hope I sounded clear enough when I was talking to him, because I don't know why I got like stage fright tonight, worse than last week. I had stage fright, and I didn't have as much time to prepare for this as I wanted to because of Severance. I spent too much time working on a Severance video when I wanted to be preparing more for the live. And yeah, so hopefully it came out okay. I don't know. I always think things go worse than they actually did. Like I felt like I was super awkward tonight. I don't know why. Like not on my game. But oh, thanks, Angela. I appreciate it. And I was also having trouble keeping up with the chat because I was having trouble keeping my thoughts straight and what I wanted to say. And so it's a juggling act, juggling the chat and the conversation with Doug and trying to pay attention to him, thinking of the points I wanted to bring up in the questions. And I had notes that I would glance at every now and then, but like it was hard to concentrate if I'm looking at that. So I don't know, my brain was not it was not always working as well as I would like it to. Javon says, I think Doug likes being here as much as we like having him here. It seems that way, which is great. Because he said he was probably going to leave around midnight, but he had the stamina to keep going. He was enjoying himself, I guess. So hopefully I didn't mess it up like I feel like I did. I don't know. I feel like I did better last week.
It seemed fine the time I saw you when I came in, so.
Okay.
You're a
That's good.
professional.
Yeah. Well, thanks. No,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you, Dieter. Thanks, Michael. I overthink everything. Talking to the world's worst overthinker. It's one of my problems. I overthink everything to death. I actually go back and watch my own replays sometimes to see where I can improve because I overthink things so much. But it is helpful as somebody who's new to this, going back and listening to some of the replay, not the entire thing, but I listen to stuff and look at where I can improve, and it helps. So I definitely do that. But yeah, I appreciate it, Amy, and thank you everybody for being here. I know there was another stream going on. I think honestly, like the next time we have Doug on, we should really do it on a different night because Friday night, there are always less people now because of Severance lives.
Yeah.
So it's not for me. I want more people to be here for Doug.
Yeah.
And like we had three times as many people on Wednesday in the chat, and it's because there wasn't anything else going on at the time. And Friday night is like the night after Severance. So then Severance is so hot right now that naturally people are watching the Severance stream. And
yeah, I DM'd you that there was a live of 400 people in the chat.
Oh my God.
Heat peppers.
400 people?
400 people.
For Severance?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's hot.
Yeah, the next time we should have him on a different night that's not the night after Severance.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, he seemed like he was getting tired, and when I saw that, I was like, okay, I need to wrap it up because I need to acknowledge the time because I kept waiting for him to do it, and he didn't. He said that he would let me know when he was ready to leave, but he didn't. So I pointed out the time.
Yeah. With Amy, yeah, it was 433. She said she thought it was 500, but 433 people. That's crazy.
Wow.
You know, a lot of times people put little time things on it. I noticed you didn't even have one of those that you could just type in the chat. Because there's a lot of times there's delays, like they'll do like a 30-second delay or something in between posting a couple comments. So I don't know how they're juggling all those people.
Yeah. I mean, during From, I saw Jeremy had like 400 something people in the chat a few times. Jeremy did, and Tony had 500 something people in his chat during the From lives.
Wow.
So yeah, it's pretty nuts. I like it when there are less people than that because it's just it's more of an intimate conversation. Like the chat isn't flying by too fast. You can keep up with it more. Your comments are more likely to be highlighted. So I just like that better. I don't know why I didn't sit back before. I could have just done this the whole time. I sat up again. I shouldn't have done that. I sat upright again the entire interview. I don't know. I just feel like it looks better if I'm sitting upright for an interview. It looks more professional.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh yeah, the pineapple pineal gland connection. Yeah. Doc.
Pineapple.
He was talking about that, about real.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like pineapple and pineal have the same, like, first 5 letters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm like brain dead right now.
Yeah, me too. That's why I was struggling, to keep my thoughts straight during the interview, I don't know, I guess you'd call it an interview. He was, but it felt more like a conversation, really.
Yeah.
AA says, I felt like you guys should do Severance on Fridays, but I know you guys do FROMACADEMY. Yeah. And Friday just isn't the best day for Scarlet, and it's fine. We don't need to do it. Like, honestly, I don't mind having a couple days in between to get my thoughts together on the episode and really digest it, have enough time to watch it again. See, after we do the watch party, like I watch it again the next day or the day after, and I take notes, and then I have another, I have to play it again so that I can take all my screenshots. And that's a process. And if I had to scramble to do that the next night, it wouldn't be, I don't think the quality would be as good. So I'm fine with it being on Monday. Like that works fine for me. So yeah. And I know it works better for you.
We could always jump on after our watch party. Be the first ones in. Put the door at 10 p.m. as soon as it drops and as soon as the credits end, we're there.
I mean, we could. We could. The problem with that is that the quality of it would suck for me, because when I'm doing the watch party, I miss so many details because I'm watching the chat at the same time as I'm watching the show, and I'm typing things in the chat. Since I'm hosting it, I have to watch the chat. I can't just watch the show. I have to watch the chat, and I can't tell you how many things I miss. So many details I miss, conversations that I can't focus on. My brain cannot. I don't know how people do so much chatting and also digesting the episode at once. I can't do that.
Yeah, some people can multitask.
Yeah, I can't do that.
I can't do the chat because if I put the chat up on an iPad, it takes up the whole screen.
Yeah.
So I can't see anything.
Right. So yeah, the only way that I would do that is if we were also going to do another one. But where we can actually break it down and analyze it the way I would want to analyze it. And so it just doesn't make sense to me. Like that's not the deep diving way. Like I need to be able.
That's not the standards we stand by.
No. I mean, we would just be what we do in the voice channel. Like we can move that to a live and just have it be separate. But I kind of like the intimate nature of the voice chat because we can just. It doesn't matter that I've missed a whole lot of stuff. We can just talk about what we did see and. Like what the hell was that about? And we're still trying to figure out our own impressions of it immediately after, because it's a really complex, deep show. So, I don't want to sound like I don't know what I'm talking about when we jump on the live and I'm like, well, gee, what the hell was that? And I mean, we could just initial reactions, but by the time we do the live, I've thought enough about it that I have a good grasp on what the hell just happened. And I can analyze it better. And I have all the screenshots. We would be getting on with no screenshots too. No pictures. I gotta have my 800 pictures.
I'll make some quick sketches.
For episode 1, I had 1,000 pictures. That was the most I've ever done for a single episode, I think. It's not. Even just Mark running through the hallway. I took so many screenshots of just that. A lot of people would have skipped it. Just running through the halls, but it was so interestingly done the way they did it with the camera work. So I if I can't show clips, well, I might as well just take as many screenshots as possible. And as I'm flipping through it, like you've said, it's like a flip book. You can kind of see it in motion. So I wonder if eventually we'd get pulled for copyright just because of that. I don't know. I hope not.
Who knows? You know that Hex Dogma was even like playing a little bit of the music in the end of his yesterday, and I don't think it got pulled. A little bit the end music.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's risky.
Yeah, not really fully intentionally and short, but I don't know. I don't feel like the like YouTube. I mean, I don't know. Some people are caught, some people aren't. I don't know what the algorithm really does.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not willing to risk it anymore because we had 2 From lives and a Severance live. Severance, what is it? Not a season 2, but it was the season 1, like rewatch for me, but not for you. But yeah, those lives, I had one of those pulled, and I had no sound on that. I was playing the clips without sound, and a few days later it got pulled. It just takes longer to get pulled if you don't have sound. So that got pulled. 2 From lives did. One of my favorite From lives I ever did got blocked. And I had to chop it up to get it back. So I don't want to risk it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we could risk it and then just trim it, but I don't like that. You're missing chunks of it. We're talking, and all of a sudden it skips to the next thing in the middle of a sentence. That sucks. Yeah. So I don't know. I think Mondays are great. We had a good turnout. I don't need hundreds of people in the chat or anything like that. Even if we were to do it on Friday, we'd be competing with bigger channels, so we wouldn't get more people anyway. I think we have great conversations. We don't need a huge amount of people showing up. So, like the people that do show up, make it a great conversation and have a lot to say. That's all you need. So, I think we had the most yet on Monday last week. This week, yes. And as long as people are engaged in the chat, like, that's all that matters. That you don't need, loads and loads. Wow. Last Friday, when Doug came, eventually, like there weren't like a lot of people actually watching at one time, but we got over 500 views on that. So, so yeah, it's nice. I want Doug's work to get more attention, because he deserves it, and he talked about how difficult it is to get his plays produced. It's it doesn't matter how many plays you've done. It doesn't matter like how much experience you have. 34 years writing plays and having them produced in languages, multiple languages all around the world. Every single time he's got to fight to get productions done. That's just the nature of the business. So, but he actually he called the publisher like for deadline. He called and asked them about like the possibility, like because I told him that Doc had that idea to do a reading of it, and if it's even possible, and he said he doesn't know, but he called and he left them a message, and he's waiting to hear back. So
yeah, I mean, like he said, it's probably not the first time they've heard the question.
Yeah, it's probably not the first time. So yeah, I think.
But it'd be nice to be able, if we did a table read or kind of like a radio play, like you said, if we could be able to keep it, instead of showing it like one time.
Right.
And then putting it in archives.
Yeah. That would be cool. But if we could do it in any way, even if it's just a one-time thing and then we can't keep it up, that would still be awesome if we did that. And he said it would be a lot like a podcast, we'd have like cameras off reading it, and it would be like a podcast drama. I was shocked to find out that that's a thing now. It's like bringing back old time radio shows.
Yeah, that's what I like about it, because I'm a old timey kind of gal. With all the steampunk and stuff, I'm into it.
Yeah. I was just shocked because it's just ever since we've had visual media, the TV and film, that kind of thing just went by the wayside. The old time radio shows, that was before television. People were listening to radio dramas and comedies and all that kind of stuff. So when I found out, like, I loved Archive 81 on Netflix, and I found out that it actually was an adaptation of a podcast, Archive 81. I went and listened to it. I was like, this is actually really entertaining. I like this. I don't know how popular they are nowadays. Like people feel like people need to see the images to be into something now. It's but I mean they've picked up steam. But Doug said like Doug has done those. He's actually been a voice for different podcast dramas and they get paid next to nothing. It's not a lucrative business at all. You don't make much money, I'm sure, because it's not a popular thing. But it's cool that that it's happening though. You have to actually use your imagination and see it in your mind and not have a screen to look at. See the story in your mind. But
yeah, there are ones like I don't know if you ever saw Homecoming, because Homecoming started as a podcast and then it became a show on Netflix. It had Julie Roberts in it.
Oh, okay.
Julia Roberts, I mean. Sorry, I said your name instead of hers. Julia Roberts.
Yeah.
And
what
who
was
else
it?
was in it? Homecoming.
Homecoming. Okay.
Yeah, and it had who else did I have in it? I can't remember her name. She was in the Addams Family Values.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
Who's that?
I can't remember either, but
yeah. So
yeah,
I mean, it could be lucrative in that way if you produce the podcast and then you can actually make a production.
Right.
The right person listens to it and wants to do it.
Yeah, that's true. Doug did a really funny voice for a podcast, and because he's so good at voices, that's why he's done voice work after the pandemic. He had to find new ways to get work because production stopped. There was no theater work, and so he started doing voice work, and he did so he did some podcasts, but he did bigger things too. He was in the Cat in the Hat, some animated series for kids, and I forget what else. He did voice work for video games and all kinds of things. And he's perfect for it because he can do many different accents extremely well. Extremely well. So that's the way. And when he's telling a story, he'll just lapse into a different person's voice that he's imitating. It's extremely entertaining. So he's the perfect person to do that kind of stuff. But yeah, it would be cool if we could end up being able to do a reading of the play on here and treat it kind of like an old time radio drama. All the cameras would be off and just try to use sound effects and stuff like that. That would be fun. We'd probably have to get a few people to read the parts if we did it. There are two main characters in the play, and then but the two main characters also read for other people's lines. So because they start they're writing the murder mystery that they're trapped in, so they start reading the lines of the other characters. So actually maybe we wouldn't need multiple people, because essentially that would be the tricky part, actually, because there are multiple characters in this thing that have accents, and I don't know how to do accents. I can't do accents.
We'll just do a whole lot of bad accents.
Oh shit! Yeah, that would be a problem. I just thought of that. I can't do accents. There's one that starts talking in a British accent.
Oh yeah, I could probably slaughter the British language pretty good.
You could.
British accent. I could probably just destroy that. Really bad Cockney accent.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, there's one who has a German accent. That's another one. Deborah, a stylish woman in her late 40s who speaks with a cultured German accent. And then she starts talking, and Don kind of mocks the way she's talking and says, it says cultured German, not Monty Python German. So yeah. So he's literally mocking the way she's doing her German accent because she's the other playwright, you know, making it up as she goes along. And but they're acting it out because they're actually in the world that they're writing about. That's the cool thing about it. Yeah, there's so much I wanted to talk about regarding this, but I couldn't. The things I wanted to say would have been too spoilery. So I couldn't say as much as I wanted to. That was tripping me up. I was like, oh yeah, I can't say that. That'll spoil this twist or that twist or whatever. I hate having things spoiled for me. I didn't even know I highlighted a comment. I must have just clicked on something by mistake. Doc said, I'm imagining Julie managing a stream with 1K people in the chat. Yeah, that'll be a challenge. I doubt that's ever going to happen, though. Honestly, I don't have any trouble. Like, if we don't have a guest, I don't have any trouble, like, checking in with the chat and reading comments. Yeah, like, I think I'm pretty attentive to the chat. But if we have a special guest, that's the hard part. Juggling that's a lot more difficult. Yeah. But other than that, I mean, the most we ever had was 167 people, and the chat's going at a pretty good rate, and that wasn't a problem at all. I will make an AI Julie to read and respond to each message at 10 times speed. Yeah. Actually, you missed this part, Scarlet, but Doug was talking about how his latest play that he just finished editing with his partner, with Marcia, it's actually, part of it is it explores the dangers of what AI can do, like deep fakes, that kind of thing.
Yeah. You
can't even be sure you can trust what you're seeing and hearing because of AI. So, yeah, that's a very timely theme. And it's called Sucker, but it's spelled Succor. I like the play on words that he used there. And it's so cool. He's having Cliff Saunders, aka Dale, as part of the reading of his play that's coming up, which is really cool. They're just imagining them being friends. It's neat. It would have been nice if they could work together on From. Yeah, sounds super meta. Absolutely. I love stuff that's meta. This play deadline is extremely meta. That's the biggest word I would use the main word I would use to describe it. It's extremely meta. I don't know if I said that when Doug was here, but yeah, I love stuff like that. Breaking the fourth wall. I think I did say that earlier. Yeah. Pointing out all the literary devices in it, and when something is cliched. Somebody picks up a gun at one point, and she's just shot somebody, and he's like, isn't that a bit too cliche? You're literally standing there holding a smoking gun. It's great. Yeah. His British accent is amazing. Yeah, all of his accents are amazing. Extremely talented at that. TJ, yeah, it's hard. It's new for me. This is only the second time. The first time was last week with Doug, having somebody on here live. That's why when I did my initial interview with him, that's why I really needed it to be pre-recorded. I was too nervous to do the first one live. So the first one is pre-recorded, which, by the way, is in the description of this video. If anybody hasn't seen it, my pre-recorded interview with Doug He has a lot of great stories and insights in that we didn't even talk about in the lives. So if you haven't seen it, part 1 and 2, you can watch those. It's very long, so I had to break it into 2, and I was able to kind of really focus more without the pressure of being live, and so it worked well being my first interview with him. Let's see. Yeah, they were popular video games that he did voices for. Yeah, I don't remember which ones, but because I'm not like a video game person, but I know he did that. Hey, Spidey guy. Haven't seen you before. I don't think I have, but welcome. This is something I do a lot of research and thought into. If he needs someone to help with some of the AI know-how, I'm game. Yeah. Yeah, he's he put like that's really a central piece of his latest play. It's AI and the issues with that, and deep fakes, and what was the other thing? Identity theft. That's another big aspect of his play. He wasn't able to really like get into too much detail of it without spoiling it, but it sounds like a great concept, and it's very timely. And he said like it only has 3 people as actors in it, and then he's got like a screen. There'll be a screen in the background showing someone else, but on a screen talking. So Martin, hey, welcome. No worries. Sorry I missed this one. I didn't go to bed till 1, so 2 hours sleep with this flu was not going to work. Well, I hope you feel better. Yeah, sorry to hear that. Feel better, Martin. Always nice to see you. And you were here for the last one. Appreciate that. You got to take care of yourself, though. Got to take care of yourself. And yeah, make sure you guys check out Love Crochet by Alexis for the crochet dolls that she makes of the From characters. They're awesome. Like Mini Man in Yellow that Doug loves to.
Do you have any photos of the Sarah one in production?
Oh, let me take a look. I think she posted it. Did she? Oh, I'll check. I was awake all night trying to get that. Well, first I was awake all night working, doing the voice chat with Severance. We got really into that. And then I spent hours working on that Severance video. If you guys haven't seen that, I put out a Severance video earlier today, finally. I started out writing it like an episode breakdown for episode 2, but as I was writing it, it started turning too much into like a theory video, and it was taking so long to explain the theory that I was trying to articulate about Gemma, like what's going on with Gemma, Ms. Casey, what they're really doing with the MDR numbers, and how I think it might tie into Lumen's endgame plan. What are they trying to achieve with all this? What I think they could be trying to achieve with all this based on the clues in the show. So I decided, okay, I have to break this up. This is going to be way too long. So I split it in half. So I released part 2 today, and part 1, sorry. I released part 1 today, and it's all about that theory that I was just talking about, Mark and Gemma and Lumen's endgame. And then I also discussed, the stuff that happened in episode 2, my ideas about Mark, Gemma, Melchick, Davin, that part of the show. And then part 2 will be the Helena versus Helly situation, and everything else that happened to the other characters in the show, my ideas about it. Not a recap. None of it is a recap. It's an analysis of the whole thing, and theories and ideas and stuff like that. So part 2 will be Helena / Helly, Dylan, anything about Cobell that I missed in part 1, or that didn't fit into part 1, and I'll put that out this weekend. but at least I got something out finally. So if you're a Severance fan, that's the latest video on my channel. You can check that out. I'm looking, but I don't see, I don't think she posted a Sarah picture yet.
Mm.
Not yet. Sarah, she said Sarah doesn't have hair yet, so
Yeah.
so it would be bald Sarah. But
Sarah,
I'll show.
Sarah turned into a monster.
Yeah, but I found Doug's latest Man in Yellow picture. I'll share my screen. If you're not following Doug on Instagram, you're missing out.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot of fun watching his latest hijinks with Mini Man in Yellow. It's Mini Man in Yellow looks like with a bike helmet on his head and trying to ride his bike. Doug is an avid bicyclist. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
Oh, I was just commenting on it. That was
it. Okay. And he just wrote just ... no. Looks like
the tiny legs can't reach the pedals.
Yeah. The legs are a little too short there, Mini Man in Yellow.
He's gonna have to use his magical powers to, move it along.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not gonna work. And I loved this thing he did.
Like the bullseye one, they throwing darts at it.
Yeah, the bullseye one. And that was a direct result of this. This one here, he did one where he animated it. So he's wait a minute.
Got it?
Hold on, wait. I gotta. He's saying no, don't touch the cookies.
Oh, he's gonna touch the cookies.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, I'll be back in a minute. And remember what I said. These are for company. Hands off or got it?
No, this is impressive. Like,
it is really impressive.
I meant to bring that up during the live actually, and I forgot. But it must have taken a lot of effort to to animate. He did basically stop motion animation of this guy, and he said it was an enormous pain in the ass. I mean, it really looked like he was moving. It really looked like it was moving, and so he had to do, meticulously, like, take individual shots of that and then stitch it all together like a stop motion animator. It was impressive. And then this was the result of that. I told you to stay away from the damn cookies, he says. So now he's up on a dartboard. Yeah. Mini Man in Yellow. You shouldn't have eaten those cookies. Yeah. I was telling him, yeah, you should do more of the stop motion animation ones when you can, but that's got to be an enormous amount of work. And this one, he's just admiring the view and stealing the remote. Doug has a great sense of humor. That's the funny thing about him. He's going to be playing this pure evil character, but he has a fantastic sense of humor, and he's written a lot of comedies. So, and he's acted in a lot of comedies. So this is a complete departure for him. Like, could not be any more different than who he actually is, like the Man in Yellow character. But that's acting for you. I mean, he can embody that pure evil persona despite being like the nicest guy and also hilarious. So he's got a hat and a scarf on him.
An adventure outside.
Yeah. And nice disguise, dude, but the paparazzi are gonna see right through it. He's got a hat and sunglasses and a bow tie. Yeah. He's got no shortage of ideas. I really loved this because this is Jade's song, Eternal Lullaby.
Yeah.
Eternal Lullaby, that's the song Jade played on the violin that summoned the man in yellow. I mean, not just the song, but the revelation that Tabitha and Jade had. That summoned the man in yellow. So they're playing my song, he says. I can't wait to. Oh, and there's his saxophone. I just noticed that it's in the picture. So he's trying to get back into the saxophone now. It's been a while, and he's trying to adapt it because this is for violin, so he's adapting it for saxophone, and that'll be awesome when he can play Eternal Lullaby from on the sax. That's great. What is this? I forgot about this one. Now he's trying to clean a toilet, I guess. I don't know. And passed out after a wild night here. He's hilarious. So this is cool. It's a picture. It's a picture of I think the view out of his window, but he put it through some kind of filter to make it look like a painting. That's so pretty. Because he's posted that view before in a photo form, but that's turning it into a painting. Anyway, yeah, just definitely. Wow, his followers jumped up a lot. I looked a few days ago and he had like 700 something followers. Now he has almost 1,000. As he should. Oh, Scarlet, what? Oh my God, I'm full screen. How did that happen? I didn't know I'm full screen. How do I make myself smaller? Hold on. I don't want to be full screen. Scarlet's what do you call it? Scarlet's iPad must have dropped off. I'm like, when the hell did that happen? You shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. Yeah. Now we can make the jokes. Well, you can make the jokes when he's there too. In fact, I read that joke last time he was here. You just can't make. I wouldn't highlight dirty jokes while Doug is here, though. Seriously though, how did I get full screen? How in the hell did that happen? I don't like that. I don't know how to fix it either. Oh, okay. Well, that's a little bit better, but that's still not good. Wait. Okay. Well, that's better. Yeah, I don't want to be that full screen. Did you guys see the one where the doll's biting his neck? Yeah, that one's hilarious too. That's one of my favorites. Yep. Doug is a jack of all trades, apparently. Yep. He is a jack of all trades. 100%. Yeah, he said the cookies were for the guests. That was great. It must have taken a lot of work. Damn, I wish I had remembered to ask him about that on the live, because I was wondering how long it took him to do that. Yeah, who is Doc? What is under the mask? Is it just robot parts? Does he have a pouch with larva? Well, on Severance, yeah, the pouch thing. That was hilarious. Yeah, Doc is an enigma. Yeah, who's under the mask? I don't know. The alien of mystery. I was gonna say man, but he's not of this earth. Helena is Eloise. They both have EL sounds in their names. It's a clue. Yeah. Somebody made a funny comment in the Severance voice chat that we did. Like the number 37 came up and someone was like, oh no, now we've got to research what the you know, the esoteric meaning of what 37 means, because he counted to 37 by the time he got to the elevator. What does that mean? I forget the exact wording, but it was funny. It was big heck. Just the way that we overanalyze every detail of every show. Oh, Dieter, I'm just seeing this now. Okay. I didn't see that because I was sharing my screen. Oh, hold on. Let me look at my chat. I'll show the latest one. Let me see. Hold on a sec. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's opening in my Photos app. That's not what I want. Sorry, my Chromebook is so slow when StreamYard is running. It takes forever. I was surprised my cat didn't like get in my face once during the entire live. That was like a miracle. She got in the way just like a tiny bit, but not too much. Let me see. I have the picture of the Sarah doll. I'm just trying to figure out how to share it. Oh, I think if I download it. Oh yeah, she's got her sweater. Yeah, I have to download it. It's the only way I can share it from the app. Oh no, she's starting to get hair now. Looks like she's pretty much done, actually. That must take so much work. Alexis does an amazing job. We're going to be doing a giveaway of a jade doll soon. Yeah, and it'll take some time for her to actually make it, of course. But yeah, we appreciate that Alexis is so generous in doing that giveaway for us, and the amount of work it takes to create these things, it's immense. So that's awesome. And Jade won the poll. We did a poll by 1 vote. So it's going to be Jade, and we'll let you know when that's going to happen. Okay, I found it now. Let's see, this is the Sarah doll. So she looks pretty done to me. I feel like she should have a little screwdriver in her hand, though. but no, but this is good. I like it. She's got her sweater on. Yeah, beautiful work. Beautiful work. Initially, she didn't have hair, so she looked like this, and yeah, she starts with with like the black eyes, and then she does a really great job like using minimal tweaks to really give the face more character, like she added the eyelids to make it more like a Sarah type expression, and she did the same thing with Victor and made Victor's face look sad. Actually, she really does lovely work, because Victor always has the sad look. But yeah, there's Sarah. She's got Sarah, Donna, Jade, Boyd, Smiley, of course, Man in Yellow. Who else does she have that she does? I feel like I'm forgetting somebody, but yeah. Why am I full screen again? What the hell? Okay. StreamYard, I'm not used to this on camera stuff. It's weird. Yeah, maybe another one of her with the apron on from season 1. Right. Yeah. Maybe an Elgin. Yeah. That would be good. Yeah. Have you seen Alexis's clips? No, actually. Well, no, I've seen the one of her. Like, there's a clip of her with the Boyd. I showed that one on here before. There's a clip of her like with all the yarn that it took to make Boyd. I've seen that, but I haven't seen any others. Screwdriver is being worked on. Alexis wasn't happy with it the first try. She's putting effort in it. Oh, she's doing it. That's great. Yeah, Sarah needs a screwdriver for sure. That'll be perfect. Yeah, and she did a beautiful job with that's right, Amy, with the details, flowers on Sarah's cardigan. Oh yeah. Beautiful job. So yeah, thanks for sending me those, Dieter. Amy said when he started talking about juggling balls, my mind went elsewhere. Yeah. Yeah, mine did too. Yeah, I can't help but go elsewhere with that. Yeah. Oh, he's really good at juggling. I posted the video in my Discord of his elevator pitch with Marcia Kash, his writing partner, and it's really it's entertaining. Check it out if you haven't seen it. It's in my Discord. I'm gonna maybe I should share a link to it in the description of this video too. I can edit it after. Yeah. So she's gonna do an Elgin and another one. Boy in White. Yep. AA said she should do the Boy in White and the German Shepherd dog as crochet dolls. Yeah, Boy in White, 100%. I think that would be a popular one, and she's planning on doing a popular one. We don't mind full screen, Julie. Well, thanks, Javon. I just startled myself though when I came back to this tab and I saw it was full screen. I was like, no, it's too big. It's too big. Thanks, Dieter. I didn't like that so much. Oh, this is better. I should have been in this position the whole interview. Let's see. I guess Scarlet, I don't know what happened to Scarlet. I'm thinking her device must have failed. There are only 2 balls. Oh my god. I lost it when KP said what the fuck right after that. Yeah, I was missing something going on in the chat. KP showed up and I was like, uh-oh. With Doug here, I didn't know what he was gonna say. Because yeah, KP is unpredictable. And he said something about I'll be here later, shirt on or shirt off. I was like, oh shit. But yeah, I didn't catch if he said something else in the chat. I'll have to go back and look. But yeah, he's always entertaining to have on. I'll have to go back and see what I missed at that because I wasn't able to see everything going on in the chat at the time. Martin, no, I don't think there is a Kenny doll. No, not as of yet. Oh, she did that for Dieter. Yeah, that's cool. Dieter asked for blood and a screwdriver, so she did it. Nice. Yeah. A game board of operation, but instead of the clown-looking guy, it's Elgin, LOL. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, imagine if she did an Elgin with an eyeball hanging out of his face. Yikes. That would not be pretty. I don't know. Who else would be good? Is there anyone else? Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe Tabitha, but Tabitha doesn't really have that unique of a look. There's Jim. Yeah, I don't know. No, there's no Tian Shen. Yeah. Yeah, give us the dad and all the Chens. Yeah. That would be nice, like a Tian Shen doll. Sure. Why the hell not? Tian Shen with or without scalp. Yeah. Yeah, she could get kind of gruesome with it. She could do Jim with his throat ripped open. I don't know why the format of these comments looks different today. I don't know. I didn't change any settings. It's so strange. It looks different. And you use a screwdriver instead of tweezers. Yeah. Yeah, she could do Jim with his throat ripped out, Elgin with his eyeball hanging out. If she really wanted to go crazy, she could do that. Oh, a Jasmine doll and a Trudy doll. Yeah, Jasmine, that would be a good one. Jasmine with like holding some crocheted flowers too. That would be perfect. Yeah. And I think Granny Monster is one that she's gonna do, that she's planning on doing. Granny Monster would be fantastic, I think. Yes. Granny Monster would be fantastic. Tension with a cooking pot or a tea kettle. Yep. Yeah, that would work. Kimono Lady. Oh yeah. That would be because she has a unique look. Kimono Lady would be perfect. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to see a Kimono Lady one. Yeah, no, this would be great. Yeah, Tian Shen, she hits Jade over the head with a whisk. That's it. That's what she needs. Tian Shen with a whisk. Yep. Uh, those nurses need to teach Sarah how to operate because she would be perfect for that. Oh yeah. Um, definitely. Oh, there could be a nurse monster doll too. Nurse Monster is one of the best, one of the creepiest. Even the new one. I like the new one. The one who, did the finger to the head like that to Boyd. Yeah, she was creepy as hell. Um her work in the morgue area. Hey K Brew. Nice to see you. Welcome. Yeah, we had Doug Hughes on again. So if you want to check out the replay of that, we had another great time talking to Doug. He stayed for 3 hours again, which was incredibly kind of him. So yeah, we appreciate him. And yeah, hopefully he'll come on again soon too. I'd enjoy that. Milkman doll. Yeah. Milkman doll. Oh yeah. They could easily she could do a bunch of the monsters. They would come out great. Milkman is one of the iconic monsters. Clara with her crow bag. Oh, and Elgin with his crow shirt. Yeah. Yep. We need Henry with a beer bottle. Mm-hmm. Yep. The cow. Angela. Yeah, oh, the poor cow. Ginger the cow. I didn't like that. First of all, that was a really bad CGI effect. That was really bad. And also, I felt bad for the cow. I didn't like the way they ripped the cow's throat open. Oh, and what was another one I was thinking of? Alma the goat. She could do Alma the goat too. She should do locations next, like a crocheted diner or a crocheted colony house. Yeah. Yeah, she could do that. Oh, yeah, faraway trees. Faraway trees. Yeah, like Dieter said, the trees. Yeah, that would be great. A faraway tree one. She needs to go to the From meetups and sell them. Oh yeah. MGM is missing marketing opportunities. People are filling in the gaps, because MGM isn't selling any From merchandise. So there are Etsy shops like what's the name of the can't remember the name of the shop now that did the giveaway for us, but there's an Etsy shop that does talismans. Yeah. And MGM could be doing those, but they don't. And people would buy those like crazy, but MGM doesn't take do all these merchandise opportunities like the Jade Chia Pet, which was my idea. I thought that would be ideal, like, but yeah, like a Jade Chia Pet or you know, I don't know, anything smiley related would sell. Talismans. I forget what the other things were, but or the totems. Yeah, like the totem dolls. Yeah. Yeah, a crochet talisman. Yeah, she could do that probably. The pattern would probably be, well, I guess the pattern is pretty simple, so yeah, she could probably do that. Talisman pillow. I'm gonna ask for commission. Yeah, Dieter is giving her all kinds of great ideas, you know. Amy said, I mean, when Tony or one of us has a From meetup, she could come too and sell them. Yeah, absolutely. She could. And Tony, I mean, I haven't heard anything from him for a while, but last I heard, he was in February going to go check out the site in Nashville where he's going to do the convention. And that's going to happen in June. So, I'm hoping that works out and it comes together. I think it should. He said he was going to start selling tickets. I think in February rather. And now it's already February 1st now. Wow, I can't believe it. But yeah, Alexis, I don't know if she's able to. She's got a toddler and stuff, but if she were able to go to that convention, I think she'd sell a lot of those. It takes a lot of work for her to make them, each one, so it does take time. She's doing this on her own, but yeah, that I'm hoping to be able to go to the convention that Tony's doing. I think that would be a lot of fun. So I hope I'm able to do it. It would be difficult for me for a lot of reasons, but hopefully, because I think it would be so much fun to meet people from the fandom that we've talked to in live streams all this time. Like, I feel like we're all friends already. We're like a family, really. So it would be cool to actually meet some people in person and do some panels and stuff like that. AA, do you think we'll ever know why the totem and the creepy kids have the same head injury mark? I don't know if they'll ever explain that fully, but I think they will explain why the kids have the head injury. Eventually, I expect we're going to get a flashback to the original sacrifice. That they're going to show it. We almost got it in season 3. It was close. We almost got it, but yeah, like, because Julie was in the dream state and like traveling through the cave, and then she could hear the kids screaming and cooey. That was the sacrifice happening. I'm sure of that, because that wasn't what Jade heard when he was down there in the cave. Jade heard them saying and cooey in a calm, kind of excited way, but Julie heard them screaming it. So I think if she hadn't been pulled out of the ruins when she was, Julie would have seen the actual sacrifice happening. And I think eventually they're going to show us that. With her story walking, I think she's going to eventually see the sacrifice of the kids and how they got that head injury. It must have been something they did to their heads, and the totems, I'm sure the totems were created because of that, and the image of what happened to those kids. Yeah. Yeah, it's like Tony is having something like that. He can't call it a FROMCon for copyright reasons, but I think the theme of it is going to be from, and he's inviting from content creators and trying to get some people from the show itself to come. So he's working on that. Hopefully he'll come back soon and do more lives because we miss him. He's been away for a couple weeks from doing lives. Talisman Flask and Talisman Nightlight. That would be good. Yeah. That would be a good merchandise idea. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, I think it was probably the man in yellow outside the cabin, Amy. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was probably man in yellow outside the cabin, and I don't like the way this layout looks. It changed somehow, and I don't like what the hell. I don't like how the comments look. They look completely different. Like the whole layout is different, but StreamYard is weird. I'm still getting used to it. But yeah, I think it was probably man in yellow outside the cabins. It frustrated me that they didn't give us more on the cabins this season when it was such a focal point and it was on the posters, and we got teased with walking at the cabins, knocking on the cabins, like all this stuff. Like, what's knocking around at the damn cabins? It's annoying. Like it got to be frustrating because it was all this tease and no payoff at all. Like, at least give us something crazy happening there this season. And they knocked the totems over. And so you think that's going to be like a major deal. Jade knocked the totem over and left it there. He specifically said maybe these were warding off evil like the talismans were. So they literally set up something bad to happen there. Then they camped out for the night in the cabins and nothing happened. It was a nothing burger for the time being. I'm sure it'll be something in season 4, though. I just wish they'd given us a little something, at least a big event there in season 3. I was expecting something in the finale, but it didn't happen. But I think in season 4, we're going to get some payoff. Maybe we're just supposed to assume that the knocking around the cabins and the footsteps were the man in yellow, since, I mean, he appeared near the RV, but in the general vicinity of the woods. The cabins are in the woods, so I think it was probably him. Yeah, Michael, we need more something burgers. Yeah. We need more something burgers, for sure. Siobhan says, I'm curious as to if the totems are designed to trap something as opposed to keeping something out. Yeah, that was a big debate in the fandom, whether they were supposed to trap something or keep something out. So, and the thing is, it could be either or both, even, because I noticed when I saw the trailer for season 3 that there are 3 totems that look like see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. And we know that phrase really well, but a lot of people don't know where it actually came from. And it's from, it's a Confucian, it's a, in Confucianism, it's actually like a phrase that's traditionally used to warn people, to avoid evil, about the importance of avoiding evil. So since that image was there, the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, with the 3 totems side by side, that to me says they were either warning of evil or warding off evil, or both, even. So it could be, yeah, it could be like either of those or both. And so yeah, it could have been, I don't know if I don't think it unleashed the man in yellow, but it could have unleashed something else. I was expecting some new threat to be unleashed as a result of that. And unfortunately, we didn't get anything. Not yet. I know it's coming. They definitely set up something. We just have to be patient and wait. But it'll be coming in season 4, I'm sure. And in the meantime, I mean, I loved the rest of the season. I mean, no show is going to be perfect. I had my complaints about it, but I thought season 3 was fantastic. And like I didn't understand people who said they're done with the show now as a result of, like, are we watching the same show? Because I loved it. I loved it. I mean, yeah, no show is going to be perfect, and I had my complaints about it, but yeah, I loved it even more than ever by the end. Don't eat yellow snow. Yeah. Martin says, imagine the whole squad go story walking. So imagine the whole squad go story walking so they can go back and stop the sacrifice. But what the crow what the crow cam sees is just a load of bodies having seizures. Oh, okay, I get you. Yeah. Yeah. If all of them just go story walking to try to stop the sacrifice, like the whole town is just gonna be laying there having seizures. Yeah. I think that's the way that it works. When you see future Julie coming in at the end, my prediction is that she's gonna be laying in the ruins in her own time and someone pulls her out. So she must develop a system for it where like say, okay, pull me out in 30 minutes and I'll, I've got to try to get this done. She tries to go save her dad, but she'd have to have somebody there to pull her out, because I mean, otherwise she would just be laying there in the seizure. So that's how I figure she gets control of that ability, and at least to some extent. And I think they're going to do a time jump too. I think they're going to jump to future Julie's time, which will probably be a couple of years in the future. And then it can explain also how Ethan got so big. And if you think about it, they don't need to pick up right where season 3 left off, because there wasn't any major cliffhanger this time. There's usually a bunch. I thought there would be. Again, seasons 1 and 2 had a lot of cliffhangers. This one, it was just Jim dying, and we don't really need the aftermath. They can do a time jump, and I think that would actually make the most sense for them to do it, because, well, if there's a future Julie, then that means they're going to be there quite a while longer, and we're probably only getting 2 more seasons. So they're probably just going to jump to future Julie's time. Maybe it's 2 years in the future, or even just 1 year. They can explain how Ethan got so big. They can do flashbacks to show the aftermath of Jim's death. But other than that, we really want to see a grieving process, and it would kind of stall the story, I think. So jumping a little bit ahead would probably be helpful. And everything else was resolved. Fatima was saved, so that's not a cliffhanger. We know Fatima's safe. We know Smiley's back. That's not really a cliffhanger. So Smiley's back. It was an exciting reveal, but it's not a cliffhanger. The only cliffhanger there is that Boyd is still in the cave with him. But come on, he's Boyd. He has plot armor for days. He's not going anywhere, so I don't even consider that a cliffhanger. I know Boyd's going to get out. We all know Boyd's going to get out. Come on. He's Boyd. So they could jump ahead. I mean, actually, last season, in season 2, Jade was still down in the cave looking up at the symbol, and that's where the monsters sleep. That was a cliffhanger, but they didn't show us the immediate aftermath of that either, and we didn't really need it. The next time we see them, it's 3 days later. Jade has left the cave. End of story. So I think it'll be the same thing with Boy. They're just not going to show it. Tianchen scalp burgers. Oh, poor Tianchen. That was brutal. I didn't like seeing her get scalped. I'm guessing Scarlet is having technology problems, Dieter, to answer your question. So that's okay, you know. She puts in a lot of time here. I'm fine finishing up by myself. I'm thinking something absorbed them to create a portal, possibly something similar to the movie with Tom Cruise, Minority Report. I haven't seen that movie, but something absorbed them to create a portal. That's interesting. Yeah. I have to put that on my watch list. Minority Report. Yeah. I like that. That allowed those psychic twins to foresee the future, knowing who was being murdered, so they arrest the murderer beforehand. Oh, cool. I'll have to check that out. Season 3 had some of the best acting performances in the series. Yeah, Samuel, 100%. It was amazing. Ricky He, who played Kenny, wow. Absolutely amazing performance of the grief, the aftermath of losing his mom. He went through all the stages of grief in like a single episode. It was so good. Donna broke down sobbing. We've never seen Donna cry like that on camera ever. Who else? I mean, Fatima was amazing as she got darker and darker due to the pregnancy. Everybody did a phenomenal job. You know, absolutely stellar cast. I mean, Harold is always phenomenal. There were multiple speeches where he did his badass Boyd routine and he was slaying it. I have clips which I would play, but now I'm afraid to play even short clips on this thing. I don't think trapping them inside works because Lauren said, because of Lauren and Megan. The talisman was on the floor. I guess they could all use the window to get out, but why was the talisman on the floor? The reason I think that is because the talisman, I think, was thrown on the floor after the monsters got in because Megan opened the window. She opened the window, the monster came in, Granny Monster, unalived Megan and Lauren, and then what they seem to do always after they manage to get in, they throw the talisman on the floor. We've seen it, I think, in another scene too. It's almost like, fuck this thing. They take the talisman and throw it on the floor. Like it's once they're already in. So trapping a monster, it might work if you get them inside and then close the door and put the talisman on the outside. That's when it might work. Now, what that would accomplish probably wouldn't accomplish anything. Honestly, trapping a monster would. Now that we know what they are, what difference would it even make? It's not going to do anything. They can't win against these monsters. There are larger forces at work here. We've got the man in yellow here, so it wouldn't do much. It would be nice to see what would happen if they were caught in daylight without dying first, like Smiley was already dead. That would be cool to see, just for our knowledge, like what the hell would happen. But other than that, catching one's not gonna do anything. It would be cool to see though. Dieter said, I started watching From and now I can't seem to leave my couch. Guess I'm officially a resident. Yeah, it pulls you in like you're a part of Fromville, like you're one of the residents. That's exactly what happens. We'll have the man in yellow with the man in white versus the man in yellow season 4. Yeah, AA. I think like the boy in white is the figure going up on the opposing side against the man in yellow for sure. I have a theory video that I have been meaning to record, and it's all ready to go. I just have to make time to just sit down and record it, about the boy in white. And then that painting of him that looks a lot like a man, according to Jack Bender, he's still just the boy in white. Who knows? Maybe he's trying to throw us off track and it really is a man, because it looks like a man. It looks a whole lot like a man. He even has a hairline that looks like it's receding, but yeah, either way, I think that's our opposing force against the man in yellow. So I think we'll see more of that in season 4 AA. I agree. And I think that there is a battle going on between, it's not just pure good and pure evil, but two opposing factions. The man in yellow, yeah, he's evil, but I think he'll have a backstory that's complex, and he wasn't always evil. And the boy in white, I think he's a helpful entity, but not purely good either, because he has to hurt people or cause harm to people in order to serve the greater good. That's what I think. He brings people to town and he tries to help in that way, but he's also hurting people by doing that. He's hurting people. So that's my opinion. But so there is no pure good in the show. I do think there's a helpful entity, though, in my opinion. Dale climbed a faraway tree to get a new perspective, and somehow he took a wrong turn into the concrete pool wall. Talk about a hard exit. That's great, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Doug texted his friend Cliff Saunders when that happened, and texted him, "You rock." That's great. Even the Ankui kids are gonna look like they in high school. Yeah, they are. Yeah, the Ankui kids are gonna be growing up. The good thing about them is they can just keep replacing them. K Brew says, "Oh hey, what is the first scene you want in season 4? Mine is Boyd getting out of caves, encountering Boy in White, and him leading him to his boat." Oh, that would be great, K Brew. Yeah, I would like to finally see Boyd get to his boat. They've teased that boat key so much. It'd be amazing if I don't think they'd bring this up until the very end, but it would be amazing if we get somehow there's a boat there and the boat is the way out. I mean, amazing. Like, just imagine. We've never seen an ocean there. There's been just the lighthouse and the trees and mountains. You never see any ocean. Where's the water? But maybe it's out there somewhere. I personally think there is no ocean around that lighthouse, and it's just this backwards pocket dimension where they take mismatched things and bring them there, like a motel sign and a pool, but no motel. And this pocket dimension kind of copies things, but they're kind of out of place. So I think it has a lighthouse and mountains, but no ocean. And yeah. But it would be cool if there is an ocean out there somewhere, and that's the way out, and there's a boat. That would be a satisfying ending. But I have a bad feeling Boyd's not going to get his happy ending. Maybe there will be a boat, but it might be a way out for other people and not him. It seems to me like he'll probably go out a hero. If they're going to stick with this whole savior complex thing that Boyd has, and he's a Christ-like figure, Mr. Fish and Loaves, then odds are he's probably going to die in the finale of the whole thing. But as far as the first scene I want in season 4, oh man, I don't even know. I mean, I would love to see anything more with the man in yellow. That's what I want. That is the number one thing I want. I want to see something. I want to see anything regarding the man in yellow, what the hell he's doing. I would be happy with anything at all. That's the number one thing I want to see, because he's such an enigma. We know next to nothing about him. where he came from, what his motivations are, how he became what he is. I don't expect them to give us any answers or anything, but just show us any scene involving him. I'd be happy. Just something. I don't think Dale at that point gave a crap if something bad happened going through the tree. He was fed up, but honestly, so scary how it ended up. Yeah, Amy. At that point, Dale was just like, fuck it, I don't care. Like, somebody's got to try this. And he even said, like, as he was about to get in the tree, he even, like, seemed to know this might not end well. He said, you know, somebody has to try. Somebody has to. So he kind of went out in a heroic way. I mean, yeah, he wasn't listening to Boyd's advice. So that was kind of foolish of him, but he went out in a heroic way, and that, you know, he was just trying to help. Cliff Saunders is right. Dale is a jerk, but he's misunderstood. He always wanted to help, but people weren't listening to his advice. He said, if people would just listen to me, I could help, back in season 1. And he's just a jerk about it. His approach is wrong. But he wanted to go through the tree, not just for himself, but actually to get help to everyone else. He said, and I'm not just doing this for me. He wants to find someone on the outside and tell them about everyone who's trapped. And he said, you'll thank me later. Well, little did he know, yeah, they'll thank him later, but not for that reason. Like, this is what not to do, or you're going to get yourself killed. Yeah. Let's see. Dieter said, I'm actually wanting to create a faraway tree pattern. I have one drawn up on my book, actually. I wanted to do the bottle tree with some mini bottles hanging from it. A totem was in my mind, too. Wait, like drawing? I didn't know you do that. Tian-Shen, Granny Monster, Christy, or Kenny will be my next ones after I get these orders. Oh, okay. I didn't know what you were talking about. This is from Alexis? Okay. I was like, wait a minute. Are you talking about drawing? Okay. So this is from Alexis. Alexis said that she wants to create a faraway tree crochet pattern. She draws up these patterns ahead of time. She wants to do the bottle tree. That's really cool. With some mini bottles hanging from it and a totem. Tian-Shen, Granny Monster, Christy, or Kenny will be Alexis's next ones. She said after she gets these orders out, the mechanic monsters commented on my post and wanted to see one of, oh, cool, one of him too. So that may be arranged. The guy who plays the mechanic monster commented on her post. I wonder if I could get one of the monsters to appear on the live stream. I got to try to find these people and see if they might come on. I'd love to talk to one of the monsters. That would be fun. Oh, that just gave me an idea. I'm going to see if I can find these people on Instagram. Maybe Scarlet can help me. She seems to be good at finding who these people are, the red shirts and the monsters and stuff like that. Amy's got fox ears. It's cute. That's really cute, Amy. That's a pretty picture. That's beautiful. AA says, I hope Ellis has a bigger role next season, but I feel like they'll kill him off next season, so we'll have to see. Honestly, yeah. If anything, Ellis, Fatima, and they've had it too easy. I know Fatima just went through hell and everything with the pregnancy. I'm not saying she didn't have a rough time, but she survived. Boyd still has the rest of his family intact. Yes, he lost his wife, but he's got Fatima and Ellis. And they both still made it out. Ellis has had several brushes with death. The Colony House Massacre, he almost got killed by Smiley. Jumped out a window, broke his arm. Season 2, he gets stabbed by Dale. Fatima gets that pregnancy pod put in her, and she almost died. I thought for sure she was a goner, and I feel like they have it too easy. Like, Kenny gets all the misery, and yeah, they're suffering too, but things turn out better for Boyd's family, after Abby, of course. But yeah, I think Ellis and Fatima are probably at risk. One or both. I don't think they'll take away both, but yeah, they need more to do, and Donna needs more of a storyline too. Liz Saunders is amazing. I want her to have more of a storyline that's personal to herself. Some kind of exciting thing going on with her would be cool to see. A said, I wish the monsters would talk, as in tell someone what's really going on and why they can't leave. Yeah, I know, right? I don't think they can. It's like they've been turned into some kind of robot type creature. Like they're not, I don't think they have any free will. They move in a robotic way. Every once in a while, a bit of the truth slips out where Jasmine said, I didn't choose to be this way. Like that was a bit of the truth. And I think she really meant that. I didn't choose to be this way. But for the most part, I don't think they can just like start spilling about their history. There's like a tiny shred of humanity left in them, I think, and not much. Just a little bit. Enough for her to express that, which was actually true. I didn't choose to be this way. And she looked at herself in the mirror like, look at what I've become. Her eyes looked sad, actually. Like, so there was like a tiny kernel of humanity still in there. But unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get them like actually talking about their history and, you know, like whose kids were those Ankui kids? Who were they? Like, did Smiley have a kid? Michael says, like, has anyone tried actually talking to the monsters like human beings through the window, like just asking, why are you doing this? What is the point of all this? Yeah, I think they have actually. Well, maybe not directly. Yeah, maybe not actually. Come to think of it, but they should. Yeah, I don't think it would work though. I really don't. I think essentially the big bad or the man in yellow is the mouthpiece for those things, and that's how they know everyone's names. And so yeah, I don't think they can just start talking freely about whatever they want. Yeah, I think all of the killing and stuff. Yeah, like why do they have to understand the curse? Why they were turned into monsters? Why do they have to, rip people to shreds all the time? That's a good question that I'm not really sure about at this point. Why was that part of the curse? Why do you have to bring innocent people into this? They're the ones who sacrificed their children to live forever. Well, okay, why do you have to, whatever evil entity, I guess, that turned them into monsters just is so hungry for blood. It wanted these bloodthirsty creatures to be created so it could just take more innocent lives. It's weird. Hey, Golden Child. Nice to see you. Yeah, I mean, they could try. It would be interesting to see, them try. I remember one time Fatima screamed at them, but that wasn't effective, obviously. They since they can't get in, they could try having a conversation. Yeah. The monsters could try talking to them. Yeah, they could. Clearly dude talked with Jasmine, so they apparently can talk and have actual conversations. Obviously, Cowboy talks to Boyd in the barn, etc. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Absolutely. It's not like they're pure unthinking monsters. No, because they can carry on a conversation. That's true. But I almost feel like the man in yellow is kind of speaking through them at times. Kind of, they're like mouthpieces for him. Because how else do they know all of their names and stuff? It's almost like they operate partly in a sort of partial hive mind. Not completely, because they have individual traits and they can have conversations, but they tend to move in tandem. I think they're being controlled by an external force. That's why they were called the tip of the spear. And the external force that's controlling them, I think, is the man in yellow. When they move like robots. They let the animals out of the barn and the field like robots. Like, if you watch the scene, it's like they're not even in control of their own movements. Very, very stiff, the way they carry themselves and stuff like that. Let's see. I think someone asked the monsters why they do it, and I think they said because they can and it's a game. Yeah, I can't recall that, if that's what happened. I don't know. I'd say keep trying and keep asking until they actually say something that makes sense. Granted, they also lie, so who knows if they'd ever say anything true. Absolutely. Yeah, they just keep lying. I definitely want to see more of the Brundles and the water by the cannibal village. Me too, AA. I thought that was a lake near the village. People keep telling me it's a river. I have to look at it again. It didn't look like a river to me. It looked like a lake, so I thought it was the Lake of Tears. I'd like to see more of that too. There's got to be a story to that. I think it's going to be significant, especially if it's the Lake of Tears from Ethan's story. Why could they like try asking different things like, why are you like this? How did you get like this? Have you always been like this? If not, when did you get like this and how? Yeah, I mean, it's worth a try anyway. They could do that. But the monsters are just always, saying things to try to get them to open the window or or the door, and they lie and they'll manipulate and they'll say anything to get into your head. What if there is a boat, but he can only take a certain amount of people, like Noah's Ark? Yeah, AA. Like that could be, like maybe, because if there is a boat, it's not going to fit everybody in town, possibly. It's not like it's a cruise liner or something. There's at least, I'd say, 50 people in town. We don't know how many, but it's a good point. I think Boyd might die in Fromville. Victor will probably live his last days there unless he's immortal, and we don't know how. Yeah, I think Victor's not going to get out of there. And what kind of life is there for him outside Fromville? This place shaped him. He's too damaged to be able to ever function in regular society. Someone would have to adopt him and take care of him. He just wouldn't be able to make it. So, unfortunately, I think we're going to get a sad ending for Victor. Hopefully not till the end of the series, because he's too great of an actor to leave. I would hate to see him go. But yeah, I'd say he'll probably die a heroic death, saving Ethan or something like that. I'm really hoping it doesn't happen in season 4, but I don't know. I didn't like that implication from the swing coat lady monster saying, if you keep coming down here, one of these days we might make you stay. I didn't like that. That to me sounded like a threat, like a warning. And I think it's because he's digging into his past, and the big bad doesn't like that. It doesn't want people looking for answers. And now Victor is actively trying to remember stuff and actively trying to help. That's not good. So I think that once he starts remembering everything, if he remembers all of his lost memories, then I think he's a goner, which would really suck. He wasn't even supposed to make it out of season 1. He wasn't even supposed to make it out of season 1, so I could see him going, hopefully not season 4, but it could happen, and it would be absolutely crushing emotionally. And now that his father is there, that would be even worse. His father would lose him all over again. That would suck. Let's see. Javon Keys says, for season 4, I want a flashback at least to last cycle, preferably the original cycle, though. Yeah, me too. I think we're going to get some of that through Julie's story walking. We're going to be able to get that easily. She'll go back and she won't be able to change anything, but she'll be able to actually see what happened, and like in different cycles. We'll get a glimpse, just a little glimpse of different cycles. I hope. That's what I predict will happen. And probably 1978, the original cycle would be cool too. And I don't know if that'll happen in season 4, but maybe. We like to joke about like seeing Smiley in a pilgrim hat. That would be fun. That would be fun. Because he was back there, you'd have to like change the way the monsters dress. We'd finally have to see the monsters wearing something other than 50s and 60s get-ups. Men in Yellow in season 4, one more year. Yeah. I think it'll probably come out maybe February of next year, so we probably have about a year to wait. About a year. I don't think it'll take much longer than that. They're not going to wait until the end of 2026 or something. We just have to hang in there till then. I'm still going to keep going and making lives. Next season, Ethan will have a stash. Yeah. I'm still going to keep going as long as I can. As long as people keep showing up, I'm going to keep doing this. I was really hoping people would still show up. Doesn't have to be a lot. Just enough people to have a good conversation is all I want. And then we've been able to do that. So I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. Because From ended, and I know most YouTubers stop covering it. They stop doing lives when the season ends, and they don't come back doing those until the next season. But I didn't want to stop. I love this show. And I love this community. It's just the best. And yeah, we can come together around different shows, and it's so much fun covering Severance. I'm really thrilled that a lot of the Fromily and the Fromaholics are into Severance now, and in some cases because we recommended it or because I recommended it. And I really appreciate it that people gave it a chance, because I wanted to keep this awesome community together as much as possible. But I also wanted to keep talking From. I'm still new to this show. I have a lot more to talk about. So I'm so psyched that people still want to show up to the lives. And I really appreciate it. So we're really enjoying the rewatch. We're going to keep doing it. The next From Live will be covering the season finale already of season 1. It'll be our 10th week of the rewatch. I can't believe it. Because we're really deep diving into it. We're not taking it lightly. I'm taking it as seriously as I would a new episode, basically. Just trying to dig into every single bit of it, and it's a lot of fun revisiting it and discussing with everything that we know now, all the insights from season 3, taking it and looking at season 1 through that lens. It's been so much fun. I'm really enjoying it. And if nobody showed up, then well, we couldn't keep doing it. So I really appreciate it. And now we have a lot more to go. Next week will be episode 10 of season 1 on Wednesday night, probably around like 10:15 p.m. Eastern, and then after that it'll be season 2. 10 weeks of that for season 2. I want to continue and then rewatch season 3 also. So that's another 21 weeks. 21 weeks. So I hope people aren't too frummed out, because I don't want to stop. I'm enjoying continuing with this, and doing our FROMACADEMY Friday lives is a lot of fun. We were gonna discuss Jeff Pinkner tonight, but when Doug offered to come on again, we decided, well, we're gonna move that. So we'll talk about Jeff Pinkner, I think, next week. Talk to Doc. Jeff Pinkner is the showrunner of From, so we'll dive into that. FROMACADEMY will give us like lots of new topics we can dive into in the off season, I think. there are all kinds of different themes related to From that we can explore and then still have this time together as a community, which I love so much. Oh, okay. Thank you for not spoiling Lost for me, Martin. Something about someone being left on the submarine. I don't know. There's something about a submarine that I have seen, but I don't know if it's that. I finally finished season 4, so I'm getting into Lost again, but it's taken some time because I've been so busy with my channel. But now I'm on season 5 of Lost, so I'm moving forward a little bit by bit, and it's a great show. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Oh, hey, Alexis is back. On the From group. John McNeil. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know that. John McNeil is the mechanic who commented on Alexis's Facebook post on the group. Cool. Yeah, it'd be fun to talk to one of the monsters. Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to some people and see if they'd like to come on the live and hang out sometime soon. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, Lost is I had trouble getting into Lost at first because of all the flashbacks, Amy. There are a lot of flashbacks, but it's worth it to me for the mystery of it. But yeah, it's not for everybody. The flashbacks are a lot. It's a lot. Sometimes it gets a little into soap opera territory, but I'm enjoying it. It's a great show. K. Bruce said after the second season, I watched Lost in like 2 weeks. Season 5 was rough, but still enjoyed it overall. Yeah, I just started season 5, and now they're introducing time travel apparently, and it's getting really confusing. So, yeah, I think the first few seasons were better so far, but we'll see. Yeah, that was tragic what happened to Fatima. Absolutely, Amy. Yeah, the flashbacks were too much, Dieter. I agree. It's just too much. At first it was cool. Sometimes it was really cool because you could see these amazing connections that these people had before they ever got to the island, and the flashbacks revealed that. It's just amazing. But then it got to be too much. It was like, okay, we get it. We know enough about these characters now. We don't need any more. Then you're getting to soap opera territory and stuff. I wanted more of the action on the island and more of the mystery and less of the flashbacks for sure. But I still love the show. I love the show. Hi with Alice. Nice to see you. I often wonder if there are any more journals in storage, people writing their thoughts and experiences, not just symbols. Right. You would think people would write stuff down over the many years that people have been stuck there. You would think there'd be journals with information. That could be useful. That could be useful for sure. Yeah. Pool Dale would be difficult to make, but it'd be cool as like a 3D print toy. Yeah. Since knowledge comes with a cost, I wonder if every monster loses a tooth. Wait, if every monster birth surrogate loses a tooth and every accomplice loses an eye, and anyone other than the reincarnated who hear the song dies like Jim. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like because there have been multiple people who lost an eye. Like in the history of the show, you see Jade looking at the Civil War soldier, he was missing an eye. The guy under the boulder was missing an eye. I still think those might be Jade's past lives, but I'm on the fence now because Elgin lost an eye. I don't know. I don't think Elgin is reincarnated though. I don't know. I think it might just be Jade and Tabitha personally. I don't think other people are. But Yeah, I still think those guys in Jade's visions are him. I'm still riding with that theory, but yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. I as far as anyone else dying like Jim because knowledge comes with a cost, I think if I had to theorize on that, and I have, obviously I theorize on everything, but I think this is the first time Jade and Tabitha, any version of Jade and Tabitha got to this point. I think this is probably the furthest they've ever gotten, figuring out the numbers as music notes and then remembering their past lives, and then Jim dying as a result. I think this is all new. Yeah, I think in every cycle maybe they got a little bit closer and made a little more progress and then didn't quite make it. In 1978, Miranda almost made it to the tree before she got killed. So I'm thinking this is new. Yeah, Alexis might get overwhelmed if we add any more. Yeah, Alexis is like, he's just gonna be stressed. But people will be patient. It takes time to make these things. You know, they could have a form of mind control over you the longer you look or speak to them. Oh, the monsters? Yeah, oh, definitely. There's some kind of mind control. They get in your head. Absolutely, they get in your head, and yeah, and can, even though like you don't recognize them, they can make you think that they're someone else. Like the little girl, Megan, said, "You don't look like my grandma," but she was looking at her so closely, and Granny Monster got her to open the window anyway. So yes, some kind of mind control, I think, for sure. Now she won't talk to us anymore if you asked her to make the couple at Colony House. No, I don't think anybody wants that. I really don't. I don't think the couple. Yeah, no, Dieter. Yeah, I don't think anybody would order that one. Yeah, I don't want them to kill off Victor, but I got a bad feeling from that thing that Swing Coat Monster said to him in the cave. And just knowing that he's trying actively to remember his past now, that worries me. If he remembers everything, I think he might be done for it. And I think the reason he was protected all this time is because he had buried all his memories, and he kept telling people stop looking for answers because he was traumatized. People who go looking for answers don't come back. He would tell them, you're asking too many questions. And so he was a useful puppet for the big bad, not intentionally, but he was a useful tool. I think he was protected. That's how he survived for 40 years, because they didn't want to kill him. He was a good tool for them to use, for the big bad to use. So now that he's trying to remember stuff and he's helping, that's what makes me think he might get killed off. Yeah. I would hate to see that, though. Victor is still waiting for his replacement. That's the only reason he's still alive. Yeah, Golden Child. I mean, I think Ethan is Victor's replacement, so I think that's why Victor was going to get killed off in season 1 originally, but the writers decided to keep him. The showrunners decided to keep him because he was too damn good to get rid of. So yeah, they just kind of kept him around, but yeah, I mean, he goes around like he's invincible. He goes in the peach truck, and I don't even think he has a talisman in there, but he's in the peach truck all the time. And apparently all through these years, he's been hanging out in there. He's got all this stuff in there. There was no talisman in there. When Boyd showed up and they spent the night in there, Boyd brought his own talisman. He goes around like he's invincible. He went to the cave with his father, and he wanted his father to stay out while he went in there. And he has no fear. When he was down in the cave, the only thing that triggered him was Jasper the dummy. He wasn't even afraid of the sleeping monsters. I think it's because he, on some level, knows that he's safe from them. For some reason, they don't want to kill him, and it's I think again it's because he was urging people to stop looking for answers, and now he's not doing that anymore. So that's why I think he could be that could be a real gut punch if they get rid of him. I mean, that would be, to me, the most emotional, brutal death that they could actually have on the show. Ethan said he saw the Lake of Tears in his dream upon arrival, and Elgin asks Fatima to take him to the lake. So it's definitely important. Oh yeah, Martin. Yeah. I mean, he said, is there a body of water here? And he felt really uneasy about it. He didn't know why, but you could tell he felt uneasy. There's something he saw in his premonition dream related to that. He just hasn't remembered it yet. That's what we need to see. Hang on a sec. Yeah, I'm still annoyed that we haven't gotten more information on that dream, because I really think that he must have seen something horrific, because he panicked when he woke up and he recognized the town, said, we have to go back. It's got to be something related to a body of water. It could be that he had a premonition that he was going to be almost drowned in his sleep by the kimono lady, because that happened. So that might have been what he was worried about. But yeah, the Lake of Tears, Ethan's been talking about it since the beginning. I think there's going to be something related to that. Some people think there are going to be bodies down there. Yeah, like, so I've heard the theory that like the Brundles are full of bodies. Should be crazy. Let me see. If she makes Victor with a lunchbox, that would be amazing. Yeah, she's made Victor before. I wonder how hard it would be to like give him a little lunchbox. That would be cool, Amy. Yeah. Scott McCord carries his own, like, he actually bought a vintage 70s disco lunchbox of his own, and he draws. He must be like a method actor. He has a journal and he draws pictures in it in crayon like Victor. And I know this because he showed it to me in his cameo that Dieter got for me. I mean, that's some amazing method acting right there. He literally draws pictures with a crayon, noticeably better pictures than Victor draws, though. He doesn't draw like a little kid. He draws about as well as anybody could draw with a crayon. And it's beautiful. He drew a picture for me in his journal and he showed it up to the camera during the cameo, and it's just gorgeous. It's an owl spirit animal in a bottle tree. But my point of it is like, I just think it's so cool how he gets into character by doing that. Some actors do this sort of thing to get into character. They kind of put themselves in that mindset and do these kind of exercises to get in that headspace. So he must be a method actor. I thought that was the coolest thing. Every day he brings his little journal with crayon drawings in it to set, and he draws stuff, and it's in a little lunchbox and everything. It's not the one from the show. He got his own. AA1, yeah, I want to flashback to the 80s so bad. That would be so fun, but it's probably not significant. Yeah, it would be fun. They'd you could see people with that horrible 80s hair, the teased up hair with all the hairspray, and oh god, 80s were not the best for style at all. I was born in 88, so I missed that. I don't remember. Who remembers stuff from when they're 1 or 2 years old? You don't. So I was born in 88, so yeah, well, now I'm revealing my age, but but yeah, I think everybody from the 80s kind of regrets their style choices from back then. Imagine if they showed From in the 80s. I don't know where they'd get the hairspray though.
they wouldn't be able to keep up the 80s hairdos. It wouldn't work. You need lots and lots of hair product, lots of hairspray. Granted, I mean, you got to suspend your disbelief because the people that are there now clearly are washing their hair, and Victor looks like he's dyeing his hair. Where's he getting hair dye? Is there a Walgreens in Fromville? Someone else looks like they're still dyeing their hair. Marielle. I mean, I guess Marielle hasn't been there that long, so that doesn't really count. But Victor, he's been there 40 years, and he's definitely dyeing his hair. So, but yeah, the 80s cycle would be fun. I'm really looking forward to this. The story walking thing excites me especially because of 80s clothes Elgin and Julie found. Yeah, those were so funny. That was a fun scene. And I think, yeah, that would be enjoyable. But I think story walking, instead of opening up a bunch of problems and paradoxes due to changing things, I think it's just going to give us a glimpse into past cycles, which will be great. I don't think Julie will be able to change anything, but it'll be a nice storytelling vehicle to show us. I've always wanted to see glimpses of past cycles. Not too much. We don't need too much because it would take us away from the characters that we want to see now, but just a little bit. I need to see, like, really want to see Victor's cycle when he was a kid. What was life like back then, when they were still sleeping spending the night in holes in the ground? And I want to see more with Christopher. What the hell did Christopher do? What did Christopher do, like, that caused Miranda to say Victor and Eloise hide from him? Why? Hide where Christopher can't find you. I really hope that in season 4 they give us an answer to that. And I know eventually they're going to answer that question. That's an important one. I made a list. Sometime we should talk about this on a stream. I'm compiling a list of all of the unanswered questions. Every question that you can think of, the ones that have been answered and the ones that haven't been. And it would be fun to just kind of go through and discuss, because there's a lot. There's a lot. They answered a lot in season 3, though. I will say they did. They're doing a great job, I think. I don't want too many answers too fast. Like, I want the mystery to stay mysterious as long as possible. I'm fine with not knowing what's the deal with the boy in white. I mean, who pulled the tent? We just saw the episode on Wednesday. We watched the episode with the tent being dragged. And yeah, honestly, that doesn't bother me because we saw a house collapse unnaturally all on its own. So if that can happen, then, I mean, some invisible force could pull the tent. So, I mean, it might not be as an exciting a reveal as you think. It's probably just the man in yellow using some invisible force to drag the tent, using the trees or something. The trees moving. I'm sure it's going to be something simple like that, in my opinion. And so, yeah. Let's see. I'm way behind you guys in the chat here. Martin says these From rewatches and breakdowns with the live Fromily are absolutely everything. I can't stop diving deep on From. It's lost reincarnated for me. Well, I'm so glad you feel that way, Martin. I'm so happy that you found my channel and you're enjoying the lives, and that makes me so happy. That makes me so happy because I love this show too. I can't stop diving deep either, so you are right at home. You're right at home here. Because it's not going to stop, I promise you. I'm going to be continuing. Well, the From rewatch is going to take another 21 weeks. So that's 21 weeks. My brain isn't working right. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Yeah, that's 5 months. So I hope you guys aren't going to be too bored and want to stick around, because that's another 5 months and 1 week of rewatches. We're not going to stop. We're going to keep diving deep into each episode. Even though I'm really busy with Severance right now and I'm having trouble juggling it all, I don't care. I love From, and I love the Fromily, the Fromaholics. I love this community. So I'm always going to keep making time for it every week. As long as people want to continue showing up and discussing, that makes me so happy. I thought when From season 3 ended, I was so worried, like no one's going to want to watch. I'm going to have to stop doing these lives, and I'm thrilled that people still want to come and discuss with us. What if someone is getting rid of the journals after every reset? Oh, that's entirely possible, AA. So that information, they control the spread of information that way. Oh yeah. Like I doubt they would want to allow people to get information from past cycles. So I could totally see that happening. Yeah, I think and someone's getting rid of Bibles too, because I doubt in all these years nobody, I doubt that, like, the reality is that no one ever brought a Bible to town. I don't buy that. So someone is probably getting rid of stuff in between, or just making it disappear. Anyway, like, what if they're only leaving enough history, like from the last cycle, that won't give them too much information? Like only, okay, what if they're only getting rid of enough history? Yeah, I could totally see that. Definitely. Yeah. I think it would be a mistake to play that song again. Yeah. I think it would be a mistake. I don't think they should be doing that again. Hey, Fletch. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Fletch. My cat is watching me eat a piece of chicken. Yeah, my cat can't be trusted around chicken. If you leave it alone for a minute, she's on the counter eating it. I came in, I had a thing of chicken strips, and I set it down, and I forgot that I can't trust her. I left the room for a minute, and when I came back, there was a big piece on the floor all gnawed up to pieces. She can't be trusted. She'll even try to eat spaghetti. She'll eat anything. There's a reason that we do know about as to why Victor can walk around untouched like that. He goes in and out of the caves as he pleases, and he tells Henry he does it all the time. When he goes outside at night, he's usually fine. Yes, and the peach truck. Yep. So I think he's protected, 100%. No, I appreciate you stopping in, Fletch. Thank you for stopping in. And yeah, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. I would appreciate it. Stop being so self-conscious about you drinking the water. We don't mind. Yeah, I should drink more during these streams. I get thirsty. Yeah. I was surprised when I found out Scott McCord voiced Owen from Total Drama Island. Oh, I didn't know Scott McCord does voice work. That's cool. Yes, McCord is a true artist, and he sings. Yeah, he sings beautifully, and he plays guitar. He's amazing. He posted something, a clip on Twitter. He was playing a song that was on the jukebox in From. I forget what it's called, but he has this beautiful vibrato that he can do. Like, he's a real singer. It was gorgeous. Yeah, Scott McCord is amazing. I'm actually going to get to talk to him soon. It's not an interview or anything, but I actually, thanks to Dieter entering a contest on my behalf, I'm going to get a chance to talk to him soon. I got an email today. I got an email today from the people who ran the contest, and they said that when Scott is usually available. So I think I'm going to get to talk to him for I forget how long, like 10 minutes or something. So I'm excited about that. So thank you, Dieter. I just got the news today that I can set that up with him. I just have to set up a day and a time. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Dieter is the best. There's a reason Dieter is the GOAT. Let me see. Yeah, the drawing that Scott made for me, it's absolutely beautiful. I'll see if I can pull it up. Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to him. I don't know if I could get him actually to do an interview. He's I don't know if I could do that, but just getting to talk to him would be, well, it's going to be amazing. I'm really looking forward to it, and I'll be nervous too. But the good kind of nervous. So, yeah, maybe one day I can actually interview him too. That would be cool. That would be really cool. Where did that go? I downloaded the drawing, but I can't see it now. I'm gonna wrap up in a few minutes, guys. I need to get off and eat something and exercise, stuff like that. But it's been a great stream. Where is it? Oh, here it is. This is the drawing that Scott McCord did. It's in the cameo that he made for me, and he drew it in his journal full of drawings that he takes with him to set every day, and he showed this on camera. It's just so sweet. What a lovely person he is. He's a beautiful soul. That's an owl spirit animal, holding me, keeping me safe, he said. My name there. What a sweetheart. He's lovely. Doug Hughes is going to fit right in with his cast because he's another lovely person. Just a beautiful human being, beautiful soul, what a kind person. And so he's going to fit right in with Scott and with everybody else. The cast is just amazing. There's a reason why it's called FROMily. It's because they're, it's not just the fans, but like the actual cast. They consider themselves FROMily. It's like a family. I'm too big again. Why am I full screen when I stop sharing my screen? It makes me full screen. What the hell? StreamYard is weird. Javon had a long rat tail braid in the 80s. Oh man. Yeah, AA, I can't wait to see Julie's story walking journey either. Yep. 80s movies were great. Yeah. 80s, that was a great time for movies. 100%. Good night, Amy. I didn't see this in time, but good night, Amy. Thanks for being here. Fletch said, I remember there was some hate on the fandom due to Julie starting to time travel, but let's be honest, that's an awesome angle to the story, having her show us multiple timelines. Exactly my point. Yeah. I don't think that people are worried, oh, this is going to screw up the show. They're going to start undoing things that have already been done, like bringing people back from the dead and stuff. But I don't think that's going to happen. It's just going to be a nice vehicle to show us glimpses of past cycles. Ethan already told us how it works, and Ethan always seems to know how everything works. You can just visit the chapters, but you can't change them. So that's what's going to happen. I would guarantee it. She's going to visit different chapters, but not be able to change them. AA says, I think Christopher helped the monsters or the man in yellow find the townspeople, resulting in the massacre. Maybe they let him go. Maybe he wandered off into the woods and dies, or went through a faraway tree. Yeah, we need to know what happened to him. Hopefully in season 4 they tell us. I think he definitely snapped. I think he probably thought child sacrifice was necessary to get out. Or was tricked into trying to attempt it, and that's why Victor and Eloise were told to hide from him. And whatever he did triggered the massacre in some way, or helped trigger it. I don't think that the monsters needed help in finding everybody because the big bad seems to know everything and know where everyone is. The only reason why people could survive in those foxholes, I think, is because this is like a game, and it's not just about killing everybody. It's about terrorizing the survivors. You know, just pick them off bit by bit, milk all the fear and the suffering you can out of them, and then by the end of the cycle, just wipe them all out. Remember the theory that we came up with the boy in white and man in yellow being manifestations of Ethan? Maybe Fletch needs to save Thomas so that Ethan doesn't get hurt to create this story/quest. Yeah. Maybe Julie needs to save Thomas so that Ethan doesn't get hurt to create this story. Yeah, maybe somehow. Yeah, maybe there's one thing that she could change. That could be the one thing or something. Who knows? I don't think that she can change anything that's already happened. That's the thing. If we've seen something happen already, or they've talked about something that happened, then I don't think she can change it. Like Thomas dying. It's different with her throwing the rope to Boyd. She always was meant to throw the rope to Boyd. We didn't see any version of reality where Boyd got stuck down there and died, and then she came back and changed it. So that's why I don't think she's going to change anything we've already seen. Like Jim's not coming back unless he's Ghost Jim, in my opinion. Or maybe he tricked Eloise to go somewhere with him. He probably died, and she's still out there. Yeah, Eloise is alive out there. I'm sure of it. They teased that way too much. They left that open, saying, "Oh, I think that's her." Victor said, "I think the pieces were so small. I don't know." Like, come on. Yeah, it's her. I mean, it's not her in the grave. She's alive somewhere. That's if they were going to just introduce that, if they were going to introduce her in season 2, like if she was going to be dead, then they should have said that already. Because they left it open for so long, that tells me that she's going to be a plot device and she's alive somewhere. That yeah, I'm on the Eloise train with Christopher. Yeah, maybe Christopher had something to do with it. I think Julie may have had something to do with stashing Eloise away somewhere. I've been meaning to make a video about that. It's not that chained up Martin has something else to do. Yeah. Martin says, I made a list too, Julie, and after dozens of rewatches and going back to specific scenes or drawings, I figured out so much. One day you ain't streaming, you should try it because the answers are there. I know, Martin. I spent a lot of time streaming. I was doing a lot more just straight theory crafting before I started the channel. In the Discord, constantly talking to people, theory crafting, and I still am theory crafting, but I do spend a lot of time live streaming. So yeah, I need to start making them a bit shorter. Yeah. I'm kind of addicted to live streaming now. It's just nice to have a community of people to talk to, and you know, it's something that's been missing in my life. Like Doug Hughes has said, I live a very solitary life. Like this community has been life-changing, and so I'm kind of addicted to hanging out with you guys. I'm just like Doug. He said that's why he likes doing these things. It's nice to have this sense of community when you live a solitary life. So, you know, I empathize with him on that. That's exactly why I'm doing this. And because I love, you know, diving into shows, of course, and analyzing, but the community is what keeps me hooked. A question I still have from the other night: who sounded the foghorn? I know we said Boy in White, but I really wonder. Yeah, who sounded the damn foghorn? When they were in the tent, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think probably the Boy in White, because I think it was a warning. I don't know if it was, I don't remember who it was who Googled it. Wait a minute. What the hell happened to my layout here? I can't see the time that I've been streaming anymore. StreamYard is being weird tonight. It doesn't, the little clock is gone. What the hell? Okay. Sorry, StreamYard is being weird. Surprise. Yeah, StreamYard is being weird. I don't know what just happened. It just knocked me off. Yeah, I don't know what the hell just happened. Yeah, the ticker tape. Oh yeah, I forgot the ticker tape. Yeah, I forgot the ticker tape. This was supposed to be there, and it wasn't there the whole time. That's okay. That's okay. What are you gonna do? Where was I? Yeah, I think the foghorn was the boy in white. I think the foghorn was the boy in white, warning them because somebody looked it up in the last live we did, and it was a long blast means a warning, and it was long. So I think the boy in white was kind of warning them they're in danger, and the light too. Yeah. Especially since the light probably came from the lighthouse and the foghorn, and the boy in white was hanging out in the lighthouse at the end of season 2. So yeah, I think that was him. And I think he's a helpful entity. I will die on that hill. Let's see. Okay. All right, guys, I've got nobody on here, so I am going to wrap up in a minute and say goodnight, but I have to run to the bathroom first. So please talk amongst yourselves for a minute, and then I will come back and wrap it up. I will be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't want to just say, okay, bye, and not even promote anything or say bye to anybody, but I did have to run to the bathroom. So, okay. From and Lumen will get us through those 5 months, and Yellow Jackets is coming out next month. I wish I could have gotten into that. I really do, because there aren't a lot of current shows that I can really get into right now. It's hard to find a show that I love. I'm kind of picky. Although the last few years have been amazing. The problem is most of the great new shows have been canceled. One season and they're gone. Archive 81, 1899. The Society, that was a little more than a few years ago, but There are others, I can't remember them all, but most of the great new shows have they've come and gone, like canceled after one season. But we've got Severance. We got how much more Severance do we have? We've had 3 episodes. We have 7 more. 7 more weeks of Severance. So that's great. After that, I don't know. I gotta kind of look at what I could cover after that. I'm gonna keep covering From, of course, but I've got to look around. Like, I don't know where you even find out about new shows anymore. It's not like the old days where you would have network TV and every year they'd release like their schedule or their slate of shows for the fall, and you would look at all the different shows that are coming out, the pilot episodes that are coming. Now it's a lot harder to find new content and like, where all these shows are. That's how I found From 2 years late. I started watching it in March of last year the first time, and Severance too. But I'm glad I found Severance late because I didn't have to wait long. People had to wait 3 years after that crazy cliffhanger. That was nuts. So, yeah, From and Lumen will get us through. Yeah, we got 5 more months of the From rewatch, and after that, hell, I still don't want to stop. We could still do 1 weekly From live after 5 months is over. We can continue to do it at least once a week. I don't see why not. We can keep theorizing. Why the hell not? If people want to keep watching, I'm going to keep doing it, even if we only get 10 people showing up. Maybe then she has time for videos. Yeah. I need to get off of here and have more time for other stuff. Just skip through the rest of these comments really quick. And yes, Dieter is the GOAT indeed. Yes, Dieter, I got the email. I'm 20 minutes behind you guys, sorry. I'll record the call with Scott. I will record it, but I doubt I'll be able to use it for anything. I don't think I'll be able to release it or something like that, but I could ask, I guess. It would be cool if I could, it would be cool if I could make it like an interview, like a 10-minute, really quick rapid fire interview, but I doubt it. But it would be cool just to record it just to keep for myself. You better believe I'm going to record it for me, at the very least, just for me. I could stretch it. I don't know. Well, we'll see. Yeah. It was 10 minutes. That's the call length that I get to do with Scott. And I'll ask if I can interview him. I don't know. I guess the worst he can say is no. I have this terrible fear of rejection, though. Someone getting rid of Bibles and notes makes sense because every hotel room used to have a Bible in them back in the 70s. So if the hotel did exist there should be several Bibles. I agree, right? I think there probably was a hotel at some point, but maybe it collapsed in on itself like the Matthews house at some point. Yeah, there should be multiple Bibles if there was an actual motel. Yeah, I don't remember who started the GOAT thing, but it fits Dieter. Dieter is the GOAT. Oh, now my cat is getting in my face. This is what she does when I'm trying to use my laptop and I can't see. Boo. I can't see, Boo. Come on now. Lay down. I'm surprised she didn't. Now see, if I sat like this during interviews with Doug on here, this is probably what would happen. This is one reason I can't lay back in the recliner, because I have this cat scarf here. She likes to wrap herself around my neck like this. She's right up against my neck. It's very relaxing. She's a Velcro cat. My Boo. She's a Velcro cat. She's glued to me. Purring like a Mack truck. Really loud. And normally she'll stay a lot longer than that. I think she didn't like me talking in her face. I was disturbing her rest or something. So the Boo wanted to make her cameo as usual. All right, let me look through these comments really quick, and I'll get off of here. Okay, Scarlet's iPad wasn't working. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, and she needs to go to bed anyway. What the hell were you guys talking about? Good eggplant is delicious. Scarlet ate a whole eggplant while waiting for her network to reconnect. Oh, Dieter's mind is always in the gutter. It's always in the gutter. Ethan's writing his own story now, remember? Yeah, he kind of is. Ethan might be at the center of all this, I think. We should have a search party, watch party. It is a mystery show with Alia Shawkat. The seasons range from Nancy Drew type stuff to Hitchcock to sci-fi. Each season has a different feel. Yeah, that would be great, Scarlet. Yeah, it sounds good to me. I think I would enjoy that. Absolutely. And I love sci-fi and Hitchcock type stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Really, we should do that. We do know if there were other kids during the same cycle when Victor and Eloise. Do we know? So apparently there's a little girl laying in the street in the 78 massacre. You could see a little girl's body in tap shoes. I haven't actually gone and looked, but that's what I've heard. I think Scarlet saw it. So I think there actually were other kids in the 78 cycle that we just didn't know about. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't even think to take Colin's, Scarlet. I could have. I don't know why I didn't put up the link. But do we know if there were other kids during the same cycle when Victor and Eloise were kids? Because Victor said he found pieces of clothing that looked like hers. It would only be possible for Eloise to be alive if there were no other kids during that cycle, because whose clothes would Victor have found? Yeah, I mean, it could be another kid, because I think there was a little girl in tap shoes laying in the street. So yeah, I think there were other kids back then, and she's alive. After Julie threw the rope scene, some guy who's close to the show on Twitter said, "Remember the kid on the Colony House porch? See, it's all connected." In my opinion, that wasn't a hint, because they know all the names. Yeah, I don't think that's a hint. They know all their names anyway. I don't think Julie met that teen boy monster before. I think it's just that the monsters, they always know their names. Like, Julie, don't you remember me? Jasmine said to Trudy, "We know all your names." So yeah, I don't think that was a hint myself. Who's the big dude in red behind Julie? What big dude in red? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Is there somebody creeping up behind me? I meant it would only be possible for Eloise to be alive if there were other kids during the same cycle whose clothes. Yeah, exactly. And I think there were. Because I do think there was a girl in tap shoes. I need to go back and look. Yeah, no, Dieter, I said I would make it shorter. I'm gonna get off. AA was the one who looked it up. It was a long blast forewarning, but you're right. He's the only one we have seen in the. Oh, you mean the lighthouse? Yeah, the light in the lighthouse. Yep. I think it was him. What if the boy in white is actually the light? Like his true form is the light from the lighthouse. Oh, that's an interesting thought, Siobhan. That's really interesting. What if he's actually the light? Yeah, like he's just an illusion. Oh, that's an interesting thought. I like that. Good night, K Brew. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Scarlet, you have the link. What do you mean? You have the link, so you could have if you wanted to. You have it's the same link. You can always use the same link to come back. I'm not saying I've completely given up on Yellow Jackets, but it's there's some major triggers for me emotionally in that, unfortunately. And good night, Martin. Looking forward to the episode 10 finale rewatch and breakdown. Take care. You take care too, Martin. I'm looking forward to it too. It's going to be a fun one to break down. You would be prepared for a marathon live, I think, for that. It's probably going to be long. We took like a really long time to break down episode 9 because there was just so much to say. So it's going to be a long one. So yeah, buckle in. Scarlet will be covering Yellow Jackets with Jamie on Sundays. Yes, on Sci-Fi Vision's channel. Sci-Fi Vision with Jamie. Yeah. Scarlet will be covering Yellow Jackets on Sundays. So that's cool. Yes, Archive 81 had so much potential, 100%. I was so pissed that got canceled on a cliffhanger. So did 1899. Amazing cliffhangers, and we'll never get resolution to that. It makes me so mad. You can always do a Silo rewatch and deep dive. Try Fallout. Yeah, Silo. I need to catch up. I'm behind on Silo. Maybe I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. Let's see. We could cover Dark City or watch Lost Highway or even Search Party. All the episodes are 22 minutes long. Oh yeah, we could do that. I'll check out those shows and see if it's something that I want to cover, and we could cover something like that when Severance is over. Oh, I can use the phone call wherever I want. Oh, if that's true, Dieter, then that would be great. Because I'll be talking to Scott for like 10 minutes. So yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'll ask him for an interview. Where I guess the worst he can say is no. It's just an audio call. I guess I could ask for video. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Boo is adorable. Yeah, Boo is a sweetheart. She's a tortoiseshell calico. She's the one you always hear making loud noises in the background, like a baby crying or something. That's her. My mom has 2 other cats, but Boo is the one that makes all the noise. She's my cat. Cat stole. Yeah, she's like a cat stole. Normally she stays a lot longer than that, and she like I'll be live when I'm not on camera. I'm surprised she left actually, because when I'm not on camera, many times she'll be right here when I'm streaming and I have the camera off, and she's draped around my neck, purring. It's very relaxing and nice. Boo has a beautiful coat. Yeah, it's very shiny. Yeah, she's cute. She's hard to take good pictures of because she's so dark. She's a beautiful cat. Gorgeous. I took a picture of her with my good camera with sunlight hitting her, and I finally got a great picture of her. Okay. I have to be there before you go so you can put how? No, it's okay, Scarlet. It's fine. It's totally fine. I'm gonna wrap it up now. Also, you can do an American Horror Story rewatch, pick the seasons that you like, and deep dive. That's a good idea. I love American Horror Story when it was still good. Yeah, so I could totally do that. Yeah, that's a great idea. All right. So let's see. So what's next? I'm gonna be so if you haven't checked out my Severance breakdown yet, part 1 of my Severance episode 2 breakdown, I know it's kind of late, but part 1 of my Severance episode 2 breakdown plus my theory, it's really mostly focused on a theory on what is happening with Gemma, Miss Casey, and what Lumen's endgame could be. That's that. I just posted that today, so if you haven't checked it out, that's on my channel now. And oh, my cat is back. This is what happens when I try to use my laptop and I can't see what I'm doing. So yeah, what was I gonna say? Keep an eye out for my next Severance video this weekend. It'll be the rest of my breakdown of episode 2, a bit late, but better late than never. I'll discuss the Helena versus Helly debate and the rest of the characters, what happened with them in episode 2, and my theories and ideas, not a recap. That'll be coming this weekend. And on let's see, on Monday night we'll do the next Severance live. That'll be 10 p.m. Eastern. Hello. She rubs her nose against mine like I'm another cat. And I read somewhere that that's actually like the highest compliment you can get from a cat. If they treat you like you're also a cat, then you're truly accepted. You know, like they're very close to you. And she's like my baby. So she rubs her nose right on my nose, just like I'm another cat. It's the sweetest thing. Anyway, Monday Severance live will be 10 p.m. Eastern, and we're gonna break down the episode, and then we'll take call-ins after. If anyone wants to call in and share their thoughts after we go through break down the episode scene by scene. And what else? Please take a moment to check out Doug Hughes' website. It's in the description of this video, linked, and check out Boo the Return. Please take a moment to check out the link to Doug Hughes' website in the description of this video, and the link to where you can get a copy of his play Deadline. It's a fantastic read. I can't recommend it enough. A comedy, murder, mystery, thriller. And if you like From, you're going to enjoy this. I promise you. It's at playscripts.com under Douglas E. Hughes, and you can find the link in the description of this video, as well as a link to where you can find all of Doug's other plays, and you can order copies of those if you like. I'm also going to throw a link in there to Doug and Marcia Cash's Facebook group. They have a Facebook group, not a Facebook group, a Facebook page where it's like they talk about they have like information about their plays and stuff like that. So yeah, take a moment to check those things out. If you haven't seen my interview with Doug Hughes, my recorded interview with him, that's on my channel too, and I think the links are in the description of this video, parts 1 and 2. It's a 2-parter. It's very lengthy, and I think it's absolutely worth the watch, because Doug gets into all kinds of stuff other than what we've talked about on the live stream. We talked about other things related to the filming of his scene as the Man in Yellow, and his ideas about the nature of the Man in Yellow, and his other work, his other plays, and his theater career. So If you haven't seen my interview with him that was pre-recorded, the links to that are in the description of this video, parts 1 and 2. And of course, the link to Doug's play deadline. And Dieter just threw the link to that in the chat, but it's also in the description of the video if you're listening on the replay. Doug is an amazing member of the Fromily. He is so kind and generous with his time. So I just want to support him as much as we can and give him back some of this love that he's given us in the Fromily. He's a great guy, and he's an amazing playwright, and he deserves it. So, as more of us read it, I'd like to discuss Deadline more on the live stream. I know a few more of us are going to be reading it. I've already read it, and then we can talk about it more and have him back on and discuss even more about it. There were so many things I wanted to say, but I would have spoiled it for those of you who haven't read it yet. Yes, her coat is very shiny. You can see that on camera. She's very hard to take good photo and video of, but I guess the ring light is helping with her too, because you can even see the orange. That doesn't show up that well normally on camera. She has she's mostly black, but she's got orange too. And she does this thing like a rattlesnake. She shakes her tail like a rattlesnake. The entire thing vibrates and goes back and forth. And I read that some cats do that when they're happy to see you, which is really cute. She did it the first time I brought her home. Found her. She was on a website on Craigslist listed under the free stuff page, which is animals do not belong there. And the lady on the page said that she was going to take her to the pound if nobody came and got her, if nobody wanted her. So I went and got her because I didn't want her to go to the pound. And I was thinking I was going to bring her to a no-kill animal shelter because I didn't think I was ready to have a pet. I was living on my own, but I couldn't part with her. So the rest is history. Had her for, God, I think 9 years. Is it 9 years already? Yeah. I think this year will be 9 years I've had her. So yeah. Your cat does that too? Scarlet has a tortie too, I believe. And maybe it's a tortie thing. I love that. It like shakes like a rattletail and then it goes back and forth, like slithering like a snake, and then shakes again when she's happy to see me. And then I'll reach down with my hand and she'll jump up and like, it's like she's kind of petting herself with my hand. She'll jump up and her head will hit my hand and glide down. Yeah. And there's this thing called tortitude. Torties have a lot of attitude and personality, and she is full of tortitude. She is 6 pounds, but she's the boss of this place. All the other animals are below her, and she is the boss on the pecking order. She's the one that they don't screw with. She's the smallest out of all of them. There are 2 cats that are bigger than her that are males, and there's my mom's Chihuahua, a boy, and she is the boss. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it, and yeah, take a look at the links in the description. Check out more of Doug's work. And thank you again to Doug Hughes for being here. We had a great time again talking. Tells the best stories. So hopefully we'll get him on again pretty soon after more of us have read Deadline. I think that would be a good time. And yeah, yeah, keep an eye out for my next Severance video for the Severance fans out there with this weekend. And Severance Live is next on Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern. And Scarlet and I will be on Jamie's live on Sci-Fi Vision Channel 2 at 11 p.m. Eastern Sunday night to continue discussing the From rewatch. So, good night, AAMM. And yeah, I'm gonna get some rest. I'm gonna eat something and get some exercise and some rest. So, let's see. I think I'll show. I was gonna show. I'll show this compilation one of the cameos to close it out. So, have a good day or good night, everyone. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. And until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey, Julie.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with JulieBDeepDives.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. The big muscle car hugs, there's the bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.